Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 74, Premature Death, Part 1. Chapter 74, Premature Death, Part 1. The Jujutsu High Dorm Showers. Steam filled the room. The water cascaded from the showerhead, slamming into Sugura Ghetto's shoulders and back before tracing the lines of his gaunt frame and swirling into the drain. The roar of the water was loud, filling the small space, but it couldn't drown out his mind. His head was already too crowded. The members of the Star religious group stood around Riko Amanai's body. Hands joined. Smiles wide. Clapping. The sound wasn't loud, yet it was clearer than anything else in his memory. Clap. 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 Like a dull blade sawing at the same piece of meat. The image looped in his mind, an endless, jagged cycle he couldn't stop or fast forward. He closed his eyes, water clinging to his lashes. He couldn't tell if it was the shower anymore. No. I have to hold the line. Protecting non-sorcerers is the duty of a sorcerer. He had repeated that sentence for years. He'd recited it since his first day at the academy, until it was more familiar than any incantation. It was supposed to be a foundation, a stone buried deep in his heart, immovable regardless of the storm. But today, that stone felt cracked. The fissure was thin and shallow, almost invisible, but something was beginning to leak through the gap. The water continued to fall, washing over his face. When it hit his lips, he tasted salt. His expression began to contort in the steam. His brows knit together first, then his pupils shrank to pinpricks as thin veins bloomed in the whites of his eyes. Finally, his lips pressed into a hard, bloodless line. It wasn't just pain. It was something deeper, something ugly and violent pressing against his restraint. Loathsome monkeys. A set of footsteps echoed outside. They were light but distinct in the quiet of the corridor. Ghetto opened his eyes and shut off the faucet. The sudden silence felt distorted and hollow. He dried off, dressed in clean clothes, and stepped out into the hall. The air outside the bathroom was much cooler, stinging his damp skin and forcing a shiver through him. Hibbra was walking toward him from the end of the hall, wearing a bright, sun-baked smile that never seemed to fade. When he saw Ghetto, he picked up his pace, the hem of his uniform fluttering behind him. Ghetto-senpai. Good work on the mission. His voice rang through the corridor. Ghetto tilted his head to look at him. Hibbra's face was flushed, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He had clearly just returned from training or a mission of his own. His eyes were bright, looking like he had a piece of good news he was dying to share. Ghetto watched him for a long moment before his mouth moved, pulling into a forced, narrow arc. Hibbra, Ghetto said, his voice raspy. He cleared his throat. Want a drink? Hibbra blinked, then scratched the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. Oh, you don't have to do that. His voice softened, but his eyes grew even brighter. He held up a hand. I'll take a Coke. Ghetto smiled. This time, it was real, small, but the corners of his mouth actually lifted. Ha. All right. He turned toward the vending machine with Hibbra trailing behind. A few minutes later, the two sat on a bench in the hallway. Hibbra had already finished half his Coke, condensation dripping from the aluminum can and pooling between his fingers. He set the empty can down with a light metallic clink and turned to Ghetto. I'm heading out on a long trip tomorrow. Want me to bring you back a souvenir, senpai? Hibbra tilted his head, thinking it over. Sweet or salty? Ghetto leaned back against the bench, his gaze fixed on the window at the end of the hall. He thought about it for a second. Satoru will probably want some too. Better make it sweet. Understood. Hibbra sprang from the bench and gave a mock, sloppy salute. He sat back down and reached for his empty can, realizing it was gone only after bringing it to his lips. He offered a sheepish grin and set it back down. Hibbra, Ghetto's voice drifted over, steady and quiet, as if asking a question he had been weighing for a long time. Yeah. Since becoming a sorcerer, has it been tough? The corridor fell silent. The distant screech of cicadas bled through the cracks in the window, a long, high-pitched thread of sound that refused to snap. Hibbra didn't answer immediately. He studied Ghetto's profile. In the dim light of the hall, the older boy looked thinner than ever. The shadow of his cheekbone looked like an unhealed wound. Well. Hibbra started, his voice a bit lower but still retaining that reassuring, bright quality. I'm not the type to think too deeply. But, he paused, a clean, honest smile spreading across his face. Giving it my all, doing what I can, it feels refreshing. Ghetto turned his head and watched him for several seconds, then offered a slow nod. The movement was faint, as if he were confirming something he wasn't entirely sure of himself. I see, he said, his voice much calmer. That's good. Hibbra stood up with a laugh, tossed his empty can into the trash, and waved. I'll see you later, Ghetto-senpai. He disappeared around the corner with a light step. Ghetto remained on the bench, hands on his knees, staring at the spot where Hibbra had vanished. Suddenly, another set of footsteps approached. This wasn't a casual stroll, it was a disciplined, unhurried pace that echoed clearly through the empty hall. Ghetto didn't turn around, his gaze still fixed on the corner, but he knew it wasn't Satoru. Satoru never walked with that much decorum. Are you Suguru Ghetto? The voice came from behind him, a woman's voice, carrying a natural, unashamed casualness. It was the tone of someone meeting a stranger they'd heard of and deciding to strike up a conversation. What kind of women is your type? Ghetto's eyebrow twitched. He wasn't offended, the sheer absurdity of the question had simply bypassed his expectations. He turned his head. A tall, blonde woman stood in the hallway, hands shoved in her pockets and lounging as if she were in her own backyard. She wore a smile that was somewhere between curious and teasing, tilting her head as she waited for an answer. I have no interest in answering your questions, Yuki Tsukumo, Ghetto said flatly. His voice was like a thin layer of ice, whatever emotion lay beneath was hidden, but the surface was cold. Yuki's eyebrows shot up, and her smile became more genuine. Ah, so you've heard of me. Did Bambi-chan tell you? Bambi-chan. Ghetto repeated the words, finding no meaning in them, only a sense that something was off. Kashimo, Yuki said, waving a hand as if brushing away a stray thought. I'm the one who introduced him to the school, you know. He's been a big help. She sounded proud, like someone showing off a prized possession. He just really hates being called Bambi-chan, she added. Before she had even finished the sentence, she had already made herself at home on the bench. She took up one end, leaning back and stretching out her legs. Ghetto remained where he was, looking down at her and then at the empty space beside her. He didn't sit. I have no comment on that, Ghetto said. His voice was flat and cold. Yuki tilted her head, and the playfulness in her eyes shifted into something sharper. What's that supposed to mean? Because according to Kashimo-sensei. Ghetto paused, choosing his words carefully, though the hesitation was brief. You're a special grade who refuses to take missions. A wanderer. He called you a total waste of space. Yuki petrified. Not in a metaphorical sense, her smile froze, her eyes stopped mid-blink, and she seemed to forget how to breathe. Her lips parted as if to speak, but the words were a jumbled mess in her throat. She remained stuck in that tilted position, looking like a statue that had been dragged out of a gallery and dumped in a hallway. The silence lasted for 3 full seconds. Then her fingers twitched, her shoulders relaxed, and her body slowly thawed from its rigid state. That brat. She muttered, her voice dropping an octave into a tone of, I should have known. She let out a long sigh. That's just because the school and I don't see eye to eye on philosophy. Her voice regained its volume, but there was a defensive edge to it now. Didn't he tell you that? Ghetto shook his head. It was a small but certain movement. Kashimo never talked about that in class. His lessons consisted of only 2 things, hitting and being hit. Why they were hitting, or what happened afterward, was for the students to figure out. It had nothing to do with him. Yuki watched him, falling silent for a moment. The hallway lights cast a warm halo over her, making her blonde hair look dark. She pulled a hand from her pocket and tapped her knee. Then let me tell you about it, she said. It sounded more like a statement than a request. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 75, Premature Death, Part 2. Chapter 75, Premature Death, Part 2. The lights in the corridor seemed to dim for a fraction of a second before flickering back to life. Yuki Tsukumo's voice remained steady, measured, as it filled the empty hallway, laying out a map of paths rarely traveled. Unlike non-sorcerers, a sorcerer's energy doesn't give birth to curses. Provided, of course, they don't turn into one themselves after death. A sorcerer's energy leaks far less and is more controlled, most of it is consumed by the technique itself. The little that does escape isn't enough to manifest a curse. Ghetto interrupted her. It wasn't intentional. The words poured into his ears, swirled through his mind, and collided with a heavy, jagged lump stuck in his throat. What came out was a sentence even he hadn't anticipated. Then, why not just kill all the non-sorcerers? He spoke quietly, hardly more than a whisper to himself. His gaze remained fixed on the floorboards. The overhead lights cast his shadow at his feet, a small, huddled mass, looking like a curled-up animal. He didn't look at Yuki. He didn't look for a reaction. Yuki fell silent. It wasn't a long silence, but it was long enough for the hallway lights to stabilize. Long enough for the flickering bulb at the far end to pulse one last time. Long enough for the cicadas outside to transition from one wave of noise to the next. Suguru. Her voice dropped half an octave, not with weight, but with a note of recognition. That is, indeed, one way. She paused, as if confirming the reality of her own words. The easiest way. The easiest way. As those words sank in, the sound of clapping rang in Ghetto's ears once more. It didn't come from the hallway, it rose from the depths of his memory. The members of the Star religious group, palms meeting in a slow, rhythmic beat. Clap. 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 As if keeping time for a sacred rite. Their faces were full of smiles, pious, satisfied, relieved smiles. Riko Amanai's body lay at their feet. The blood hadn't even dried yet, glinting a dark, bruised red under the moonlight. They clapped for a corpse, celebrating a grand success. The applause surged from every direction, filling his ears, his sinuses, and every breath he took. It occupied every crevice of his mind, and he couldn't drive it away. Sifting through non-sorcerers, forcing humanity to adapt to a sorcerer's existence. Yuki's voice drifted over him from a great distance, muffled as if through a thick pane of glass. Her lips were moving, she was saying something about the cost of those two choices, about her own stance, about whether a third path existed for the world. But Ghetto wasn't listening anymore. The words entered his left ear, circled his mind without finding a place to land, and drifted out his right. They left nothing behind. But that's madness. I don't recommend it. He heard that last part. Yuki's tone had changed, shifting from clinical analysis back into the voice of a living person. He offered a single, shallow nod. Nothing else. Yuki studied his profile. The face, half hidden behind his bangs, was devoid of expression, a clean mirror that reflected nothing. She opened her mouth to say more, but a set of footsteps echoed from the end of the hall. A tall, teal-haired figure rounded the corner. Done talking. Kashimo's voice carried through the space. He walked up to Yuki and offered her a brief look before glancing at Ghetto. He noted the tension between them but didn't ask. Let's go. Yaga is waiting for you. Yuki stood up from the bench and patted her pants. She looked at Ghetto one last time. These are just two paths. Whichever one you take, the choice will eventually be yours. She left with Kashimo. Their footsteps faded into the distance, one heavy and dragging, the other light and rhythmic, blending together until the darkness at the end of the hall swallowed them whole. Ghetto remained where he was. The applause was still ringing. Clap. 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 It synchronized with his heartbeat until he couldn't tell the difference. He stared at the spot on the bench where Yuki had been sitting. There was a lingering trace of warmth there, cooling at an imperceptible speed. He stood there for a long time. He stood until the flickering light pulsed again, until the cicadas changed their song several times over, until his legs went numb. Finally, he moved. He turned and walked in the opposite direction. 3 days later. The lights in the morgue were blindingly white, leaving no corner for the shadows to hide. The stainless steel tables glinted with a cold, sterile light. The air was thick with disinfectant and a deeper, heavier scent that no chemical could erase. Hibbra lay on the center table. His uniform had been removed. A white sheet was draped over him, the edges folded neatly on either side like a carefully wrapped parcel. Crash. Kento Nanami slammed a chair into the floor. The sound of metal legs hitting the tile exploded in the room, echoing off the walls several times before fading. His face was flushed a violent, angry red, not the healthy glow of exercise, but a suffocating heat born of rage and helplessness. His knuckles were white, his nails digging into his palms until thin lines of blood seeped through. Damn it. The words were ground out between his teeth, every syllable sounding like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. A local deity. It wasn't a grade 2 curse. It was a grade 1. He punched a nearby locker, the metal letting out a dull, hollow thud. Something inside rattled and then fell silent. He slumped against the locker, sliding down until he sat on the floor. His back was pressed against the cold metal, legs splayed out. He looked like a doll that had had its stuffing ripped out. Ghetto stood by the table. He gripped a corner of the white sheet and pulled it up, slowly, inch by inch, covering Hibbra's feet, then his legs, then his chest, and finally his face. His movements were methodical. He moved with a terrifying amount of patience, every gesture precise and stable. There was no tremor in his hands. His eyes, however, told a different story. They were webbed with broken capillaries. Thin red lines spread from his pupils in every direction, looking like a net stretched too thin, on the verge of snapping. Nanami, go get some rest. Ghetto's voice was flat, a lake without a single ripple. But as he spoke, something caught in his throat for a split second. It was over so quickly it was almost unnoticeable. Satoru has already taken over the mission. Nanami sat on the floor, unmoving. He leaned the back of his head against the locker and stared at the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling. The light made his face look deathly pale. What's the point? His voice rose from the back of his throat, raspy and choked. If we have him, why do they even need us? Ghetto didn't answer. He withdrew his hand from the sheet, letting it fall to his side. His fingertips still hummed with the rough texture of the fabric. He stood there, staring at the silhouette beneath the white sheet. He could see the outline of Hibbra's face, the nose, the mouth, the chin, every detail visible as if sketched in light pencil. 3 days ago, this person had been laughing in the hallway, asking for a Coke. He had been sitting on a bench, back straight, saying it felt refreshing to give his all. He had been waving from around a corner, saying, "I'll see you later." Ghetto said nothing. A single question had been circling his mind for 3 days. It had spun and spun until today, until this moment, and it still hadn't found an answer. What lies at the end for a sorcerer? What if it's only a mountain of our comrades' corpses? A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 76, Premature Death, Part 3, Bonus. Chapter 76, Premature Death, Part 3, Bonus. 11 p.m., yesterday. 112 lives in a small village were silenced in a single night. The subsequent investigation confirmed that the residual cursed energy belonged to Suguru Ghetto, a third-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High. The evidence of cursed spirit manipulation was undeniable. The higher UPS issued their final verdict. Suguru Ghetto was to be branded a criminal, sentenced to death, and executed immediately. The assigned executioner, Kashimo. Satoru Gojo stared at Masamichi Yaga. Behind his dark glasses, something turbulent and nameless swirled in his eyes. His voice wasn't loud, but it hit the air like a stone dropped into stagnant water, the ripples spreading outward in heavy, rhythmic circles. Don't make me say it again, Yaga said, his voice steady but laced with a profound exhaustion. Those are the facts. I know. That's why I reacted, Satoru interrupted. His tone was sharp, a rare, jagged edge to his usual playfulness. He glared at Yaga, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity behind the lenses. His childhood home is empty. He might even have killed his own parents. His voice trailed off, his posture suddenly sagging. Yaga shook his head. The movement was faint, but it carried a crushing weight, as if he had performed the gesture too many times, each instant slower and heavier than the last. How is that even possible? Satoru's voice rose again, this time bordering on an accusation. He sounded like he was questioning the world itself. Satoru. Yaga pressed his palm to his forehead, his fingers digging into his temples until his knuckles turned white. Right now. I can't make sense of any of this either. The flow of traffic was endless. Neon lights dragged long, blurred shadows across the damp asphalt. Shoko stood on the sidewalk, a cigarette hanging from her lips. She had searched every pocket twice, but her lighter was nowhere to be found. Her fingers continued to pat down her clothes, her brow furrowing as the unlit cigarette bounced slightly with her movements. Yo. Need a light. The voice was familiar. Shoko looked up to see a figure in a black wool sweater standing under a streetlight. His shadow stretched long behind him, an endless, dark tail trailing into the night. Suguru Ghetto stood there, hands in his pockets. He tilted his head with a faint, unreadable smile. Can a wanted man really afford to stroll around the streets like this? Shoko asked, taking the cigarette from her mouth and holding it between her fingers. Bambi is currently hunting you down, you know. Haha, Suguru let out a short laugh, a quiet, humorless laugh. He hasn't started his hunt just yet. Shoko put the cigarette back in her mouth, shoved her free hand into her pocket, and studied him. I'll ask just to be sure, she said, her voice dropping. Were you framed? Regrettably, Suguru said, his head tilting with a slow, measured rhythm, no. Shoko went silent. She stared at his face for a few seconds as if looking for a crack in the mask, then turned her gaze toward a flickering streetlight across the road. One more question, then, she said softly. Why? I want to create a world of only sorcerers. That's just nonsense. Shoko's voice carried a mix of helplessness and something she couldn't name. If Bambi heard you say that, he'd probably beat you to a pulp. Ring. 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 The conversation was cut short by a frantic buzzing. The screen lit up with Satoru Gojo's name. She answered, pinning the phone between her ear and shoulder. Her voice returned to its usual, lazy drawl. Hello. Ah, he's right here with me. Yeah, Shinjuku. What? Of course not, I don't particularly want to be killed. Suguru walked through the surging crowd. His pace was unhurried, his shoulders swaying slightly beneath his sweater. He kept his collar turned up, masking the lower half of his face. The crowd was a river that never stopped flowing. He was a stone in the current, the water parted around him, but no one noticed him, and no one stopped to look. Neon lights flickered over his features, his shadow lengthening and shortening like a kite buffeted by the wind. "Hey! Suguru!" The voice came from behind. It pierced through the roar of the traffic, the chatter of the crowd, and the glare of the lights. It landed squarely in his ears. "Explain yourself." "Why?" Satoru Gojo stood in the middle of the sidewalk, his gaze pinned to the black-clad back in front of him. The noise of the city seemed to fall away. His entire world narrowed down to the men before him and the suffocating fire burning in his chest. Suguru didn't turn around. His voice drifted back, as flat and heavy as a stagnant lake. "Shoko must have told you. That's my reason. So you're just going to kill all the non-sorcerers?" Satoru's voice cracked with a jagged, tearing sharpness. "Including your parents. I can't make exceptions just because they're family." Sugiru's tone remained casual, almost dismissive. He paused, his voice dropping an octave. "Besides, my family hasn't been limited to them for a long time." Satoru's fists clenched, his knuckles popping in the silence. His eyes remained wide, a chaotic rage roiling behind his sunglasses. "What I'm asking is, didn't you say you wouldn't kill without a reason?" "There is a reason. There is a necessity. There is even a greater cause." Suguru still kept his back turned. The black wool of his sweater looked dull under the neon glow. His voice wasn't loud, but every word felt like it was being carved into stone. "I'm doing what needs to be done." "What the hell are you talking about?" Satoru was practically shouting now. "Killing every non-sorcerer. Creating a world of only sorcerers. It's impossible. Why would you do something you can't even achieve? It's completely meaningless." His voice exploded in the night air. The surrounding crowd seemed to falter for a split second before the current of people resumed its flow. Suguru went silent. Then, he turned around. The neon lights cut his face into fragments of shadow and color. "How arrogant." "Huh." Satoru's voice rasped from his throat, a pained, instinctive reaction. "You could do it, couldn't you?" Suguru looked directly at Satoru. There was no anger in his eyes, and no sadness, only a transparent, terrifying certainty. "Satoru. You and Kashimo could do it. Yet you spend all your time telling everyone else it's impossible." He took half a step forward, closing the distance until they were within a dangerous range of one another. Satoru didn't retreat. He stood his ground like a rooted tree. "Are you Satoru Gojo because you're the strongest? Or are you the strongest because you're Satoru Gojo?" Satoru's pupils contracted. The question was a needle, fine and sharp, driven into a crack he had never shown anyone. "What are you trying to say?" Suguru watched him, his gaze as still as a frozen pond. The current beneath the ice was violent, but the surface revealed nothing. "If I were you, or if I were Kashimo." He paused, as if savoring the weight of the thought. Would this impossible dream of mine be within reach? He didn't wait for Satoru to answer. Perhaps he didn't need one. He turned away slowly, his back once again facing Satoru. His voice drifted back, softer now, but heavier. "I've chosen my path. From here on out, I'll give it everything I have." Satoru's teeth ground together. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pointing at Sugiru's retreating back. The gesture for hollow purple was already formed. It would only take a thought. A single flash of light, and everything would end. Suguru didn't look back. His voice reached Satoru from behind a black sweater, sounding entirely unconcerned with the prospect of death. "Kill me if you want. That, at least, would have meaning." Dusk. The steps of Jujutsu High were bathed in a deep orange glow. The distant mountain ridge was a bruised red under the setting sun. Satoru sat on the stone steps, one hand propping up his head, the other resting on his knee. His white hair drifted in the evening breeze. His sunglasses were gone, left on a lower step, covered in a fine layer of dust. He sat in total silence, looking like a statue abandoned in the twilight. Footsteps approached from behind. Steady. Unhurried. Kashimo walked up beside him and stopped. He looked down at the boy, his staff resting on his shoulder and his teal ponytail swaying in the wind. He watched the horizon for a moment before turning his gaze back to Satoru. "Why didn't you kill him?" His voice wasn't loud, but in the silence of the evening, every syllable was razor-sharp. Satoru didn't look up. He stared at the ground, at his own shoes, at a stray weed growing in the cracks of the stone. The silence lasted so long that Kashimo thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was as raspy as sandpaper on wood. "I couldn't." 2 words. They were as light as falling leaves, yet they seemed to pull his shoulders down. Kashimo watched the bowed head of white hair and said nothing. The wind passed between them, carrying the first chill of autumn. This kind of thing, Kashimo said, his voice retaining its usual flat tone but carrying a trace of something new, is bound to happen eventually. He had lived a long time. He had seen too many stories of people parting ways. Some people walk together for a while, and then they simply drift apart. It's not because the road ended, it's because where they wanted to go was different from the very beginning. Satoru suddenly looked up. His blue eyes reflected the red of the sunset. "Old man," he said, his voice slightly more stable though the rasp remained. "I'm strong, aren't I?" Kashimo took a deep breath, a long, slow pull as if trying to inhale the entire dusk. He exhaled, watching the red horizon being swallowed by the night. "Not strong enough." Satoru looked at him. Something flickered in his eyes and then died. "You really are a piece of work." Kashimo didn't reply. He simply sat down on the step beside Satoru. The stone was cold. The wind kept blowing. The last sliver of red on the horizon was candy-colored but quickly consumed by the dark, spreading like a drop of ink in water, slow and irreversible. The two sat there, neither of them speaking again. Below them, the lights of the school began to flicker on one by one, a winding line of orange halos leading off into the endless dark. A/N, thanks for the power stones. New goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 77, Yuta Okatsu. Chapter 77, Yuta Okatsu. The years following Suguru Ghetto's defection blurred into a steady routine. Satoru Gojo and Shoko Yeri graduated in 2009, one becoming the undisputed ace of the Jujutsu world, the other its most indispensable lifeline. Kashimo still hadn't carried out Ghetto's execution. Every time the subject was raised, he dismissed it with the same excuse, he simply couldn't find him. During those years, his travels between Sendai and Tokyo became more frequent, driven by some unspoken tether that forced him to move constantly between the two cities. Then, in November 2010, the trips to Sendai stopped. It was as if everything had suddenly ground to a halt, he never set foot in that city again. July, 2017. The hum of summer cicadas drifted through the window, filling the dimly lit room. Kashimo leaned back in an old wooden chair, his long teal hair tied into two tight odango buns. It was a playful look, a sharp contrast to the habitually expressionless mask of his face. Kjaku had done it. She had a knack for hairstyling, though she took an annoying amount of pleasure in decorating him with such eccentricities. Kashimo didn't bother to resist, he didn't care enough about his appearance to put up a fight. "So, the new vessel you've picked out for me, it belongs to the one with cursed spirit manipulation." Kjaku stood opposite him, still inhabiting the body of Kaori Itadori. A faint, knowing smirk touched her lips, and the thin stitches across her forehead glinted in the shifting shadows. Kashimo nodded. "Correct. The utility and portability of cursed spirit manipulation are unparalleled. Besides, you know as well as I do that Tengen and curses share the same nature now." Kjaku's fingers hovered near her ear for a second, her smile deepening. "True. In theory, cursed spirit manipulation could absorb Tengen." Her voice was steady, casual, as if they were discussing nothing more than the weather. "But using his technique alone to force the evolution of humanity is impossible. There isn't enough cursed energy." She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear with a relaxed, natural grace. Kashimo watched her, his gaze as flat as still water. "You know what I'm thinking." Kjaku's grin widened. "The Culling game. Modern sorcerers are mediocre, unremarkable. They don't even compare to the ones from 400 years ago." Kashimo's voice dropped, turning colder. "Let's just start the Culling game and get Sukuna onto the stage." Kjaku blinked, an unreadable light flickering in her eyes. "Does that include Satoru Gojo?" Kashimo didn't answer. His hand slowly tightened into a fist at his side. His knuckles turned white, and the veins corded along his forearm. The tension lasted less than 2 seconds. He released his grip, his hand returning to a loose, idle hang as if nothing had happened. Kjaku spread her hands, palms up and fingers open, as if cradling a handful of invisible sand. "Don't be so impatient," she said, her voice dropping into a soothing, almost coaxing lilt. "We still need a little more time." Jujutsu High, Tokyo. The training ground. Afternoon sunlight washed over the field, stretching the shadows of the students thin across the dirt. Maki Zenin gripped her wooden sword with both hands, the tip pointed slightly downward. She was coiled like a drawn bow, every muscle primed for a strike. Her eyes were locked onto Yuta Okatsu. When she spoke, the words were sharp and unyielding. "Focus." Before the words had even fully landed, the wooden sword snapped forward. It traced a short, lethal arc through the air, whistling as it aimed for Yuta's shoulder. Whoa. Yuta barely managed to raise his own practice blade in time to block. The impact rang out with a dull, heavy crack. His arms went numb instantly, the shock vibrating through his grip until the sword nearly flew from his hands. He staggered back, tripped over his own feet, and hit the ground hard. He sat there, his practice blade across his knees, looking like a startled cat. "So fast," Panda said from the sidelines. He stood with his furry arms crossed over his chest, his round face unreadable, though his voice carried a tone of calm resignation. "Salmon," Toji Inumaki added. He pulled up his collar, leaving only his eyes visible, his voice quiet but clear. Maki hoisted the wooden sword onto her shoulder and looked down at the crumpled Yuta. A small smirk touched her lips. "You're lucky Kashimo-sensei hasn't been around lately," she said, a trace of relief coloring her voice. "I can't even imagine how miserable you'd be if he were here." Yuta rubbed his numbed arm, running his fingers through his hair. He looked up at Maki with a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Kashimo-sensei? Who's that?" He hadn't been at the school long, and he hadn't had the chance to meet the entire faculty yet. The name meant nothing to him. "He's..." Maki started to answer, but an overcaffeinated voice cut her off from the entrance of the field. "Yo-ho. My dear students." Satoru Gojo's voice was unmistakable, high, bright, and loud. The group turned as one. Satoru stood there with one hand in his pocket and the other raised high in a wave, grinning like a child who had just received a perfect score on a test. "Look who I brought back." A man stood beside him. He was roughly the same height as Satoru, his teal hair tied into twin odango. Despite the whimsical hairstyle, the sharp lines of his face and the violet markings extending from his eyes felt entirely dangerous. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his posture loose and bored. His pale blue eyes were as still as a dead lake as he scanned the students' faces without a hint of emotion. The four students froze. "No way." Maki's wooden sword slipped from her shoulder, the tip thudding into the dirt. She didn't seem to notice. "That guy." Yuta scrambled to his feet, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. "Bonito flakes." Toad's collar slipped down an inch, revealing his jaw. The shock in his eyes was palpable. "Kashimo-sensei." The four of them spoke in unison, their voices colliding in the open air. Kashimo looked at them. He didn't nod, he didn't wave, and the corners of his mouth didn't so much as twitch. He simply pulled his hands from his pockets and cracked his knuckles with a few sharp pops before shoving them back in. The gesture was silent, but it sent a collective shiver down the students' spines. A/N, 400 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 78, The Queen of Curses. Chapter 78, The Queen of Curses. From here on out, he'll be taking over your physical education classes. Gojo finished the sentence and clapped a hand onto Kashimo's shoulder. His fingers splayed across the black compression fabric, and he grinned like a cat that had finally caught the canary. "Old man, I'm leaving them in your hands." He rubbed his palms together, his movements exaggerated as if he were preparing for a monumental task. "Piss off." The words squeezed through Kashimo's teeth, low, sharp, and as cold as a winter draft through a cracked door. "Whatever you say." Gojo's voice was still hanging in the air when he vanished. No footsteps, no surge of cursed energy, not even the rustle of a sleeve, he was simply gone, like a drop of water evaporated by the sun. Kashimo let his gaze wander over the students before settling on Yuta Katsu. He studied the boy from head to toe, then back again. He searched his memory. What was the name of the girl who had cursed him? Rika. That was it. The Queen of Curses. A special grade spirit with a monstrous pool of cursed energy and a power that even Kashimo didn't fully comprehend. Love really is the most twisted curse of all. The thought barely held his attention. But then, I never did understand love. He didn't dwell on the thought. It slipped through his mind like water off glass, leaving no trace behind. "You're Okatsu, right?" he asked. His voice was icy and flat, like a recording played on a loop. "Why yes." Yuta's voice wavered, but he didn't look away. He stared at the men before him, feeling the sheer, suffocating pressure of his presence. He feels dozens of times more dangerous than Gojo-sensei. "Fight me." Kashimo didn't wait for a reply. He glanced at Panda, Toji, and Maki. Their expressions were remarkably synchronized, a mix of weary resignation and premature sympathy for what was about to happen. They knew exactly what a fight with Kashimo meant. It wasn't a lesson. It wasn't guidance. It was a test of endurance. If you can take it, take it. If you can't, stay down. By the end of the hour, your martial arts would be leagues beyond where they started, assuming you could still stand. You can use. Kashimo paused, his pale blue eyes locking onto Yuta's face with clinical indifference. Your little girlfriend." Yuta's body went rigid. He looked down at the wooden practice sword in his hand, the grain of the wood shimmering under the sun. He remembered his resolve, the vow he'd made during his first mission. The promise to change, to find a reason to live, to be needed, to connect with others. He looked up, tightened his grip on the hilt, and stood. He didn't bother brushing the dirt from his knees or straightening his rumpled uniform. His hair was a mess in the wind, but his eyes were different. The timid, flickering uncertainty was gone. In its place was something heavier, steadier, a piece of charcoal that had been under pressure for far too long and had finally ignited. The flame was small, but the heat was searing. Okay. One word. It wasn't loud, but he bit down on every syllable. He raised the wooden sword, pointing the tip toward Kashimo. His knuckles were white, and his arms were pulled into two straight, vibrating lines. It wasn't the tremor of fear, it felt like everything he'd been holding back was finally surfacing. Beside them, Panda dropped his furry arms. Toj pulled his collar up to hide his face. Maki lowered her own sword, leaning her chin on her hand as she watched. None of them spoke, but their eyes were fixed on Yuta, full of worry, anticipation, and perhaps a tiny bit of schadenfreude. After all, they'd all had their turn being the punching bag. Not bad. Kashimo's voice was flat, but the moment the words left his lips, Yuta felt the world shift. It wasn't the wind or the light, it was the air itself. The pressure plummeted, the cicadas went silent, and the entire world seemed to have its volume turned to zero. Then Kashimo vanished. He didn't turn, he didn't step back. He simply ceased to be. One moment he was 3 paces away, the next, there was nothing but sun-bleached air. Yuta's pupils shrank. His wooden sword was still aimed at a ghost. Where is he? The panic rose in his throat, instinctive and raw. He whipped his head to the left, nothing. To the right, nothing. Kashimo had evaporated, leaving not even a shadow behind. Yuta. Behind you. Panda's voice exploded from the edge of the field, heavy and urgent. Before Yuta's brain could process the warning, a chill raced up his spine. Something was pressed against his back. It was so close he could feel the ghost of a breath against his neck. Kashimo's fist was already hovering near Yuta's lower back. The knuckles were inches from the fabric of the uniform, Yuta could even see the dark ring on Kashimo's finger. There was no wind-up, no surge of cursed energy, no tensing of muscle. It looked casual, almost careless. But Yuta knew that if that punch landed, his spine would snap like a twig in a fraction of a second. What do you think you're doing? A piercing female voice shrieked through the air. It wasn't fear or anger, it was something primal. An instinctive, territorial snarl. Like a mother beast seeing a hand reach into her nest, her body moved before her mind could think. A massive claw erupted from Yuta's side. The fingers were splayed, the nails as sharp as daggers, and every bone in the hand was as distinct as an anatomical sketch. It was a skeletal hand, magnified to a terrifying scale. The claw slammed into the space between Kashimo's fist and Yuta's back. The sound of the impact was a dull, heavy thud, like a boulder dropped into a deep well. Then came the heave. It wasn't a parry or a block, it was a violent toss. The claw gripped Kashimo's fist and yanked, throwing his entire arm and body upward. Kashimo spun through the air like a leaf in a gale. His tealo-dango buns traced 2 arcs through the light before he landed perfectly on the dirt. He touched down on his toes, knees slightly bent, his center of gravity dropping instantly. He made no sound when he landed, absorbing the shock like a cat. A smirk pulled at the corner of Kashimo's mouth. He looked at the massive claw, then at the looming, translucent shadow behind it. He stared at the monstrous form of the spirit. The special grade vengeful spirit, Rika Orimoto. Don't let me down now, Kashimo said. His voice was low and steady, carrying a calm, terrifying excitement. He let his hand hang at his side, his fingers curling into a fist with a faint, mechanical pop. Queen of Curses. A/N, 400 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 79, Nowhere Near. Chapter 79, Nowhere Near. Stay away from Yuta. Rika's massive form fully manifested, surging from behind the boy like a dark peak rising from the sea. Her shadow swallowed the other students and half the field, plunging the training ground into sudden darkness. A roar tore from her throat, piercing and frantic, like a blade being tempered in fire. Each scream felt hotter and more violent than the last. She lunged. Her massive claws carved deep trenches into the earth, sending turf and topsoil flying. The ground trembled under her weight. She's nowhere near Maharaga, Kashimo thought, watching the dark mass hurtle toward him. But she'll do for a distraction. He shifted his weight, his body swaying fluidly in the wind. Pivoting on the ball of his foot, he executed a precise, tight rotation. Rika's claws whistled past, the tips catching a stray thread of his sleeve, but nothing more. The spirit's momentum carried her past, and in the split second she was out of position, Kashimo lunged for Yuta. Yuta's wooden sword came down in a sharp, decisive arc. He had read the trajectory well, aiming for the exact spot where Kashimo was supposed to land. But as the blade bit through the air, Yuta realized he had missed. Kashimo had occupied that space for a fraction of a second less than he'd anticipated, a deviation that turned a hit into a near miss. Then the shadow returned. Rika had already spun around, slamming into the space between them. She curled her body into a wall of flesh, pulling Yuta into a protective embrace and leaving her back wide open. Kashimo's kick landed squarely between her shoulders. It wasn't a heavy blow by his standards, no electrical discharge, no focused cursed energy, just raw, physical impact. Rika stumbled, but she didn't let go. She held the boy tight, a beast guarding its young. Kashimo settled back onto his heels as Yuta pulled himself free from the spirit's grip. The boy's uniform was rumpled, his hair a matted mess. He gripped the wooden sword with both hands, his stance widening as he leveled the tip at Kashimo. The uncertainty in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, singular focus. Rika. Move with me. Kashimo flicked his fingers, his posture casual. That's it, he thought. Use what you have. Stop trying to hide it. He appraised the boy. Yuta's cursed energy reserves were staggering, only a hair's breadth beneath his own. Give him a few years, he might actually be a decent fight. They came at him together. Two bodies, two souls, moving in a synchronized orbit. Rika pressed from the front, her claws sealing off Kashimo's left and upper flanks, while Yuta cut in from the right, the wooden tip aimed for Kashimo's ribs. It was fluid, they were finally starting to coordinate properly. Kashimo focused. He slipped through the gaps, Rika's claws grazing his shoulder and Yuta's sword whistling past his waist. He countered with light strikes, a snap at Rika's wrist, a tap to the flat of Yuta's blade, but Rika was always there, using her body as a mobile shield to soak up the damage. Slowly, the interest faded. It was starting to feel like watching children scrap in a playground. Their effort was commendable, but the patterns were becoming clear. Rika's aggression, Yuta's footwork, it was all becoming a repetitive song he'd heard too many times. This is getting boring. Kashimo moved. He twisted in midair, sliding into the narrow opening between the two. He reached out, his fingers locking onto the spine of Yuta's wooden sword. With a sharp yank, the weapon slid from the boy's grip like a wet fish. Yuta stumbled forward, caught off balance. Kashimo drove a fist into Rika's chest. The impact sounded like a freight train collision. The massive spirit was sent reeling, her claws thrashing uselessly as she tried to catch her balance before slamming into the dirt with a heavy thud. Kashimo didn't wait for her to land. Using the momentum of the punch, he snapped his right leg out in a vicious whip kick to Yuta's midsection. Yuta flew back, his feet leaving the ground as he doubled over. He hit the dirt, skidded several yards, and finally came to a stop. He clutched his stomach, his mouth open in a silent gasp. The air had been forced out of his lungs in an instant, he could only manage a faint, wheezing hiss. His wooden sword lay nearby, a discarded splinter on the grass. The training ground went silent. Rika pushed herself up, glaring at Kashimo with murderous intent, but she didn't charge. Yuta remained on the ground, staring up at the piercing blue sky, dragging air back into his lungs in jagged gulps. Every breath brought a dull, persistent ache to his gut. Kashimo brushed the dust from his leg. He looked at the boy, then at the spirit hovering over him. The spark of excitement in his eyes had dimmed. "You're nowhere near ready," he said. A/N, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 80, the mission, bonus. Chapter 80, the mission, bonus. The same ending as always, I see. Panda rubbed his chin, a look of unbothered composure on his round face. Tuna. Toji Inumaki pulled up his collar, revealing only his eyes. His voice was brief. Yo, everyone. The three turned their heads simultaneously. A tall blonde woman stood at the edge of the training ground, the sunlight catching her face and making it glow. Once Rika had returned to Yuto Katsu's ring, Kashimo tilted his head to look over as well. Kashimo-chan, long time no see. What's your type? No, stop asking, Tsukumo, Kashimo interrupted her. Fine, Yuki Tsukumo shrugged, her face practically screaming I knew you'd say that. She was used to it, this was their routine every time they met. No matter how often he cut her off, she'd still ask the next time. Why are you back? Kashimo took a couple of steps toward her. The higher-ups commissioned me. Yuki tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her tone. It's actually quite strange. They're being very reactive. Her gaze shifted past Kashimo to Yuto Katsu, a small smile playing on her lips. Ah, so this is the cursed boy from the mission brief. He's cute. Huh. Yuta blanked for a moment. Get to the point, Kashimo interjected. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to snap everyone's attention back. Ahem. Yuki Tsukumo cleared her throat and held up a finger. There's a designated mission. Inamaki-kun is heading out for it, but Gojo told me it would be best if Yuta went along to assist him. Me. Yuta pointed at himself, looking surprised. It's okay, Yuta, Panda chimed in steadily. Toge is the only grade 2 sorcerer among the first years. Nothing too difficult will happen if you follow his lead. Whoa, that's amazing. Yuta turned to Toge, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. You're a special grade, Maki muttered. She leaned her wooden sword against her shoulder, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. The car slowly pulled out of the Jujutsu High gates, its black body glinting in the sun before turning a corner on the mountain road and vanishing into the shadows of the trees. Ijichi sat in the driver's seat, his back stiff and rigid, gripping the steering wheel as if he were taking a driving test. In the back seat, Toge Inumaki had his collar pulled high, his eyes fixed on the window. Yuta Okatsu clutched his ring, staring down at his folded hands, lost in thought. Kashimo stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the car disappear. His hands were in his pockets, his teal hair remaining still in the afternoon breeze. He withdrew his gaze and turned toward the blonde woman still lingering by the field. You didn't just come back for the mission, did you? His voice was quiet, but his tone was certain. Yuki Tsukumo leaned against the railing, bracing herself with her hands as she looked up at the sky. The sunlight illuminated her face, revealing an expression that wasn't her usual carefree indifference. It was something heavier, quieter, like a glass of water left on a table for a long time, the surface still while the sediment settled at the bottom. Well. I suppose it's not the only reason, she said, her voice a pitch lower than usual. She didn't look at Kashimo, her eyes tracking a slow-moving cloud. The higher-ups' orders were for me to assist you in the execution of Sugiura Ghetto. But they also mentioned that if Satoru Gojo fails to make Yuta Okatsu control Rika Orimoto, I am to execute Yuta as well. Having said this, she finally turned to look at Kashimo. Her eyes lacked their usual casual air, replaced by a serious, almost heavy light. Her lips parted slightly and then closed, as if weighing whether to say the next part. Finally, she spoke. Though I don't want to do either. Her voice softened, drifting down like a falling leaf. But when I think about how Ghetto-kun chose that path because of a few words I said, I feel a bit responsible. Kashimo remained silent. He stood there with his hands still in his pockets, his posture unchanged, his shoulders level. His face was devoid of expression, like a clean wall, you couldn't tell what he was thinking, or if he was thinking at all. But his mind was already working. It won't interfere with Kjaku obtaining Ghetto's body, so it's fine. Let's go back. He turned and took a couple of steps toward the school building, his voice drifting back with a flat tone that signaled the end of the conversation. I have things to do tonight. Yuki Tsukumo straightened up from the railing and followed him, her pace slightly slower than usual. She tilted her head, looking toward the mountain road where even the taillights had long since vanished, then looked back at Kashimo's retreating figure. By the way, is it really okay if we don't go with those two? Kashimo didn't look back, nor did he stop. His voice floated back, steady and even. It's fine. The target is just a low-level cursed spirit. His figure was swallowed by the shadows of the school building, his footsteps echoing down the hallway until they faded away. Yuki stood there for a few seconds, looking in that direction, then shrugged, put her hands back in her pockets, and followed him at a leisurely pace. A/N, new goal, 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 81, Sugiura Ghetto. Chapter 81, Sugiura Ghetto. The following day. Kashimo stood outside the police tape, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone. An unread text sat on the screen. He tapped it open, and the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. I'm on a mission in Sendai, so I'm leaving the site investigation to you. Good luck, Bambi. Ganbat. The kanji at the end was as punchable as the men who sent it. Nita Akari stood beside him, holding a notebook. Only 3 types of cursed energy residuals have been found so far. There isn't anything else beyond that, according to Ijichi-san. Kashimo nodded, pulling his gaze from the phone screen to the street sealed off by the police tape. Yeah. Good work. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and stepped over the line, entering the deserted commercial street. The afternoon sun leaked through the gaps between the buildings, cutting bright bands of light across the pavement. There was no sign of any pedestrians, only a few pieces of scrap paper swirled in a corner, caught by the wind. Kashimo's gaze swept from the shop signs at the entrance to the vending machine at the far end, then from the machine to the dark, hollow windows on the second floor. Everything looked normal, too normal for a place where a cursed spirit had supposedly appeared. He frowned. Is the information from the window wrong? He continued to look upward, his eyes settling on the area where a crossbeam connected the 2 buildings. It was a well-hidden spot. If one wasn't looking for it, they would never notice. But Kashimo saw it. Faint traces of cursed energy remained there, nearly dissipated. It was an energy he knew well enough to recognize with his eyes closed. Cursed spirit manipulation. His expression didn't change, but the light in his eyes grew cold. Evening, Jujutsu High. The setting sun shone through the window, staining the entire office in a deep, dark red. Ijichi stood before Gojo, bowing so low his forehead nearly touched his knees. His voice was tight, but every word was clear. The investigation revealed that someone cast a second veil over mine. Furthermore, an unexpected semi-grade 1 cursed spirit appeared. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. Following Kashimo-san's secondary inspection, it has been confirmed as cursed spirit manipulation. The office fell silent for a moment. A crow caught outside the window before flying off. This was my failure. I am prepared to accept whatever punishment is necessary. Ijichi bowed again, even deeper this time, his back pulled as tight as a drawn bow. Gojo sat behind the desk, white bandages wrapped from his forehead to the back of his head, obscuring his eyes and all his expressions. His posture was relaxed, one leg crossed over the other. His fingers tapped twice on the armrest before coming to a stop. "No, it's fine," he said. His voice was quiet but steady. The opponent was simply too strong. Ijichi looked up, his gaze filled with a mix of confusion and trepidation. "Eh? You mean?" Gojo didn't answer immediately. His finger tapped the armrest once more, a soft sound that was strikingly clear in the quiet office. "Suguru Ghetto," he said. He spoke the name without any inflection, as if reading the file of a complete stranger. One of the 5 current special grade sorcerers. He murdered hundreds of non-sorcerers and was expelled from Jujutsu High. He paused for a second, his voice dropping. He is an utterly vile curse user. Click. The sound of a lighter flicking open rang through the quiet room, sharp and brief. SSS, ho. Shoko Yeri exhaled a cloud of smoke. The white mist drifted from her lips and dispersed slowly in the air, like a cloud scattered by the wind. She leaned back in her chair, holding the thin cigarette between her fingers, looking as relaxed as a cat curled up on a windowsill. Opposite her, Kashimo sat with his arms crossed, leaning against his own chair. His pale blue eyes watched her through the haze. "I thought you quit," he said. His voice was flat, carrying a hint of, "I knew this would happen," resignation. "I felt like a smoke." Shoko pulled the cigarette away and flicked it against the edge of the ashtray. The gray ash fell to the bottom, breaking into pieces. Kashimo didn't pursue the topic. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, his voice lower than before. Ghetto's residuals were found at Inamaki's mission site. Shoko's fingers twitched. The cigarette paused for a heartbeat before she brought it back to her lips and took a deep drag. "He's becoming active again," Kashimo said. It sounded like an unimportant detail, but his eyes never left Shoko's face. "Oh," Shoko exhaled another cloud. This time, she didn't turn her head away, the smoke blew directly into Kashimo's face, a white mist carrying the faint scent of nicotine. Kashimo didn't move or frown, he simply sat there as the smoke washed over him. "All right, that's enough, Bambi," Shoko's voice came from behind the smoke, flat and final. "Ugh." Kashimo made a dead-eyed expression, the corners of his eyes drooping. His face was a map of, fine, I'll shut up. He leaned back, his gaze moving from Shoko's face to the sky outside, which had been completely swallowed by the night. He didn't speak again. The room fell silent, save for the faint crackle of burning tobacco and the occasional chirp of an insect from outside the window. A/N, new goal, 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 82, it hasn't changed at all. Chapter 82, it hasn't changed at all. November 2017. The weather was growing cold, and breaths condensed into a faint white mist. Yuta, Katsu and the others walked along the school's stone-paved path with scarves wrapped tight. Their pace was steady. Occasionally, withered leaves drifted down from the branches above, landing on their shoulders before slipping off. Yuta suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The pale gray expanse was empty, no clouds, no birds, just a vast, unending void of gray. "What is it, Yuta?" Panda asked, tilting his head with concern on his furry face. "Nothing," Yuta said, his eyes still lingering on the gray sky. His voice was barely a whisper to himself. "I just have a bad feeling." Maki smirked. "Your sense of cursed energy must have dulled from spending too much time with Rika." Her tone was dismissive, yet she paused for a beat as well. "Salmon," Toji Inumaki added, pulling up his collar. They lingered for a moment, the wind catching the tassels of their scarves. Then they continued forward, the sound of their footsteps on the stone path gradually fading as they disappeared around the corner of the school building. Behind the glass on the second floor, 4 people stood watching the empty road. Satoru Gojo leaned against the window frame, the white bandages covering his eyes from forehead to nape, though they couldn't hide his slightly tightened jaw. Masamichi Yaga stood beside him, hands behind his back, his gaze heavy and distant. Behind them, Yuki Tsukumo and Kashimo sat across from each other at a low table. Black and white stones were scattered across a game board in an intricate pattern. Yuki held a black stone between her fingers, suspended in midair, hesitant to make her move. Yaga withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to Gojo, stroking his chin. His thumb brushed against his stubble. "There's still no word on Sugiru's movements," he said, a hint of doubt in his voice that he didn't seem to believe himself. "Could you be overthinking this?" Gojo didn't turn around, his eyes still fixed on the gray sky outside. His voice remained calm and steady. No matter how turbulent things were beneath the surface, his composure remained unbroken. "Unfortunately, Principal, that's impossible." He paused, his voice dropping an octave. "I went back to the site after Bambi returned. There's no way I could misidentify Sugiru's residuals." Yaga fell silent. He knew Gojo wouldn't be mistaken, the Six Eyes never were. Not in the past, and not now. He simply wished that, just this once, they were. "Sugiru." Yaga murmured the name softly, as if afraid to disturb something. Then his body stiffened. It was as if he'd been struck from behind. His spine snapped straight, and his expression shifted from solemn to alert, then to the instinctive reaction of a man with years of teaching carved into his bones. "Damn it, speak of the devil," he cursed. He turned and ran toward the door, his leather shoes thundering against the floorboards. The moment he threw the door open, he was already shouting. "Get every semi-grade 1 sorcerer on campus to the traffic circle at the main gate." The door slammed shut behind him, leaving his frantic footsteps and fading shouts echoing down the corridor. The 3 in the room didn't move. The black stone in Yuki's hand finally hit the board with a sharp clack. Kashimo glanced at her, then out the window, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened at all. The main gate. Maki pulled the long blade from her shoulder and gripped the hilt with both hands. She shifted from her relaxed posture into a state of explosive tension, the tip of her blade pointed down. Her eyes were fixed on the massive shadow descending from the sky. "Now this is rare," she said quietly. The others heard her. Looks like Yuta's intuition was right. Panda looked up at the massive, descending shadow, his voice tinged with reflection but devoid of fear. "Salmon." Toad's collar was pulled higher than usual, revealing only his narrowed eyes. In the sky, a massive pelican-cursed spirit descended slowly. Its wingspan blotted out half the sky, plunging the school entrance into darkness. Its talons hit the ground with a heavy thud that shook the earth. Withered leaves were kicked up by the gale, tumbling through the air before settling again. A figure in black monk's robes jumped down from the pelican's back, moving with an easy, composed grace, as if he were simply strolling through his own home. His hair was longer than it had been years ago, draped over his shoulders. His bangs swayed in the wind as he stood before them. The pelican's beak slowly opened, revealing 2 girls sitting inside. One had her hair in buns, her eyes large and round, glowing with an undisguised, childish excitement. The other had her hair flowing loose, her expression flat and indifferent. The 2 jumped down from the beak. As they landed, one stumbled slightly and was caught by the other. "Is this really Tokyo?" Nanako's voice was high and bright, echoing through the school gate. "It's so remote." "Nanako, that's rude," Mimiko said softly, as if it were an unimportant detail. Her expression remained blank and detached. "Don't you think so too, Mimiko?" Nanako turned to her. Sugiru Ghetto stood before them, neither turning around nor speaking. His gaze settled on the gate he had entered and exited countless times, on the stone path he had walked side by side with Satoru, and on the cherry blossom tree he used to lean against while waiting for Shoko to finish class. Everything was exactly as it had been. The tree was the same tree, the gate was the same gate, and the path was the same path. But he was no longer the boy who had stood there. "It hasn't changed at all," he murmured, his voice so soft only he could hear it. A/N, new goal, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 83, Declaration of War. Chapter 83, Declaration of War. Who do you think you are? No unauthorized entry allowed, Yuta-san's orders. Panda stood in the middle of the road, arms crossed over his round chest, his voice carrying a sense of dead serious gravity. Kelp, Toji Inumaki added briefly. Leave now, or you'll get a beating from Yuta-san. Maki Zenin hoisted her long blade onto her shoulder, a small smirk playing on her lips. Her gaze swept from Sugiru Ghetto to the pelican, and then back again. Yuta Okatsu stood by the side, looking utterly bewildered. In the next heartbeat, Sugiru Ghetto was standing directly in front of him. They were so close that Yuta could see his own reflection in the other man's pupils. So fast. The thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. No one had seen him move, even the wind hadn't managed to catch up to his pace. A pleasure to meet you, Okatsu. Suguru Ghetto took Yuta's hand. His palm was dry and warm, his grip neither too firm nor too light, like an old friend greeting a comrade after a long absence. I'm Suguru Ghetto. Yuta looked down at his captured hand, then up at the men in the black monk's robes with long hair draped over his shoulders. He hesitated, his voice carrying a flustered politeness. Hello. You possess truly magnificent power. Ghetto tilted his head and offered Yuta a wink. His smile was warm and sincere, like a teacher praising a favorite student. He released the hand and stepped back half a pace, his smile fading slightly into something deeper and more solemn. His voice wasn't loud, but every word felt like a polished stone dropped into Yuta's ear. I believe that great power should be used to achieve grand goals. Do you have any doubts about the world as it is today? His gaze settled on Yuta. There was no mockery in his eyes, no provocation, only a nearly pious, unwavering conviction. In this world, those of us who are sorcerers are forced to conform to the standards of non-sorcerers. It is a massive contradiction. His voice rose slightly. It's truly pathetic. That the most evolved of living things would restrict themselves and refuse to evolve, how foolish. He gestured broadly with one hand, his urgency suggesting a can't you all see this sentiment. Humanity must change its survival strategy. His voice dropped again, returning to that gentle, persuasive lilt. And so, I want you to help me. Yuta blinked, his lips parting in hesitation. Help you, do what? Exterminate the non-sorcerers and create a world meant only for sorcerers. The air froze. Panda's fur bristled for a moment before settling back down. Toad's collar slipped slightly, revealing his jawline. Maki's fingers tightened around her blade until her knuckles turned white. Yuta's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open, unable to find a single word. What are they saying? What is this person talking about? Killing who? Exterminating everyone. He's my student. I'd appreciate it if you didn't fill their heads with such twisted ideologies, Suguru. Satoru Gojo's voice came from behind. He stood a few paces away, his white bandages stark against the afternoon light. Behind him followed a crowd of Jujutsu high sorcerers, their heavy footsteps sounding like a gathering storm cloud. Satoru. It's been a while. Ghetto turned around, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Gojo didn't return the greeting. Masamichi Yaga stepped forward from behind him, hands at his sides. His fists slowly clenched, released, and clenched again, his knuckles letting out a series of rhythmic pops. Stay away from them, Suguru, Gojo said, his voice as cold as a winter gale. Ghetto smiled. His gaze drifted over Gojo's shoulder, scanning the sorcerers behind him before returning to Gojo's face. I heard this year's first-year class was full of elites. I suppose I should have expected that, since you and Bambi are the ones teaching them. There was a hint of nostalgia in his tone, as if he were discussing something from a long time ago that no longer concerned him. A special grade cursed human, an abrupt mutated cursed corpse, a descendant of the cursed speech users, and, his eyes landed on Maki, lingering for a beat as the curve of his mouth shifted. The Zenin family failure. Maki gripped her blade, her knuckles turning white as veins corded from the back of her hand up to her forearm. Her eyes were wide, a fire burning in her pupils, her lips trembling slightly. You bastard. Watch your tone. Ghetto's voice remained perfectly calm, but something was roiling beneath the surface. My world has no need for monkeys like you. Before the words had even fully landed, a hand reached out from the side. Slap. It hit the back of Ghetto's hand. It wasn't a heavy blow, but it was decisive, like someone brushing dust off a sleeve. Ghetto looked down at his hand, then looked up at the person who had struck him. I'm sorry, Yuta said. His voice wasn't loud, but every word landed with certainty. I still don't really understand what you're saying. But, he paused, looking Ghetto directly in the eye. You insulted my friends. So, I won't help you. Ghetto watched him, silent for a moment. A complex expression crossed his face, not anger or disappointment, but a genuine, almost apologetic sadness. His mouth moved slightly, his voice softer than before. My apologies. I had no intention of upsetting you. Satoru Gojo stepped between the two, his white bandages forming an invisible wall between Yuta and Ghetto. His voice came from behind the cloth, devoid of warmth. Then what are you here for? Ghetto stepped back half a pace, creating some distance. His gaze moved from Gojo to scan everyone present. His eyes lingered on Yuki Tsukumo for an extra second, a flicker of surprise passing through his expression. 3 special grades. He hadn't expected Yuki Tsukumo to suddenly return to the school. No matter, the plan remained the same. A smirk touched his lips. I am here to declare war. His voice rose. It was no longer the gentle, persuasive tone from before, but something grander, a solemnity like someone addressing an army. Listen well, everyone. This coming December 24th, after the sun has set, we shall commence the night parade of 100 demons. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face in the crowd. The locations shall be the Crucible of Curses, Shinjuku, Tokyo, and the Sacred Ground of Jujutsu, Kyoto. We will release over 1,000 cursed spirits in both locations. The orders go without saying, kill everyone on sight. His voice dropped, like a blade being slowly sheathed, though the coldness of the edge still lingered in the air. If you do not want these cities to turn into hell, then give everything you have to stop us. His gaze landed on Gojo, the curve of his mouth deepening. Let us curse each other to our heart's content. The air was heavy with a suffocating gravity. No one spoke, no one moved, even the wind seemed to have died. In the midst of this silence that felt nearly solid. Whoa! Suguru-sama, the shops are closing. Nanako's voice rang out from the pelican, bright and sharp, like a pair of scissors cutting through a heavy curtain. Kashimo, who had been on the verge of yawning from boredom, snapped to attention, his eyes widening slightly as he glanced in that direction. Is it that time already? His voice was low, sounding like he was talking to himself, but in the heavy silence, every word was audible. Ghetto glanced back at Nanako. His expression shifted from the solemnity of a war declaration to a helpless, almost doting tenderness. Sorry about that, Satoru, he said, turning back to Gojo. His tone was as light as if he were discussing a trivial errand. They've been clamoring for crepes. Hurry up. Mimiko's voice followed. It was soft, but carried a sense of urgency that couldn't be ignored. I'll take my leave, then. Ghetto turned to go. His figure looked somewhat slight in the afternoon light, the hem of his black monk's robes fluttering in the breeze. You think you're just going to walk away? Gojo's voice came from behind him, cold as a blade pressed against Ghetto's neck. Ghetto didn't look back. His gaze shifted slightly, glancing at Kashimo and Yuki standing near the window. One leaned against the wall with hands in his pockets, looking bored as if watching a play that didn't concern him. The other stood with arms crossed, her blonde hair gleaming in the sun, her expression unreadable. I wouldn't recommend attacking, Ghetto said calmly. Otherwise, I'm not sure what all the cursed spirits inside me would do once I'm dead. He finished the sentence and walked toward the pelican. He reached out to steady himself against its thick talons and jumped up. Farewell, everyone. He stood on the pelican's back, looking down at his former classmates, teachers, and students. His gaze rested on Gojo for a heartbeat before pulling away. I'll see you on the battlefield. The pelican beat its wings. The massive wingspan blotted out the sky, the gale kicking up withered leaves and dust until the air was a turbid mist. The pelican's talons left the ground. It rose slowly, higher and further, until it was nothing more than a small black speck against the gray-white clouds. Satoru Gojo stood where he was, head tilted back, watching the speck vanish. The white bandages fluttered in the wind. His hands were still in his pockets, his posture seemingly identical to how it was moments ago, but something had changed. Ghetto's words echoed in his mind. Helping the strong and protecting the weak. The grand ideals he once despised had become the very thing he was doing now. He stood there like a tree that had been buffeted by the wind for too long, the roots were still in the earth, but the crown had been bent out of shape. He had been left behind. A/N, new goal, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 84, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 1. Chapter 84, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 1. December 24th. The streets of Shinjuku were shrouded in dark clouds as a cold winter wind whistled between the skyscrapers, whipping up scrap paper and dust from the pavement. An eerie stillness permeated the city, not the quiet of night, but a heavy, breathless silence that heralded the coming storm. Everyone. Try to avoid damaging the buildings, there may still be civilians who haven't been evacuated. Cover their retreat. Masamichi Yaga's voice exploded through the air. He scanned every sorcerer, confirming everyone was in position, before turning to the white-haired figure beside him who had been staring up at the distant skyscrapers. Are you listening, Satoru? Satoru Gojo didn't look down. His gaze pierced through the gray-white sky and the forest of buildings, settling on a faint, shimmering speck in the distance. The white bandages wrapped around his head obscured his eyes, yet he saw more clearly than anyone else. There's a rather troublesome person over there, Gojo murmured to himself. On a distant rooftop. The wind was strong, causing Miguel's beret to flutter. He stood at the edge, hands in his pockets, his gaze cutting through the layers of architecture to lock onto the figure in the white bandages. I see. So it's the one in the white bandages. Manami Suda stood half a step behind him, clutching a map, her eyes moving between the paper and Miguel. Her voice was steady and clear, as if reporting intelligence that had been verified multiple times. Suguru-sama chose Shinjuku as the main battlefield not for any other reason than the fact that 3 special-grade sorcerers are stationed here. To buy time, Suguru-sama has deployed 2 special-grade cursed spirits to stall the other 2 special grades. And you, she looked up at Miguel's back, you need to stall Satoru Gojo. Whatever. It's just to buy time anyway. Miguel's voice was light, as if speaking of something that didn't concern him. His gaze shifted from Gojo to another direction, where a teal figure with odango buns stood out among the crowd. A nostalgic expression crossed his face, and his eyes softened. I didn't expect Kashimo-san to be here as well, he remarked with a hint of emotion. It really has been a long time. On the ground. Gojo stood in the middle of the street like a stake driven into concrete. Everything around him was in motion, but he remained static. Ijichi ran over from the side, clutching a freshly received report, his face a map of urgency. Gojo-sensei, I have something to report. He reached Gojo's side and was about to speak when he noticed the man's head tilted slightly in thought. Ijichi's words caught in his throat, and after a pause, his voice dropped. What is it, Gojo-sensei? Gojo didn't answer. He suddenly turned and strode toward Panda and Toge Inumaki, his pace so fast his hair flapped in the wind. He grabbed Panda and Toge, lifting them both. Panda, Toge, I need you two to go back to the school. His voice had lost its usual playful lilt, replaced by a steady, undeniable command. Why? Panda asked, his 4 legs dangling in the air, his round face full of confusion. Pollock Row. Toge's voice came from behind his collar, short and urgent. Suguru Ghetto has likely already arrived at the school. Gojo's voice dropped, like a stone cast into deep water. I need you to go protect Yuta. Panda and Toge exchanged a look. It was a split second, so short it was almost negligible, but both saw the same answer in the other's eyes. They nodded in unison, their voices overlapping. Understood. Salmon. Gojo let go, a glow gathering in his palms that enveloped the two. With a flash of light, they vanished. Gojo withdrew his hand, turned, and looked up, his gaze piercing through the layers of buildings to the distant rooftop. On the roof, Miguel slowly drew a cursed tool from his waist. It was a whip woven from several strands of black rope, pitch black and gleaming with a dull luster, every knot woven tight and seamless. He gripped the black rope, letting it hang at his side, the tip swaying in the wind. His gaze crossed half the city, colliding with Gojo's bandage-covered eyes. His mouth slowly curled into a smirk, and his voice drifted down from the rooftop, scattered by the wind, but the meaning carried over clearly. Your opponent is me, special grade. Elsewhere, on the outskirts of Jujutsu High. The winter woods were bare, the grayish-brown branches interlaced like a spreading net. A woman stood by a thick tree trunk, her coat collar turned up to cover half her neck. Her finger slowly rubbed a ring, tracing the metal surface over and over in a silent ritual. Now, I just have to wait for the veil to disappear. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper to herself. On her forehead, a thin line of stitches was starkly visible in the pale winter light. Kjaku. She leaned against the trunk, her gaze cutting through the bare branches to the sky above the school, which was shrouded by a veil. Her expression was calm, as still as a frozen lake, but beneath the surface, something was moving slowly and irreversibly. This was the arrangement she had made with Kashimo long ago. Once Suguru Ghetto was weakened by Yuta Okatsu, she would intercept him on his escape route and complete the brain swap. Even if she encountered danger, the lightning ring Kashimo had given her once again would serve as protection, enough to last until he arrived. Her finger paused on the ring for a moment before resuming the rubbing. The metal had been warmed by her body heat, gleaming faintly in the cold winter air. All according to plan. Now, there was only the wait. A/N, new goal, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 85, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 2. Chapter 85, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 2. Boom. The massive cursed spirit slammed into the ground, the impact shaking the earth and sending shards of stone flying. Garuda spun through the air, landing gracefully at Yuki Tsukumo's side as the glow on its metallic rings slowly faded. Phew, that was easy. Yuki brushed her hands together and turned toward the nearby wreckage. Bambi, you done on your end? Kashimo stood amidst a slurry of shredded meat and viscera. At his feet lay the remains of the special-grade cursed spirit he had hammered into powder, not a single intact bone remained. He didn't respond, merely staring down at his fists, which were slick with black blood, his expression cast in deep shadow. Looks like a yes. Yuki shrugged, unfazed, and pulled out her phone. Let's go. We'll leave the rest to Satoru. He sent word that we need to get to the school to stop Suguru from killing Okatsu. She looked up, seeing that Kashimo remained exactly where he was, unmoving, his posture unchanged. A metaphorical question mark popped up over her head. Bambi, are you listening? Silence followed for 2 seconds. Sorry, Yuki. Kashimo finally spoke, his voice low and raspy. ARPs of electricity suddenly exploded from Kashimo's body. Blue-white lightning danced across his shoulders, arms, and the tips of his hair, crackling violently. He looked up, and within those pale blue pupils roiled something Yuki had never seen from him before. Pure malice. I've changed my mind. He turned, his gaze locking onto Yuki with predatory intensity. Elsewhere. The struggle between Miguel and Satoru Gojo continued. The streets had been carved into deep trenches, the buildings on either side riddled with holes, scattered with shattered glass and concrete debris. Miguel used the black rope once more to force some distance, the whip-like rope tracing an arc through the air before settling at his side. He was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Gojo clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. His white bandages fluttered in the wind, beneath them, his six eyes were analyzing his opponent's every movement and every flicker of cursed energy with staggering speed. This cursed tool, it interferes with my technique. Gojo frowned. How troublesome. Miguel wasn't faring any better. His arms were trembling, and the skin between his thumb and forefinger had split, blood seeping into the weave of the black rope. He stared at Gojo, his mind racing through calculations. This Satoru Gojo seems to be on par with Kashimo-san. But, with the black rope in hand, the advantage is still mine. I'll give it everything I've got, and survive until the end. He lashed out with the black rope, the tip snagging a discarded air conditioning unit. Using the momentum, he swung it around like a massive cannonball, whistling as it hurtled toward Gojo. The unit slammed into the space half a meter in front of Gojo, held firmly in place by infinity. It hung suspended in midair for a heartbeat before falling uselessly to the ground with a heavy metallic thud. In that exact moment, the wall of a nearby building erupted. Bricks and stone sprayed outward as a massive cursed spirit thrust its head through the hole, its maw wide as it lunged for Gojo. Out of the way. Gojo's right hand had already gathered a charge of red. The dark crimson orb of energy spun, compressed, and expanded in his palm. He didn't even glance at the spirit, he simply released the technique. The crimson beam punched through the spirit's skull, exiting the back of its head and boring straight through the outer wall of the building behind it, leaving a circular hole with charred edges. The spirit's body stiffened for a second before crumbling into black ash. But just as Gojo prepared to resume his pursuit of Miguel. Boom. 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 A dark blur smashed through 3 buildings in rapid succession. Walls shattered and glass sprayed as the entire street vibrated. The blur slammed into the pavement, carving a long trench as it pulverized a fire hydrant and a lamppost before finally coming to a halt in a pile of rubble. It was Garuda. And dragged along with it was a heavily injured Yuki Tsukumo. She scrambled out of the debris, coughing twice, a trail of blood at the corner of her mouth. Reverse curse technique was already working at high speed within her, knitting together broken bones and repairing torn muscle. Her blonde hair was a mess, her face covered in dust and blood, but she ignored it all. She looked up and screamed toward Gojo. Satoru. Kashimo's gone mad. Gojo froze. It wasn't because of her words, but because he felt it, too. Almost everyone on the battlefield froze. A wave of cursed energy surged from the end of the street like an erupting volcano, searing, frenzied, and unstoppable. It blanketed the entire block, pressing down on everyone's shoulders like an invisible hand pushing down from the sky, twisting the very air into something solid. It was massive. It was wild. And, it was familiar. Kashimo's figure slowly emerged from the end of the street. The winter wind kicked up dust and debris at his feet, but the cursed energy roiling around him was so intense the wind didn't dare get close. His teal hair drifted in the agitation of his energy, and the violet markings at the corners of his eyes seemed deeper and darker than usual. In his right hand, he held a length of black rope, the piece Miguel had given him years ago. While not as durable as the full rope, it was enough. He was currently wrapping it around his fist, layer by layer. The pitch-black cord formed a stark contrast against his skin. He wrapped it slowly, meticulously, like someone performing a task that required extreme patience. One loop, then another, the black rope settling into the gaps of his knuckles, turning his fist into a silent, lethal weapon. Then he stopped and looked up. His gaze pierced through the ravaged street, through the drifting smoke and dust, past Yuki's stunned and trembling eyes, and landed directly on Satoru Gojo. Gojo stood amidst the rubble, his white bandages fluttering. His hand was still held in the position he'd used to release red, a faint crimson glow still clinging to his fingertips. His 6 eyes were working frantically, analyzing the man's cursed energy flow, his physical state, and his combat intent. But the result of that analysis left him completely stunned. His lips parted, and his voice came from behind the bandages. For real. A/N, new goal, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 86, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 3, Bonus. Chapter 86, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 3, Bonus. For real. Satoru Gojo stared at the figure before him, at a Kashimo who felt both alien and intimately familiar. The face was the same, the teal hair, the violet markings, the pale blue eyes. But the cursed energy surging from him was a tempest, violent enough to feel like it could level the entire block. This wasn't the man he knew. That Kashimo never pulled his punches, but he never turned his sights on his own comrades. Don't just stand there. We need to snap him out of it. Yuki Tsukumo's voice rang out from behind him. She had struggled back to her feet, her injuries largely knit back together by the constant churn of reverse curse technique. She wiped a smear of blood from her mouth as Garuda unfurled behind her, its golden ring splitting into 8 and hovering in the air like a cluster of open eyes. Satoru gritted his teeth. He reached up, pinched a corner of the bandages, and yanked. The white fabric tore away in his hand, unraveling in loops to reveal the cerulean depth of the 6 eyes. The 3 stood in a deadlock. The air solidified for a heartbeat, like a string pulled to its breaking point, ready to snap at any second. Miguel stood further back, the black rope hanging at his side. He spared a glance for Kashimo, then for Gojo and Yuki. His lips moved, though no sound came out. He turned and vanished into the shadows of the ruins. The battlefield belonged to the special grades now. Kashimo moved. A shockwave erupted at his feet as he launched himself like a cannonball. His teal hair blurred into a streak of light as he dove straight for Satoru. The speed was staggering, the air itself seemed to tear, letting out a sharp, piercing crack. Yuki's reaction was instantaneous. Driven by her will, the Garuda rings collapsed into a sphere, she lunged and kicked it, sending the golden orb whistling through the air to intercept him. But Garuda was nowhere near as fast as Kashimo. The teal figure flickered past the weapon, the golden rings brushing his sleeve without making contact. Kashimo was already on Satoru. Satoru didn't retreat. His 6 eyes were working at a fever pitch. If his opponent was using a high-output domain amplification, he would simply reinforce the power of his infinity to prevent it from being neutralized. It was a technique he had refined recently, a specialized defense against amplification. In an instant, he cranked the output of the limitless to its absolute maximum, a layer of invisible pressure solidifying around his body. But where was Kashimo's amplification? Satoru's pupils contracted. He felt no signature of domain amplification. None at all. Then how is he supposed to bypass? Kashimo's fist slammed into Satoru's chest. The moment the knuckles made contact, Satoru felt it. It wasn't domain amplification, it was the cord. The black rope wrapped around Kashimo's fist had interfered with the limitless the moment it touched him. The same tool as that foreigner. The thought had barely crossed Satoru's mind when the electrical discharge erupted inside his chest. Blue-white lightning exploded from Kashimo's fist, punching through Satoru's torso and erupting out his back, leaving a searing, persistent trail of heat in the air. A gaping hole opened in Satoru's chest, the edges charred black as stray ARPs of electricity danced around the wound. His body lurched backward, but his feet remained planted. He was like a tree struck by a bolt, the core was hollowed out, but the roots were still in the earth. Yuki charged. Her speed was easily double its usual limit as Garuda dispersed behind her, the golden rings spinning at high velocity with a piercing hum. Her right fist was heavy with the weight of star rage, cursed energy condensed enough to pulverize a skyscraper as she swung for Kashimo's flank. Kashimo didn't even look at her. He withdrew the hand wrapped in black rope from Satoru's chest and caught Yuki's fist in a backhand grip. The moment they touched, the black rope's effect interfered with star rage. Yuki felt the crushing mass attached to her fist suddenly drain away, shifting from a solid weight to something hazy and soft, like a blade being snapped in half mid-swing. Then Kashimo's other hand curled into a fist and hammered into her face. Again, the charge was detonated. Crack. Blood sprayed across Kashimo's face. Yuki's beautiful features seemed to shatter under the impact. Her nose collapsed, her cheekbone splintered, and the corner of her mouth was torn open back to the ear. She was sent hurtling through the air, spinning several times before slamming into the pavement. She bounced once and skidded several meters before coming to a dead stop. Satoru's fist, infused with blue, closed in on Kashimo's lower back. He had repositioned behind Kashimo in a blur. His right hand was shrouded in the concentrated gravitational pull of blue. Before the punch even touched skin, the suction was already dragging Kashimo's clothes tight against his body. Kashimo's body performed a nearly impossible maneuver in midair. Using his spine as an axis and his core as a pivot, he wrenched his torso around, forcing the blow to land on his abdomen instead of his back. The moment the blue-infused punch hit his stomach, Kashimo felt his internal organs shift out of place, then snap back. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, the pain hit too fast for him to process. Before his brain could even process the signal, the next one was already arriving. Cough. Kashimo let out a faint hack. He opened the hand that had been a fist, splaying his fingers with his palm facing Satoru. A white light was gathering in the center of his hand. The white lightning contracted, expanded, and spun, a star compressed to its limit. The surface was deceptively calm, but the interior surged with enough energy to annihilate everything in its path. A small-scale piercing lightning. Unlike a full-scale discharge, the small-scale version required significantly less cursed energy, yet it maintained the same extreme voltage. It was a technique Kashimo had spent a long time perfecting, using less energy to achieve the same high pressure. It allowed him to maintain a sustained, piercing attack similar to piercing blood, rather than having to stop and catch his breath after every shot. The white sparks jumped within his palm, illuminating the half of his face stained with Yuki's blood. His expression remained unchanged, the same icy, indifferent mask, but within those pale blue eyes roiled a quiet, chilling madness. A/N, new goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 87, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 4. Chapter 87, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 4. The beam of white light exploded in front of Satoru Gojo. The glare was blinding, the air twisting and warping under the searing heat. Gojo wrenched his body aside with everything he had. The lethal bolt of lightning grazed his shoulder, missing his vitals, but his right arm, from the shoulder down, vanished silently in the white glare. No ash remained, it was as if the limb had been erased from existence itself. Kashimo retreated instantly. His toes tapped the ground as he put distance between them, standing amidst the rubble. He looked down at the two opponents desperately using reverse curse technique to knit themselves back together. Is that all? He asked. His voice wasn't loud, but every word felt like a blade driven into their ears. Gojo's chest had already mended, the new muscle and skin a pale pink against the biting winter wind. His right arm was regrowing under the churn of reverse curse technique, bone extended from the shoulder, muscle coiled around it like vines, and skin pulled tight from both ends to meet in the middle. He didn't look at his arm. He stared at Kashimo, his brow furrowed. In terms of cursed energy reserves, reinforcement, and output, his opponent was superior. And that explosion when he punched me, he must have injected something before detonating it. His six eyes caught the persistent ARPs of electricity dancing across Kashimo's skin. Electrical charges. Red. Crimson energy gathered in Gojo's hand, compressing and then expanding. Without hesitation, he launched the curse technique reversal, red directly at Kashimo's face. Kashimo didn't retreat, he charged. He tilted his body slightly as he ran, letting the red whistle past his ear. The searing heat of the blast singed a few stray hairs. The beam missed him, striking the ground behind him where the dark crimson energy continued to swirl slowly, like an unblinking eye waiting to open. Kashimo closed in on Gojo. Just as his fist was about to fall again, a figure lunged from behind him. Yuki Tsukumo, who should have been lying in the rubble, dragged away by Garuda, had somehow forced herself up and appeared silently at Kashimo's back. She had only mended her bones and skin. Her arm was still twisted from the high-speed impact, and her face remained a mess of blood and open wounds. The face that had once been beautiful was now a crumpled painting. Her nose was collapsed, her cheekbones shattered, and her mouth was torn open back to her ear, blood still dripping steadily. Kashimo faltered for a heartbeat. In that split second, Yuki's fist, heavy with the weight of star rage, slammed squarely into his waist. Kashimo felt as if his hip had been struck by a runaway truck. The force surged into his side, punching through muscle and organ to exit the other side, taking the sensation in half his body with it. His frame tilted violently. Before he could stabilize, Gojo's fist, infused with blue, hammered into his abdomen. The gravitational pull exploded inside him, dragging his internal organs in conflicting directions. Kashimo hacked up a dark clot of blood. The gore hit the dirt, mixing with the dust and steaming faintly in the cold winter air. His right hand suddenly tightened, the black rope rasping against his knuckles, and he swung a brutal punch toward Gojo's head. Crack! The moment the black rope made contact, the limitless was bypassed. The electrical charge detonated on his knuckles. Half of Gojo's head vanished in the white flash, cheekbone, eye socket, and a portion of his cranium were vaporized instantly. Through the missing half of his skull, one could see the internal bone structure and the rhythmic pulsing of his brain. Gojo staggered back, his footsteps erratic, his heels digging shallow pits into the pavement. He stayed standing. He didn't fall. Reverse curse technique worked at a frantic pace, new bone extended from the fracture, and muscle, skin, and vessels rewove themselves before his eyes. He stood because he couldn't afford to fall. Kashimo put some distance between them and turned to look at the blood-soaked Yuki. The pain in his hip was sharp, and the dull ache in his gut hadn't subsided, but his voice carried a note of impatience. Heal yourself already. I refuse. Yuki screamed back, the words squeezed through her broken mouth. Her right hand remained clenched, the mass of star rage increasing at a visible rate. Her fist grew heavier, more massive, until the air around it began to thrum with a low-frequency hum. She swung again, faster, heavier, and more lethal than before, but the blow didn't land. Kashimo's body dropped into a low crouch with near-supernatural fluidness. He dropped low with unnatural flexibility, storing every bit of elastic energy before snapping back at the base. He slid beneath Yuki's swing. As he dropped, his palm was already aimed at her chest. A small-scale piercing lightning erupted from his hand. The white beam exploded at point-blank range, boring through Yuki's chest and exiting her back, leaving a searing, persistent trail in the air. Her body stiffened for a second, then began a slow, irreversible tilt forward. Kashimo turned, white lightning gathering in his palm once more. He fired a second piercing lightning, precisely striking the swirling orb of red still spinning on the ground. The dark crimson energy ball exploded upon impact. Two opposing forces collided, tore at each other, and annihilated in midair, ultimately turning into a scorching wind that whipped up dust and debris toward the gray-white sky. He kicked Yuki away. Her body tumbled through the ruins, snapping a half-collapsed stone pillar before coming to rest amidst a pile of broken bricks, unmoving. Gojo's right arm had just finished regrowing. Half of his skull was still mending under the churn of reverse curse technique, the new bone steaming slightly in the cold air. Yuki lay in the distance, the puncture wound in her chest not yet fully closed, every breath forced a spray of dark blood from the hole. "You people, you're still like this," Kashimo said. His voice was quiet, yet it rang clearly through the silent ruins. He looked down at his hand wrapped in black rope, his knuckles were stained with blood, though it was impossible to tell whose. "Weak, yet you convince yourselves you are strong." He looked up, his gaze fixing on Gojo. "It's pitiful." Gojo slowly rose to his feet. Half of his head was still mending, the new skin creeping toward the center like a sheet of paper being slowly smoothed out. On that healing face, the corner of his mouth began to pull upward, uncontrollably. He was smiling. One half of his face was a bloody mess, the other half beamed brightly. Amidst the ruins soaked in lightning and blood, that face looked twisted and bizarre, yet it carried a chilling, near-manic composure. "I think I'll go first." Kashimo's pupils shrank. He turned faster than he ever had before, his body a blur in the air. Yuki. She wasn't lying on the ground. She wasn't unconscious. She hadn't given up. She had forced herself into a half-kneeling position, her hands overlapping in front of her. Her fingers were bent at specific angles, palms facing, fingertips touching. Domain expansion. A/N, new goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 88, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 5. Chapter 88, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 5. Domain expansion. As the shell of the domain began to take shape, a translucent barrier surged outward from Yuki Tsukumo's feet. The edge was as sharp as a razor, cutting and replacing reality inch by inch. Kashimo watched the wall of light closing in on him, several thoughts flashing through his mind. He had already surmised their intent. Yuki would expand her domain and shrink its range, trapping only him within. She intended to hold him there, even if for only a dozen seconds, giving Satoru Gojo enough time to use his technique to warp back to the school and stop Sugura Ghetto. But... crack. A sharp, brittle sound rang out, like glass shattering from internal pressure. It wasn't loud, yet it was strikingly piercing in the deathly silence of the ruins. Snap. The shell of the domain shattered. Like an egg crushed under a boot, the translucent fragments scattered through the air, spinning before dissolving into points of starlight. Yuki's pupils contracted violently. Her lips parted, but before she could utter a single word, Kashimo's fist was already upon her. The black rope was wrapped tight across his knuckles, the fibers still stained with the blood of their previous exchange. He drove his fist deep into Yuki's abdomen. Cough. A spray of blood and viscera erupted from Yuki's mouth. Dark clots mixed with gastric juice splashed onto Kashimo's arm and trickled down his skin. Her body folded like a snapped bow. She clutched her midsection instinctively, but she couldn't hold anything in, the punch had left a sickening hollow in her abdominal cavity. She didn't understand. Why had the domain shattered? She had completed the expansion. She had compressed the range to its most stable limit. Everything had gone according to plan. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Kashimo looked into her eyes, which were wide with confusion, his tone as flat as if he were explaining a simple arithmetic problem. The black rope. As you can see, it has the capacity to interfere with cursed techniques. He shook his hand, showing the sparking, fraying remains of the cord. The rope was significantly shorter now, its surface covered in charred cracks. It looked like a wick burned to its end, on the verge of total collapse. And to expand a domain, you must imbue it with your technique. He paused, his gaze moving from the rope back to Yuki's face. That moment of imbuing served as the perfect trigger for me to dismantle your domain. Yuki's lips moved, trying to find words, but only a thick, copper-tasting froth of blood bubbled up from her throat. Trapped in curse technique burnout, she was utterly helpless. Now, go to sleep for a while, Yuki. Kashimo's fist fell. It struck her temple with clinical precision. Yuki's body went limp like a felled log, her broken frame toppling into the rubble. She bounced once and then lay still. Her face remained a shattered mask of gore, blood slowly pooling beneath her and seeping into the cracks of the ruins like a dark red flower in bloom. Kashimo glanced at his fist, confirming he hadn't injected a charge. He'd spared her life, she was still useful, after all. He turned toward the white-haired figure who hadn't had the chance to warp away. Satoru stood his ground, his posture unchanged, but Kashimo could see the damage to his head was severe. It was enough to plummet the efficiency of his reverse curse technique. It was enough to prevent his infinity from maintaining its usual automatic state. Half of Satoru's face was still mending, the new skin several shades lighter than the rest, like a scar that hadn't quite faded. Kashimo looked down at the remnants of the black rope on his knuckles. What had been several loops was now reduced to a short, jagged fragment barely clinging to his fingers. The surface was a map of charred fissures, ready to crumble into ash at any moment. He flexed his hand, the rope letting out a faint rasp, the sound of something making its final stand. Best to finish this quickly. He looked up, his gaze fixing on Satoru Gojo once more. Satoru took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, tasting of smoke and iron, clearing his head slightly. He understood the situation better than anyone. He had to maintain his infinity manually now, but Kashimo's black rope was almost spent. Give it everything. Be the last one standing. Satoru moved. The suction of blue exploded at his feet. The gravitational pull yanked his body forward, launching him like an arrow toward Kashimo. The ground erupted into a shallow pit where he started, stones spraying outward. In an instant, he was in Kashimo's face, his right fist shrouded in the residual force of blue as he aimed for the chest. Kashimo raised an arm to block. Forearm met fist with a dull, meaty thud. Most of the force behind Satoru's punch was parried, but before he could shift his stance, Kashimo's other fist slammed into his shoulder. The black rope was on those knuckles. The moment they touched, the infinity was neutralized. An electrical charge detonated on Satoru's shoulder. His left arm below the shoulder exploded in a burst of white lightning, vaporized into a thick mist of blood. Shreds of meat and bone fragments sprayed across the rubble, clicking against the stones. Satoru's body lurched downward under the sheer force of the impact. His center of gravity was gone, and the agonizing heat from the missing limb seared all the way into his spine. But he didn't close his eyes. He didn't even grit his teeth. His left arm below the elbow no longer existed, but in his mind, it was still there. He raised the short, jagged stump of his upper arm, the white bone protruding from the raw meat and dripping blood. He aimed the stump directly at Kashimo. Red. The dark crimson energy exploded from the end of the stump. At this range, there was virtually no travel time. Seeing the flare, Kashimo immediately crossed his arms before his face. The remnants of the black rope hisses and screeched as they absorbed the pressure of the blast. The crimson energy split around his arms, carving two deep trenches into the ruins behind him. Satoru used the recoil of the red, combined with a blue cast at his feet, to catapult himself backward and create distance. He landed on one knee amidst the rubble, his left shoulder a gory mess as the reverse curse technique began the slow, agonizing process of repair. His breathing was heavy and labored, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Kashimo lowered his arms, unharmed. He looked down at his forearms, his sleeves had been burned away by the red, leaving nothing but a faint red mark on his skin. He shook his hand. Sparks jumped from the black rope on his fist, letting out a faint crackle. He watched as the rope withered at a visible rate, shortening until it could barely wrap around two of his fingers. He pulled his gaze from the rope and looked back at the white-haired figure kneeling in the distance. A/N, new goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 89, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 6, bonus. Chapter 89, The Night Parade of 100 Demons, Part 6, bonus. I have to admit, Satoru, you're a genius. Kashimo's voice drifted through the ruins, level and flat, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. He stood amidst the debris, the remnants of the black rope on his fist still sparking faintly. The blood splattered across his clothes had long since blurred into an indistinguishable mess. But 400 years ago, I killed plenty of geniuses like you. Satoru's eyes went wide as he stared at Kashimo. His cerulean pupils reflected the man's figure, reflected a face half-stained with blood, indifferent to the point of being heartless. What is this guy talking about? 400 years ago? What does that mean? Before his brain could process the words, a colossal force exploded against the side of his head. There was no wind-up. Kashimo had simply swung his fist, a casual flick as if swatting a fly away. But the moment that punch connected with Satoru's temple, the very space around them seemed to shudder. Boom. Satoru's body was launched like a cannonball, hurtling toward the shattered remains of a nearby skyscraper. His back smashed through the outer wall, sending a plume of dust and concrete fragments erupting into the air. He was embedded deep within the structure. His limbs hung limp, his head lolling to one side as blood streamed from his brow, dripping steadily onto the cracked flooring. He remained there, motionless, like a rag doll stuffed carelessly into a crack in the wall. His consciousness flickered between darkness and clarity. The light was fading, the sounds around him growing distant, yet images began to flash through his mind with startling vividness. That summer, the hallway, sunlight slanting through the windows to cut a bright band across the floor. Suguru was standing there, bangs covering half an eye, that faint, inscrutable smile on his lips. They stood together on the training ground, facing a teal-haired man holding a staff, saying, "We're the strongest." The memories flickered by frame, like an old black and white film being run through a projector. The picture jumped and the sound hissed, but he saw every detail with perfect clarity. Why? His consciousness sank into the darkness like a stone dropped into water, falling deeper and deeper as the light grew sparse. How did it end up like this? His vision blurred. The last sliver of light wavered before his eyes, then finally dissolved. Suguru, without you, I'm so lonely. Kashimo stood where he was, looking at the white-haired figure embedded in the building, devoid of any sign of life. The winter wind blew from behind him, catching the dust on his clothes and whisking away the final traces of smoke from the burnt black rope. His face remained expressionless, as if he had just performed an ordinary task. He turned and began walking in the opposite direction. Kjaku still needed him. Jujutsu High. The battle between Yuta Katsu and Suguru Ghetto raged on. The training ground was unrecognizable, scattered with rubble, deep fissures, and the mangled remains of cursed spirits. The air was thick with the scent of char and iron. Rika's massive form spiraled around Yuta, every swipe of her claws letting out a piercing shriek. The coordination between the two was more seamless than before. Rika suppressed him from the front while Yuta cut in from the flank, one heavy, one fast, like a pair of scissors being pulled apart only to snap shut at the same point. Ghetto watched the incoming assault, his eyes brightening slightly. Not bad. He thrust Playful Cloud upward, the staff horizontal over his head, perfectly catching Rika's descending fist. The massive impact traveled from the staff into his arms and then into the ground. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered, but his knees didn't buckle, and his body didn't sway. The corners of his mouth pulled upward, as if he were witnessing something worthy of admiration. Yuta's blade swept in from the side, the edge cutting through the air toward Ghetto's ribs. The angle was sharp, the speed significantly faster than before, and the tip of the blade was shrouded in a thin layer of cursed energy. He was improving with every passing second of the fight. But Ghetto acted as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He flicked his free hand, and a cursed spirit lunged from the shadows at his side, its maw wide as it hurtled toward Yuta. Yuta was forced to adjust mid-swing, turning his blade to cleave through the spirit. The edge bit into the spirit's skull and black blood sprayed out. The creature stiffened in midair before dissolving into ash. But a new wound appeared on Yuta's arm. As he had cut the spirit down, its teeth had left a jagged gash across his forearm. The meat was torn, blood streaming down his wrist. Ugh! Yuta gritted his teeth, the veins in his forehead bulging. He forced himself to use reverse cursed technique. It was crude and slow, but it was working. The muscle at the wound began to writhe, healing from the inside out. It wasn't fast, but at least the bleeding stopped. Ghetto used the opening to put some distance between them. He stood at the far end of the training ground, Playful Cloud hanging at his side, the staff stained with dark residue from Rika's fist. He looked at Yuta's defiant face, his smirk deepening. It seems your martial arts are still quite unrefined. Ghetto's voice drifted across the field, laced with a mix of mockery and genuine regret. It looks like Bambi has been slacking in his teaching. He waved a hand, and several more cursed spirits materialized around him, varying in size and form. Let's see this through to the end. Yuta raised his blade, the tip pointed directly at Ghetto. He gripped the hilt with both hands until his knuckles were white, his wound continuing its slow mend under the churn of reverse curse technique. A fire burned in his eyes, a fire that had been lit a long time ago. From the moment he found his resolve during his first mission, from the moment he vowed to change, to live, to be needed, and to connect with others, that flame had never gone out. I will, right here. Kill you. The words were ground out of his throat, raspy and resolute. Behind him, Rika spread her massive arms. A/N, bonus chapter is here. Chapter 90, I can't get out of that bitter summer. Chapter 90, I can't get out of that bitter summer. Suguru Ghetto smiled at the words. It wasn't a smile of mockery or contempt, but something complex and indefinable, like a man standing at the edge of a cliff, looking back at the path he took only to realize no one was following. I wonder if you know what it truly means to be special grade. His voice wasn't loud, yet every word rang clearly across the training ground soaked in cursed energy and blood. Special grade refers to an existence capable of overthrowing an entire nation single-handedly. He reached out, and a pitch-black rift tore open in the air beside him. A cursed spirit slowly emerged from the gap, its form massive and ornate. Its face was beautiful yet eerie, a faint, lingering smile on its lips that seemed to convey both mockery and pity. An ancient, heavy aura of cursed energy permeated the air, thick enough to make breathing difficult. And this, Ghetto held his palm upward, as if presenting a rare treasure to Yuta Katsu, is one of the 16 recorded special grade cursed spirits, Tamamo me Incarnate. Before the words had fully landed, a black vortex appeared behind him. It spun slowly, its edges blurred and distorted, looking like a wound sliced into reality itself. Within the depths of that wound was endless darkness. Something writhed, churned, and roared within that darkness, not just 1 or 10, but thousands. Every cursed spirit he had spent years consuming, subjugating, and taming was swirling in that vortex like a boiling soup, each one struggling, waiting, and hungering to be released. And now, Ghetto's voice dropped, like a stone cast into deep water, I will merge all 4,461 cursed spirits in my possession. His fingers curled slightly, and the vortex behind him surged outward. The darkness swallowed the moonlight and every scrap of light on the training ground. This is, maximum, Uzumaki. Yuta Katsu stared at the black vortex, watching the 4,461 spirits churn and merge into a chaotic, indefinable mass of localized entropy. His pupils contracted, but his feet did not retreat a single step. He turned to look at Rika. Rika stood behind him, her massive form casting a heavy shadow across the ground. Yuta stepped forward and embraced her. His arms couldn't wrap around her colossal frame, but he held her tight, tight enough for his fingertips to sink into her skin, tight enough for his face to be pressed against her chest. Rika, please. His voice came from against her, muffled but carrying a heavy, undeniable certainty. Lend me your power. Help me defeat this guy. He looked up at Rika's monstrous face. His gaze didn't waver, there was no fear, only a nearly pious, unreserved trust. From this moment on, my heart, my soul, and my body, they all belong to you. He paused. I love you, Rika. He stood on his tiptoes and kissed Rika. His lips pressed against hers, cold and hard, as he closed his eyes. Rika's eyes went wide. Yuta. Yuta. Her voice surged from her throat, no longer a sharp, frenzied shriek, but the gentle, tearful voice of a young girl. Her body began to glow with a warm, brilliant light that seemed to well up from her very core. The light radiated from her chest, illuminating Yuta's face and the tear tracks he hadn't even realized were there. Rika's form grew taller and more complete within the light. She spread her arms, shielding Yuta beneath her. Suguru Ghetto watched the scene, his brow slowly furrowing. His mouth twitched with a hint of exasperation, his voice squeezing through his teeth. You smooth-talking scumbag. Yuta looked up and wiped the tears from his face, a small smile tugging at his lips. How rude, his voice still carried a slight tremor, but his tone had returned to that stubborn, youthful lightness. This is pure love. In the next instant, the two surges of cursed energy collided, tore, and swallowed one another. The black vortex smashed into the white light like two planets colliding in a void. There was no sound and no light, or rather, the sound was so deafening it became silence, and the light so blinding it became darkness. The entire world was split in two, half was the chaotic darkness of Ghetto's 4,461 merged spirits, and the other half was the pure, twisted, indefinable love between Yuta Katsu and Rika, a bond that transcended both curse and death. A short time later, Kashimo met with Kjaku. The two walked side by side into a dark alleyway as the cold winter wind whistled through the entrance, kicking up withered leaves and dust. In the distance, a staggering figure moved forward with great difficulty, his footsteps erratic as if he might collapse at any moment. Kjaku walked beside Kashimo, her finger instinctively rubbing her ring, her eyes fixed on the black-clad back with a cold, indifferent expression. Next time, I'll get it right. Suguru Ghetto's voice was raspy and low, like a man muttering to himself in the dark. He stopped suddenly, his body swaying, and he slowly sat down against the wall. His monk's robes were covered in dust and blood, his hair hung disheveled across his face, which was pale enough to be translucent. Leaning against the cold brick, he looked up at Kashimo standing nearby. The corner of his mouth quirked into a bitter, self-mocking smile. Why is it you, Bambi? Kashimo stood before him, looking down at the boy who had once stood on the Jujutsu high training ground alongside Satoru Gojo and declared, "We're the strongest." Now he sat in the dirt, covered in wounds, like a discarded relic left in a corner of the world. Kashimo remained silent for a moment before speaking, his voice clear in the empty alley. Suguru. Was there really any meaning in it? Ghetto looked down at his hands resting on his knees. Those hands had subjugated thousands of spirits, they had snuffed out over 100 lives, they had held Satoru's hand, patted Hibura's shoulder, and taken sodas from Shoko. Now, those hands were trembling, his fingertips a sickly shade of violet. Yes, his voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the air. To me, there was. The alley fell silent. Distant city noise drifted in like the sounds of another world. And Satoru? Ghetto looked up, his gaze passing over Kashimo's shoulder toward the empty alleyway. He didn't come. No, Kashimo's reply was short and blunt. Ghetto's gaze drifted back, settling on the woman beside Kashimo. Kjaku stood half a step behind him, her coat collar turned up to hide her neck, the thin stitches on her forehead visible under the streetlights. Ghetto watched her for a few seconds. The curve of his mouth shifted slightly, and he coughed twice, his voice carrying a note of indefinable amusement. Cough. I didn't expect you to finally bloom, too. Kashimo ignored the comment. He took a step forward and squatted down, bringing his eyes level with Ghetto's. In those pale blue pupils was the reflection of Ghetto's pale, exhausted face, a face that bore every mark of the years since the star plasma vessel, since Hibbra, since the massacre, the defection, and the battle at the school. Every scar, every struggle, and every sleepless night was etched there, impossible to wash away. Suguru, Kashimo's voice dropped until it was for them alone. Yeah. You shouldn't have left back then, Kashimo said, his eyes fixed on Ghetto's as he spoke each word with deliberate weight. You focused too much on ideology and ignored what you truly needed to do. You should have focused on becoming stronger, regardless of the consequences. What are ideals or meaning in the face of raw power? Ghetto remained silent for a long time after hearing this. He looked up at the narrow strip of sky between the tall buildings. The winter night was gray, no stars or moon were visible, only a chaotic, blurry darkness, much like the road he had walked all these years. Honestly. His voice rasped from his throat, carrying a weary, almost tender helplessness. At a time like this, you could at least say some words to curse me. He looked down at Kashimo, his eyes devoid of resentment or anger, only a deep, unspeakable exhaustion remained. Hey, Bambi. His voice grew faint, like a leaf about to touch the ground, lifted one last time by the wind before its final descent. I can't get out of that bitter summer. Hidden Inventory / Premature Death Arc, End. Chapter 91, Are You Blind? Chapter 91, Are You Blind? In the days following the conclusion of the night parade of 100 demons, the higher UPS conducted a final assessment of the chaos that had swept through Shinjuku, Tokyo, and Kyoto. The thick stack of reports, with ink barely dry, carried the chill of winter in every word. Every cursed spirit, including the 2 special grades Ghetto had unleashed to level the cities, had been successfully exorcised. However, the cost was staggering. Special grade sorcerers Yuki Tsukumo and Satoru Gojo had been severely injured by Kashimo during the heat of battle. They remained under the care of Shoko Yeri. As for Kashimo himself, he had vanished from the heavily fortified school grounds, taking the critically injured Suguru Ghetto with him. His whereabouts were unknown. The incident was officially classified as a special grade event. The higher UPS meeting regarding Kashimo's defection lasted an entire night. Behind the sliding paper doors, the arguments echoed back and forth. Some slammed their desks in fury, others remained in heavy silence. They pored over Kashimo's entire file repeatedly, from his recruitment via Yuki Tsukumo's recommendation to his tenure as a martial arts instructor, his defeat of the Yukiana, his requisition of the staff, and finally, his systematic defeat of 2 special grades to rescue the fugitive Suguru Ghetto. Every record was clear, yet they could not piece together a logical explanation. Ultimately, the higher UPS reached a unanimous decision. An arrest warrant for Kashimo was issued. Effective immediately. July 2018. Night. The hour was late, and the streetlights cast hazy, dim yellow halos through the humid air. A man in black monk's robes with a faint line of stitches across his forehead walked side by side with a tall man whose teal hair was tied into odango buns. They moved along the empty street at an unhurried pace, their long shadows trailing behind them. Suguru Ghetto and Kashimo. Or rather, Kjaku and Kashimo. Remember to call me Suguru Ghetto once we arrive, okay? Kjaku tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Kashimo's face. Ugh, I know, Kashimo replied, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his voice lazy. You've been saying it the entire way. I just don't want you to forget. Kjaku withdrew his gaze, the corner of his mouth curling into something that might have been a smile. They turned into a narrow alley. Several overturned trash cans were piled at the entrance, and the air hung heavy with the sour scent of fermentation. They navigated through the clutter and climbed a rusted spiral staircase. The iron plates groaned and creaked under their feet, sounding unervingly sharp in the silence of the night. So, when do you plan on giving me back the lightning ring? Kashimo asked from behind, his voice drifting down the stairs with a hint of casual impatience. Ah, you'll have to wait a bit. Kjaku didn't look back, merely picking up his pace. I'll give it back when it's time for you to fight Sukuna. He finished the sentence and glanced back at Kashimo with a grin. Kashimo's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. The iron stairs groaned again beneath him. Kjaku reached a door and stopped. The door was embedded in the wall at the end of the stairs, its paint peeling and its handle rusted. It looked as if it hadn't been opened in decades. He pulled an old-fashioned key from his sleeve, inserted it into the lock, and gave it a gentle twist. The door opened. Behind it was not a room, nor a hallway, nor any interior space. There was a beach, waves, and coconut trees. Sunlight spilled over fine, soft sand, shimmering with a silver-white light. The seawater surged in rhythmic layers, hitting the shore with a steady, rhythmic rush. The palm fronds swayed gently in the sea breeze like open umbrellas. The air was filled with the salt of the ocean and the distinct fragrance of tropical plants, warm and humid, a world apart from the Tokyo summer night outside. Kashimo raised an eyebrow. He stood on the threshold with one hand in his pocket, his gaze sweeping from the sand to the sea, then to the trees, before finally landing on Kjaku's back. You certainly live a life of leisure. Kjaku's gaze passed over an octopus drifting with the tide and landed on a figure lounging in a deck chair, lazily flipping through a book. The man was covered in stitches, from his cheeks to his neck, from his wrists to the gaps between his fingers, looking like a patchwork doll sewn together by a steady hand. His posture was loose and relaxed, legs crossed, holding the book in one hand while pinching the edge of a page with the other. A faint, lingering smile played on his lips. Mahito. Kashimo dredged the name up from the scraps of his memory. To be honest, he didn't have much of an affinity for this cursed spirit. Suguru. Mahito closed his book and sat up slightly. His gaze moved from Kjaku to Kashimo, then back to Kjaku. How is Jogo? And, he tilted his chin toward Kashimo. Who is this? Kjaku stepped forward, his shoes sinking into the soft sand, leaving shallow footprints with every step. He was near death. Hanami went to fetch him, he should be fine. As for the men behind me, I'll explain once everyone is here. Mahito fell silent for a heartbeat. He stared at Kjaku's back for a few seconds before turning his attention to Kashimo, looking him up and down before losing interest. Fine, Mahito said, resting the book on the armrest and leaning back. His voice carried a dissatisfied drawl. You're quite irresponsible. Weren't you the one who told Jogo to go? Kjaku came to a halt. Kashimo walked up beside him, and the two stood side by side on the sand, the sea breeze ruffling their clothes and hair. Come now, I tried to talk him out of it. Kjaku's voice drifted back. Suddenly, the sound of a lock turning echoed again. The door by the spiral staircase was pushed open from the outside, and a pale figure stepped through. Hanami's form looked exceptionally large in the warm light of the beach. She held a severed head in one hand, while her other arm hung at her side, her footsteps steady and silent. The head's brow was furrowed tight, its mouth pulled down in a grimace of pure indignation and rage. Speak of the devil. Mahito sat up straight, his smile deepening with a hint of schadenfreude. Hanami, Jogo. Good to see you're both all right. Hanami gently placed the head on the sand. Jogo's head sat upright. Though dark fluid was still slowly seeping from the stump of his neck, his expression was far more vivid than his injury. He gritted his teeth, his lips trembling with fury as his eyes locked onto Mahito. Are you blind? A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 92, The Strongest of 4 Centuries Ago. Chapter 92, The Strongest of 4 Centuries Ago. He's lucky to even be alive, Kjaku's voice drifted back, carrying a coldness that suggested Jogo shouldn't be ungrateful. Damn it, wait, what? Jogo's tirade was cut short. His gaze finally shifted from Hanami to the teal-haired man standing behind Kjaku. The sheer volume of the man's cursed energy felt as if it were about to boil over. Just by standing there, a heavy, suffocating pressure seeped from his every pore. Now that everyone is here, allow me to make an introduction. Kjaku flicked his fingers toward Kashimo. This is our new ally, the strongest sorcerer from 400 years ago. He is the one capable of stalling and suppressing Satoru Gojo. Kashimo gave a slight nod. His gaze swept over Jogo's face, moved to Mahito, and finally settled on Hanami. His expression remained utterly unchanged. 400 years ago. The strongest. Jogo's eyes lingered on Kashimo for another heartbeat. Something clicked in his mind, then immediately jammed. 400 years ago. I don't think I had even manifested yet. He is also the one who defeated 2 special-grade sorcerers during last year's night parade, Kjaku added with a smirk. You can call him Kashimo. He paused, his gaze moving from Jogo to Mahito and back again. In the operation on October 31st, he will assist us in sealing Satoru Gojo. We'll discuss the specifics later. His tone was casual, as if he were merely scheduling a mundane meeting. Is that acceptable, Mahito? Mahito leaned back in his deck chair, fingers still pinching the edge of a page, his eyes lingering on Kashimo for a moment. Fine by me, he said airily. Kjaku nodded and looked away. Mahito lowered his head and reopened his book. His voice drifted from behind the pages, a few shades quieter than before. Let's be cunning. Like curses. Like humans. Shortly after, Kjaku and Mahito began to hop around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The two stood side by side, moving in perfect unison, raising hands, kicking legs, turning. Jogo's head rested on the sand, the stump of his neck buried in the fine grains. His eyes were wide as he stared at the two figures warming up. What are you doing? The word squeezed through his teeth, heavy with a, have you lost your minds, confusion. Brazilian warm-up exercises. Kjaku finished the last movement and came to a stop, his breathing steady, not even a bead of sweat on him. He rolled his neck, his spine letting out a faint crack. I can feel my body warming up already. Mahito nodded, a lingering smile playing on his lips. Jogo felt a twinge of unease. It wasn't just intuition, it was experience. After spending enough time with these two, he knew that whenever they wore those expressions, something terrible was about to happen. What are you planning? His answer came in the form of a powerful pass from Kjaku. Jogo's head flew into the air like a kicked football, tracing an arc through the sky before slamming down hard near Mahito's feet. Without stopping the ball, Mahito delivered a direct return pass, sending Jogo flying back toward Kjaku. Suguru. Got it. With a sharp volley, Jogo's head went whistling into the distance. Near the goal, Hanami had appeared on the line at some unknown point, arms at her sides as she watched the incoming head with a blank expression. Just as Jogo was about to cross the goal line, Hanami raised a hand and threw a punch. Her fist struck Jogo squarely in the cheek. The head acted like a tennis ball hit by a racket, flying back the way it came at even greater speed. It bounced twice on the sand before rolling back to Kjaku's feet. Ai awaya. Jogo's screams echoed across the beach. Mahito. Kjaku shouted, passing Jogo out again. Mahito flipped in midair, his body inverting, feet up, head down, into a bicycle kick. His laces met Jogo with a dull thud, and the head went flying straight into the net behind Hanami. The netting shook violently as Jogo's head spun inside the goal, faster and faster, like a tightening gyro. His mouth opened and closed in the gaps of the rotation, his voice squeezing out from the blurred afterimage in broken fragments. You, little brats. I'm going to kill all of you. Kashimo lay on a beach chair, one hand behind his head and the other resting on the armrest. His lazy gaze swept over the figures fooling around in the distance. He shook his head slightly, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. A/N, 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 93, The Goodwill Event, Part 1. Chapter 93, The Goodwill Event, Part 1. The following day. Jujutsu High, Tokyo. Afternoon sunlight washed over the stone-paved road at the school entrance, the shadows of the trees dappled across the ground amidst the ceaseless hum of cicadas. Nobara Kujisaki clutched a can of iced coffee she'd just bought from a vending machine in one hand, while using the other to fan herself. Stray hairs on her forehead were matted to her skin with sweat. Megumi Fushiguro stood beside her, also holding a drink, his gaze lazily scanning the empty school gates. Two figures suddenly appeared in the shade of the trees nearby, walking toward them at an unhurried, leisurely pace. A man and a woman, both wearing the Jujutsu High uniform. Maizenin walked in front, hands in her pockets, her expression flat and unreadable. Aoi Tadu followed behind her, his massive frame casting a heavy shadow in the sunlight. Zenin-senpai, what are you doing here? Megumi tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Mai. His tone was as casual as if he were asking about the weather. Ah. Are you two related? Nobara tilted her head, her eyes lingering on Mai for a moment. You look a lot alike and have the same vibe. Are you Maki's sister? Twins, Mai interjected. Her gaze swept over Nobara's face before settling on Megumi. Don't call me that, Fushiguro. It makes it hard to tell me apart from Maki. Call me Mai. So these are the ones, the replacements for Okatsu in the third years, Tadu interrupted. He stood with his arms crossed, his gaze shifting from Megumi to Nobara and back again, like he was inspecting a new shipment of goods. We were worried about you, so we followed the principal here, Mai said, the corner of her mouth curling into a small smirk. At a time like this, shouldn't you be mourning the death of your classmate? Her voice was light, but cruel. Megumi's fingers tightened around his can. The aluminum groaned slightly under the pressure. Ah, I suppose that makes sense. Mai tilted her head, her neutral expression shifting into a calculated look of confusion, as if she were contemplating an insignificant riddle. It's only natural to feel disgusted when you're forced to associate with a filthy thing that's half-cursed but calls itself a sorcerer. Nobara gritted her teeth, her jaw tensing for a second before she forced it to relax. She lowered her eyes, staring at the iced coffee in her hand. Condensation rolled down the side of the can and dripped through her fingers, leaving dark stains on the scorching stone path. Megumi didn't look at her, but his lips were pressed into a thin, tight line, as if he were biting back words that were about to burst out. Now that he's dead, don't you both feel much better? Mai's voice drifted from the shade, innocent, callous, and cruel, like a child curiously tearing the wings off a butterfly. The sunlight hitting the stone path was blindingly bright. The cicadas suddenly grew louder, as if provoked, their shrill, rhythmic cries tearing through the afternoon air. Mai, stop talking about pointless things. Tadu spoke suddenly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight. He took 2 steps forward, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the ground. He turned his gaze away from Mai and fixed it on Megumi and Nobara. I only want to know if these two have any talent, if they're even worthy to be Okatsu's stand-ins. His gaze locked onto Megumi like a blade thrusting forward. You're Fushiguro, right? Megumi didn't answer. He simply tilted his chin up, meeting Tadu's gaze with a calm stare. What kind of woman is your type? The afternoon cicada seemed to go silent in that instant. Mai covered her face with her hand, her fingers sliding from her forehead to her chin as she buried her face in her palm. Her shoulders shook slightly. I knew it would come to this, she muttered to herself. Nobara nearly dropped her coffee. Her eyes went wide and her mouth hung open as her gaze bounced back and forth between Tadu and Megumi. Only one thought occupied her mind, what kind of question is that? Megumi was stunned as well. His expression wasn't as exaggerated as Nobara's, but for a rare moment, a flicker of genuine, bewildered confusion appeared in his usually stoic eyes. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, Tadu reached down, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and ripped it upward. The sound of tearing fabric was startlingly sharp in the quiet air. The scraps fell to the ground, revealing a torso so heavily muscled it bordered on the grotesque. His muscles were sharply defined in the sunlight, each one looking like carefully sculpted stone with a healthy sheen. I'll beat you half to death. I'll drag Okatsu, or at least the 3rd years, back to participate in the Goodwill event. He dropped into a stance, feet spread, center of gravity low, hands raised to his chest with fingers splayed. His gaze remained pinned to Megumi's face like a predator that had locked onto its prey. For the record, a smirk touched his lips, revealing a row of straight white teeth. I like tall women with big asses. Nobara's mouth fell open even wider. Megumi's eye twitched slightly, his fingers tightening around the can until the aluminum gave a faint, metallic groan. Tadu remained motionless in his stance, the lines of his muscles distinct and powerful in the light. We've only just met. Why would I discuss my type in women with you? Megumi's voice was low, laced with a cold edge. Tadu blinked. For a brief second, his razor-sharp eyes went blank. He's right, Nobara said, pointing at Megumi. A question like that is way too hard for a closet pervert like him. Shut up, Megumi ground out through his teeth, a vein throbbing at his temple. Everything is messy enough as it is. You're just making it worse. Aoi Tadu, 3rd year, Kyoto Sister School, Tadu said suddenly, his voice steady and certain. Megumi's gaze snapped back to him, his brow furrowed. Introductions are over, that makes us friends. The corner of Tadu's mouth pulled upward with an undeniable sense of entitlement. Now, answer. I don't care if you like men. But I absolutely despise boring men. He pressed forward half a step, his foot hitting the stone path with a heavy thud. The heart-pounding Goodwill event is the stage where my soul burns. If you make my final year boring, his gaze pinned Megumi, an invisible fire burning in his pupils, I have no idea what I might do. Megumi took a deep breath, his chest rising as he suppressed his frustration. He looked away from Tadu and glanced at Nobara. She didn't have her weapons, he had to avoid a fight. His fingers tightened on the can again, the aluminum denting inward. Tadu loomed over him, his voice carrying a heavy threat. I'll show you some mercy and only beat you half to death. Answer, Fushiguro. Megumi gritted his teeth and set the can down at his feet, drawing himself up. He mentally prepared himself, licked his lips, and spoke in a much steadier voice than before. I don't have a specific preference. As long as the person has an unwavering character, that's enough. His voice wasn't loud, yet in the cicada-filled afternoon air, every word was perfectly audible. Nobara's eyes brightened, and she smirked. Oh, not a bad answer. If you'd said you liked big ones, I definitely would have killed you. Be quiet, Megumi muttered, pulling his gaze from Nobara to look back at Tadu. Tadu's face was covered in tears. He wasn't sobbing aloud, but silent, steady streams overflowed from his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. His eyes were still wide, his mouth still curved in that same smirk, but the tears poured out without warning or control. Just as I thought. His voice was raspy, as if something were caught in his throat. Fushiguro, you really are boring. A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 94, The Goodwill Event, Part 2, bonus. Chapter 94, The Goodwill Event, Part 2. Jogo crouched by the edge of the hot spring, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Thin trails of white smoke drifted from the bowl, rising slowly into the humid air before being swallowed by the geothermal steam. His body had mostly recovered, but the jagged scar tracing around his neck was still clearly visible, looking like a centipede crawling across his skin. Kjaku and Kashimo slowly walked up to join him. The three crouched in a row, each in a different state of repose. Jogo stared intently at the water's surface, Kjaku kept his hands tucked into the sleeves of his monk's robes, and Kashimo rested his chin on one hand, his lazy gaze drifting toward the distant mountain forests. Yo. Jogo. A cheerful voice rang out from above. A naked, stitch-covered figure dropped from the sky, slamming into the hot spring like a cannonball. Water exploded everywhere. The scalding spring water splashed in all directions, drenching Jogo and dousing his pipe. Mahito's head poked out from beneath the surface, wearing his trademark grin as he splashed around like a dog that had just been tossed into a bathtub. Ugh. Jogo looked down at his extinguished pipe, then at the figure playing happily in the water. His mouth twitched. Your body is looking pretty much recovered, Mahito said with a laugh, cupping a handful of water and pouring it over his shoulder. The hot water trailed down his skin, and the stitches across his body turned a faint red from the heat. Well enough, I suppose, Jogo said, dumping the water out of his pipe before putting it back in his mouth. The environment here is comfortable and secluded. He scanned their surroundings, the dense forest, the rising mist, and the rolling ridgeline in the distance. It was indeed a fine place to nurse his wounds. It really is inconvenient not having a body. Mahito stood up, water streaming off him. The recovery rate is so much slower. He looked down at his hands, his 10 fingers flexing and extending in the steam as if confirming the body still functioned correctly. Mahito, you exhausted yourself quite a bit this time, too, Jogo noted, glancing at him sideways. Mahito paused his splashing, his fingers hovering in midair. He turned to Jogo, his smile faltering for a heartbeat before returning to normal. Ah. You noticed. Sukuna and his vessel are a hard counter to me. I only started playing because I found a suitable toy, but things didn't go quite as planned. He paused and tilted his head. Though it was going well enough at the start. This is all useless talk, Kjaku interrupted. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sharp finality. He crouched by the spring, hands in his sleeves, watching his reflection be shattered by the ripples in the water. Our primary goal remains seizing all 6 fingers held by Jujutsu High. Jogo turned to him, his brow furrowed. Is that necessary? The sorcerers are keeping Yuki Itadori alive specifically so he can consume Sukuna's fingers, aren't they? Jogo tapped his pipe against a stone, letting the grey ash fall. Even if we leave him alone, he'll end up eating them eventually. Kashimo spoke up then. His voice was quiet, yet it drew everyone's attention. He remained with his chin in his hand, his eyes still fixed on the distant forest. Those old geezers at the higher UPS don't know the strength of Yuki Itadori as a vessel. They're terrified of Sukuna's full resurrection, they'll likely move to execute him privately first. So what then? We just charge into the school and snatch them. Jogo looked at Kashimo, his pipe tilting up as smoke leaked from the corners of his mouth. His tone carried a hint of testing. Kashimo didn't answer. He simply tilted his head, pulling his gaze from the mountains to look at Jogo's face before looking away again, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Don't worry. Kjaku placed a hand on Kashimo's shoulder, his fingers lightly gripping the fabric as he leaned in. He was smiling, radiating an air of composed confidence. I've already set the stage. Success is 100% guaranteed. So, why did you bring so much luggage? Panda stared at Nobara Kujisaki and her various bags, his furry face full of bewilderment. 2 bulging bags hung from the handle of her suitcase, and a crossbody bag was slung over her shoulder. She looked like she was about to board a long-haul flight. Eh? Aren't we going to Kyoto? Nobara blinked, her eyes scanning the group. Isn't this the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event? It's a Goodwill event with the Kyoto Sister School, held in Tokyo. Maki Zenin lowered her long blade from her shoulder, propping it against the ground and resting her chin on her hands over the hilt. What? No way. Nobara's voice exploded across the training ground, startling several crows from the nearby trees. No wonder I felt like I was on a different wavelength when I was talking to her, Maki muttered, tilting her head. Tell me about it. Megumi Fushiguro's voice drifted over. Salmon, Toji Inumaki added, pulling up his collar. It's held at the school that won the previous year, Panda explained. Before he could finish, Nobara grabbed a fistful of his thick neck fur. Her fingers sank deep into the fluffy white coat as she gave it a sharp yank, pulling Panda's head forward. Don't you dare win, you bastards. Nobara hissed through her teeth. We didn't even go last time. Yuta went in as a sub and handled it, Panda said, using a paw to gently pry her hand off his neck. He sounded a bit defensive. Rika hadn't been dispelled yet at that point, Maki recalled, her gaze drifting as she remembered. I think it was a total slaughter. Pollock Row, Toj agreed. I blame you. Yuta Okatsu. Whoever the hell you are. Nobara's rage was like a lit firecracker, popping and snapping. She clenched her fists and swung at the air, as if the upperclassmen she'd never met were standing right there. Pure projection, Panda sighed, watching her fuming state. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from nearby. Hey, they're here, Maki's gaze sharpened. The footsteps grew closer. Beneath the shade of the trees, several figures slowly emerged. My, everyone from the Tokyo school is already here. My Zenin's voice drifted over, carrying a perfectly calculated note of surprise that sounded rehearsed. A small smirk touched her lips as her eyes swept over the Tokyo students, lingering for a beat on Maki. Are you all here specifically to welcome us? Her voice trailed upward at the end. The Kyoto school had arrived. A/N, bonus chapter is here. Next, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 95, The Goodwill Event, Part 3. Chapter 95, The Goodwill Event, Part 3. Is this a special welcome for us? My Zenin tilted her head, a lukewarm smile playing on her lips as her gaze swept across the Tokyo students. How disgusting. TCH, Okatsu isn't here. Aoi to do scratched his head, his disappointment undisguised, like discovering the main course was missing at a long-awaited party. Save the chatter. Hand over the souvenirs already. Nobara Kujisaki stepped forward aggressively, hands on her hips. She began rattling off a list of sweets like a machine gun, from Yatsuhashi to matcha daifuku, without stopping for breath. Beside them, a small blonde girl with twin pigtails clutched her broom, her lips trembling slightly as she stared at Nobara. This first year, what's with her? She's terrifying. Even without Okatsu, isn't sending 2 first-years to fill the slots a bit of an insult? Mekamaru's voice emerged from his rounded robotic shell, steady and mechanical, devoid of emotion. A sorcerer's age is irrelevant to their strength, Kamo Noritoshi cut in, unhurried, as if stating a universal truth. Especially Fushiguro-kun. He carries Zen in blood, yet he is stronger than those in the main family. Ugh. Mai's gaze snapped toward Kamo. Her eyes were toxic, looking as if she wanted to gouge holes in him. Kamo remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to meet her stare. Something wrong? Nothing. Mai turned away, the words ground out through her teeth with a "you'll pay for that" intensity. All right, everyone calm down. Miwa Kasumi stood between the two schools, waving her hands in small, frantic gestures, her voice tinged with the desperation of a peacemaker. Clap clap. The sound of clapping was sharp and brief, like scissors cutting a string pulled too tight. Everyone turned toward the source at once. Iori Yutaheim stepped out from the shade, her pace steady as her wooden sandals clicked against the stone path. Her posture was more poised than it had been years ago, the childishness in her eyes had long since been replaced by a settled composure and a certain cool detachment. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders, stray strands catching the breeze and fluttering against her sharp features. All right now, we're all on the same side. No fighting. Her voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a natural power that demanded silence. Honestly, you kids, if my teacher were here, he'd have beaten you half to death. She came to a halt before them, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over the Kyoto students before moving to Tokyo, finally stopping at an empty space. So, she paused. Where's that idiot? Satoru is late, Panda said, his tone flat with the resignation of someone used to it. No expression showed on his furry face. There's no way that idiot would ever be on time, Maki Zenin added, hoisting her wooden sword onto her shoulder and curling her lip. Nobody said Gojo-sensei was an idiot, exactly. Nobara chimed in, though her voice betrayed a hint of guilt she couldn't quite name. Suddenly, a sound came from behind them, the rumble of wheels over stone and light, buoyant footsteps. Sorry for the wait. Satoru Gojo emerged from around the corner, pushing a cart. The cart was piled with paper bags containing various clay figurines, strange shapes, vibrant colors, the kind of must-buy souvenirs that one inevitably regrets later. He stopped before the group, his white bandages catching the soft afternoon light as he wore his trademark, infuriatingly bright grin. My, everyone's here. His gaze scanned the crowd, a sense of "I knew it" satisfaction in his tone. I just got back from an overseas business trip, now, time for souvenirs. Panda stared at the sight of Gojo pushing a souvenir cart and smiling like a grade schooler back from a field trip. He fell silent for a moment. That was sudden. Jet lag, probably. Here, for the Kyoto students, charms from a certain tribe, Gojo took the clay figures from the cart, handed them out with a smile, then turned toward Yutaheim. He waved his empty hand at her. None for Yutaheim-chan. I don't want one anyway. Yutaheim looked away, her expression somewhere between disgust and exasperation. Gojo ignored her and turned to the Tokyo students, spreading his arms wide in an exaggerated bow like a stage performer. And for the Tokyo students, look here. Nobara watched him, her eye twitching slightly. Grown-ups who are this high energy are really embarrassing. Suddenly, the door on the cart was pushed open from the inside. A pink-haired head popped out, a massive grin on his face, his voice loud and cheerful. Hi. A pappy. Total silence. Panda's mouth hung open, shock written all over his furry face. Maki's wooden sword nearly slipped from her shoulder. Inamaki's collar dropped, revealing his jaw. Megumi's eyes were wider than usual, his lips moved, but no sound came out. The hammer in Nobara's hand hit the ground with a dull thud, unnoticed by her. It's the deceased Itadori Yuji-kun. Itadori Yuji looked at the petrified group, his expression shifting from anticipation to a loud, explosive protest. Ah. You guys aren't happy at all. His voice echoed across the training ground, startling the crows in the trees into flight. Unfazed, Gojo grabbed Itadori's shoulders like he was posing a life-sized action figure and spun him around to face the Kyoto school. The movement was so fluid it seemed like a carefully choreographed routine. And for the Kyoto students, Gojo's voice rose with the excitement of someone detonating a bombshell. This is the vessel for Kashimo and Sukuna, Itadori Yuji. Itadori Yuji, spun around to face a crowd of strangers, saw his energy instantly plummet. He raised a hand and gave a stiff, awkward wave, his voice shrinking with bashful hesitation. Kyoto people. Meanwhile, every single Kyoto student was staring down, their eyes locked firmly on the clay figurines in their hands. Kamo Noritoshi was turning his charm over and over, Mekamaru's electronic eyes were scanning the doll's material, Miwa Kasumi held hers as if it were a fragile piece of art. Tadu squeezed the doll's face to see if it was handmade. Maizenin had already started studying the text on the packaging. Not a single person looked up. They're all obsessed with the souvenirs. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 96, The Goodwill Event, Part 4. Chapter 96, The Goodwill Event, Part 4. Two more sets of footsteps approached from behind, steady, deliberate, and powerful. All eyes turned toward them as Ishinobu Gakuganji and Masamichi Yaga walked side by side, one wearing a mask of cold austerity, the other a look of grim solemnity. The arrival of the two principals caused the already delicate atmosphere to grow even heavier. Gakuganji's gaze swept across the crowd before landing on the pink-haired boy who was currently offering him an awkward smile. His pace faltered instantly, his body locking up as if nailed to the spot. The vessel of Sukuna. How is this possible? He's supposed to be dead. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to deepen instantly in a single moment. His eyes went wide, his lips parting and closing as his Adam's apple bobbed, yet he couldn't force out a single word. Ah. Principal Gakuganji. Gojo's voice rang out cheerfully from the side. Perfect. I was actually worried you might drop dead from the shock, but it looks like I was concerned for nothing. Beside him, Nobara Kujisaki and Megumi Fushiguro ignored Gojo's banter. Their eyes remained fixed on Yuji Itadori, as if trying to confirm that the person standing before them was flesh and blood. Nobara's lips were pressed into a thin line, her jaw set tight. Megumi's expression remained stoic, yet something flickered deep within his eyes. You have something to say, don't you? Nobara's voice was slightly raspy, every word biting. Yuji looked at Nobara, then at Megumi, before finally lowering his head. His hands hung at his sides, his fingers curling slightly before relaxing. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked up, his gaze filled with apology and a cautious, fragile hope for acceptance. The truth is, I'm not dead, he said. His voice was quiet but steady. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. All right. Everyone. Yaga's voice suddenly rose. He strode forward and hooked an arm around Gojo's neck, tightening his grip and pinning the white-haired man, who stood half a head taller than him, into a headlock. The Kyoto-Tokyo Sister School Goodwill event will span 3 days. Today is the first day, the group battle. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His voice carried the weight of years, possessing the solemnity and fervor of an old educator. The spark-flying cursed spirit extermination sprint. With his neck still trapped, Gojo tilted his head, the corner of his mouth twitching as his muffled voice emerged from Yaga's arm. What a lame name, Ga. Yaga's grip tightened. Gojo's neck was forced into a deeper bend, yet he kept that infuriating smirk on his face. Watching the scene, Yuta Mayuri finally lost her composure. She let out a snort of laughter before quickly covering her mouth, though the amusement still overflowed from her eyes. Yaga remained unfazed and continued, his voice returning to a professional, steady bass. The rules are simple, the first team to exorcise the Grade 2 curse spirit designated within the area wins. Additionally, several spirits below Grade 3 have been placed within the zone. His gaze pulled away from Gojo to scan each student's face. If no winner is determined by sunset, the team with the most kills wins. He released Gojo's neck and put his hands behind his back, his spine perfectly straight. Beyond that, there are no rules. Interfering with your opponents is permitted, but remember, you are all comrades in the fight against curses. The purpose of this event is to help you know yourselves and each other through combat. His voice dropped, sounding like a stone polished by water over long years, smooth, yet hard. Therefore, do not kill or permanently maim your opponents. The training ground went silent for a moment. The wind rustled the treetops, whispering through the leaves. That is all, Yaga said, returning to his usual flat tone. The match begins at noon, dismissed. In the forest several kilometers outside Jujutsu High. The canopy blotted out the sky, with sunlight leaking through the gaps in the leaves to cast fragmented spots of light on the ground. Kjaku leaned against a thick tree trunk, hands tucked into his sleeves, watching the teal-haired figure standing a few paces away with his back turned. Are you certain about going at noon? His voice was low, carrying a note of confirmation. This is a significant deviation from the original plan. Kashimo didn't turn around. His back was as straight as a rooted tree, his teal hair swaying slightly in the dappled light. Isn't it better to get the 6 fingers early? His voice drifted back. Moving the Shibuya plan forward wouldn't be a problem at all, would it? He glanced back over his shoulder. At that angle, he could only see a portion of Kjaku's sleeve, and their eyes didn't meet. I suppose I'll leave that up to you, Kjaku said, his fingers lightly rubbing the surface of the lightning ring within his sleeve. However, if we go this early... He paused, his voice dropping. Tengen will notice. Kashimo turned around, his pale blue pupils appearing exceptionally clear in the flickering forest light. He curled his lip with an impatient downward twitch, as if Kjaku were stating the obvious. She noticed a long time ago, she's just afraid of me. He took 2 steps forward, moving from the edge of the shade into the boundary between light and shadow. Half his face was illuminated by the sun, while the other half remained submerged in darkness. You just need to lower the veil at noon. I'll bring all 6 of Jujutsu High's fingers back to you. We'll just push the Shibuya timeline up. He raised a hand and gestured in the air, as if counting heads. As for those 4 idiots, you only need the stitch face technique, don't you? Kjaku gave a slight nod, the corner of his mouth curling upward. True. Then the other 3. I'll kill them once the Shibuya plan starts. Kjaku's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. He stepped forward to stand beside Kashimo, looking at him. Honestly, at least think of me, won't you? I can always absorb them. Kashimo looked down at him and remained silent for a moment. Fine. He withdrew his gaze and looked back toward the school. Sunlight poured through the gaps in the canopy, illuminating half his face and highlighting the violet markings at the corners of his eyes. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 97, The Goodwill Event, Part 5, Bonus. Chapter 97, The Goodwill Event, Part 5. Noon. Sunlight slanted through the windows of the broadcasting room, cutting a bright band of light across the mixing console. Satoru Gojo sat in a swivel chair, legs crossed. All right, 1 minute until the official match begins. He drew out the final syllable, his gaze drifting out the window to the competition grounds below, which had already turned a bleached white under the sun. Shadows dappled the earth and the grass swayed slightly, the contestants from both teams were in position like arrows nocked and ready to fly. And now, a few words of encouragement from Yuta Mayuri-sensei. A sharp came from the microphone, followed by the scraping sound of a chair being moved. Yuta was pushed toward the mic, a trace of lingering fluster on her face. She cleared her throat and leaned in, her voice sounding stiff with forced composure. Ahem, well. Her fingers tapped twice on the edge of the table, as if searching for a rhythm. It is a competition, so there will be some minor injuries. She paused, glancing at the smiling Gojo beside her, and her voice dropped an octave. But you should still help each other when needed. That's 1 minute, and we're off. Gojo interjected suddenly, his tone as breezy as a time signal announcement. Yuta's words were cut off mid-sentence. She snapped her head toward him, her face flushing a deep crimson. Satoru. The door to the broadcasting room swung open at that moment. A beautiful woman in a white lab coat stepped inside at a leisurely pace, her long hair draped over her shoulders and an unlit cigarette held between her fingers. Her gaze swept the room, landing on the red-faced Yuta at the mic, and the corner of her mouth quirked up. I'm not late, am I? Honestly, what did Satoru want me here for? Shoko. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuta's flush shifted from irritation to delight. She seemed to brighten instantly, her voice carrying a note of relief. Long time no see, Yutahime-senpai, Shoko Yeri said. Her tone was flat yet warm as her gaze moved from Yutahime to Satoru, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Gojo waved a hand, his chair spinning a half-circle. It's nothing much, just taking precautions against any unexpected incidents. Outside, on the field, the two teams had already begun to move. Several blurred figures lunged from their respective starting points, vanishing into the shadows of the trees and tall grass. They were like stones cast into water, creating a few ripples before disappearing beneath the surface. The sun beat down from directly overhead, baking the grounds until the drone of the cicadas grew even more frantic. The noon sun poured through the gaps in the canopy, casting a mottled pattern of light and shadow across the forest floor. Yuji Itadori's group had just rounded a patch of shrubbery when a cursed spirit, curled in the shade ahead, sensed their presence. It slowly raised its head, revealing a maw full of jagged, uneven teeth. Just as Yuji dropped into a stance to charge. Boom. A figure blurred past from the diagonal rear, moving so fast it left only an afterimage. Before the cursed spirit could even let out a sound, its entire body was sent hurtling away by a single fist. It tumbled through the air like a kicked stone, snapping a small tree in the distance before finally coming to a halt. Aoi Tadu withdrew his fist, his massive frame standing tall. His muscles gleamed with a healthy sheen in the sunlight. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the Tokyo students as a faint, mocking smirk played on his lips. Yuji didn't hesitate. Almost at the same instant the spirit was sent flying, he kicked off the ground. With knees bent and body leaning forward, he launched himself like an arrow directly at Tadu's head, a swift flying knee. Tadu's body leaned back slightly, the knee grazed his chin, whipping up a gust of wind but failing to connect. In the moment they crossed, Yuji landed and Tadu stepped back, re-establishing distance. The rest of the group made a split-second judgment, scattering to the sides and leaving the battlefield to Tadu and Yuji. Nice power, Tadu said, rolling his shoulders. His joints let out a series of faint cracks. His gaze settled on Yuji, sizing him up with a sharp, critical eye. Yuji didn't reply. He simply lowered his center of gravity and raised his hands to his chest in a guarding stance. His breathing remained steady, his eyes locked onto Tadu's shoulders. Then, next, Tadu's voice suddenly dropped, "You'll have to endure an equal counterattack." Before the words had fully landed, his figure vanished. Yuji's pupils contracted, and he instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. The next heartbeat, a fist slammed into his forearms. The force was staggering, like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. Yuji's feet left the ground. He was sent flying backward, his spine slamming hard into a thick tree trunk. The tree shuddered violently, leaves showering down as a dull ache radiated through his back, as if someone had hammered a spike into his vertebrae. He hit the ground, knees slightly bent to stabilize himself. He looked down at his hands, they were still there, his fingers still moved. Though his arms were so numb he could barely feel them, they weren't broken. He let out a quiet breath of relief. My hands are still here. I thought they'd been snapped off. His voice was raspy, but held a note of genuine relief. Tadu didn't give him a chance to breathe. He closed the gap again, moving as fast as the wind. This time, instead of throwing a punch, he lashed out with a kick aimed at Yuji's head. Yuji barely managed to tilt his head away, but the kick still grazed his temple. The massive impact sent a roar through his ears, and his vision blurred momentarily. Tadu's second and third kicks followed in rapid succession, each one heavier and faster than the last. Yuji's guard shattered on the third kick, and the fourth slammed squarely into his cheekbone. The skin split, and blood began to stream down his face. One strike followed another in a relentless rhythm. Yuji's body was driven back under the continuous heavy blows, his feet churning up the dirt. His consciousness wavered in the face of the searing pain, but his hands stayed up. He was still blocking. Tadu threw another punch, this one aimed straight for Yuji's face. However, just as the knuckles were about to touch skin, he felt Yuji's body starting to slump. Tadu's fist paused in midair, he didn't follow through. He withdrew his hand and stood tall, looking down at the pink-haired boy covered in blood. Is this all you've got? He rolled his neck, his spine letting out several sharp cracks. His gaze moved from Yuji toward the other directions. Megumi Fushiguro and the others had long since vanished, and further off, the other individual battles had likely already begun. Who should I chase next? He muttered to himself. A/N, bonus chapter is here. Next, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 98, The Goodwill Event, Part 6. Chapter 98, The Goodwill Event, Part 6. Who should I chase next? Aoi Itadori stroked his chin, weighing his options, when he felt a shift behind him. He turned. Yuji, who had been slumped against the tree, had forced himself back up. His face was streaked with blood and his uniform was matted with dirt and grass, but his back was straight. His gaze was pinned on Itadori like a nail driven into the earth, one that had been stepped on only to spring back up. Didn't anyone ever tell you, Yuji rasped, though his voice was steady, that kicking and punching people in the head makes them stupid? Itadori watched him, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Doesn't matter. Takada-chan says boys are better when they're a little dim. Who is that? Some idol. I don't know her. Yuji frowned, genuine confusion in his tone. You know she's an idol, yet you claim not to know her. Itadori's gaze lingered on Yuji for a moment before his voice dropped, as if reaching a decision. Kid, tell me your name. Itadori Yuji. Itadori suddenly dropped into a combat stance. His feet spread, center of gravity low, hands raised to his chest. His gaze locked onto Yuji like a blade newly drawn from its sheath. What kind of woman is your type? Yuji blinked, his frown deepening. Huh? Why are you asking that? I just want to know what kind of man you are, answer. Itadori's tone left no room for argument. Yuji rubbed his chin and looked up, thinking it over. If I had to say. He paused, as if carefully filtering his answer. Tall girls with big asses, like Jennifer Lawrence. Itadori froze. His eyes went wide, his mouth hung open, and he seemed to hit a pause button. Memories that never existed surged into his mind. Frame after frame emerged from the void, as if color were being splashed onto a blank canvas of memory. He and Yuji were standing side by side, he had his arm around Yuji's shoulder, both of them laughing like friends of 10 years. The images were so vivid, so real. He looked up at the sky. In an instant, tears and snot erupted in unison. The tears streamed down his cheeks, over his rugged jawline. He sniffled, but the snot continued to flow, he didn't even bother to wipe it, simply staring upward with his mouth open, weeping openly. Thank God. His voice was choked, squeezed from the depths of his throat, trembling with a long-suppressed release. Itadori. His gaze returned to Yuji. On that face blurred by tears, a smile bloomed, brilliant, almost blinding. We're best friends. Right then. The veil. It fell. A black curtain descended from the heavens, silent and absolute, cloaking the entire competition grounds. The sunlight was cut off, the light within the veil dimming instantly. The air grew heavy and stifling, as if an invisible hand were muffling the very space. In the broadcasting room, Gojo Satoru stared at the screen, his entire body going rigid. His hand froze in midair, finger still on the microphone switch, but every sound was caught in his throat. The face that always wore an infuriating smirk was now devoid of expression. There was only wide-eyed shock, and an unbelievable light roiling deep in his pupils. It was Suguru Ghetto's cursed energy. He snapped to his feet, his chair flying back and hitting the wall with a dull thud. Masamichi Yaga reacted even faster, grabbing the radio off the table. Get every semi-grade 1 teacher in the school here. Now. Immediately. Meanwhile, inside the veil. The Kyoto students had closed in from all sides, trapping Yuji in the center. Momo Nishimiya hovered in the air on her broom, looking over the heads of the others, she noticed the black curtain above. A veil has fallen. I don't know what's, her voice cut off. It wasn't that she stopped talking, her mouth simply clamped shut. Her pupils contracted violently as her gaze pinned to the figure that had appeared out of thin air beside Yuji. The others who had been preparing to swarm Yuji also stopped. Kamo Noritoshi's arrow was knocked, Mekamaru's cannons were aimed, and Mai Zenin's finger was on the trigger, but they all stood frozen. Including Yuji and Itadori, everyone felt the same uncontrollable chill crawl up from the base of their spines at once. In their midst, a teal figure had suddenly appeared. He seemed to have grown out of the very air, no warning, no sound. He stood there, abrupt yet as if he belonged. Teal hair was tied in a low ponytail, violet markings extended from the corners of his eyes, and his pale blue pupils were as calm as stagnant water. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his posture as relaxed as someone waiting for a friend, but the cursed energy seeping from him pressed down on everyone's shoulders like an invisible mountain. This guy is terrifyingly strong. The thought was the only thing left in Yuji's head. His body was screaming alarms, run, get out of here. This person wasn't on the same level as the special grade from the detention center, no, they weren't even in the same dimension. That spirit was at least a cursed spirit. This person was something more fundamental, more primitive, an existence at the absolute top of the food chain. His muscles were trembling, not from fear, but from instinct. His body realized the danger before his brain did and was desperately trying to force a reaction. Move, move. He screamed inwardly, the sound nearly deafening him. But his body felt nailed to the spot. His toes dug into the dirt, his knees were as stiff as rusted iron, and every inch of muscle resisted his commands. He watched the teal figure slowly walk toward him. The pace was unhurried, the soles of the shoes letting out a faint scuff on the fallen leaves. In the frozen silence, the sound was exceptionally clear, like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Step, step, step. Move. Yuji gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, sweat trailing down from his brow. He poured every ounce of his willpower into his limbs. Finally, his right arm moved. His fist snapped out from his waist, carrying all his strength and all his terror, aimed at the approaching figure. Mid-swing, the fist stopped. It wasn't his doing. A palm had pressed against his knuckles, neither heavy nor light, like catching a tossed orange. The palm was ice cold, the fingers long. Yuji's fist was held firmly by that hand, unable to advance an inch, unable to retreat a hair. He was like a walnut caught in iron pliers, no matter how much force he applied, he couldn't budge. Then, another fist slammed into his abdomen. That punch wasn't fast, it was almost slow, slow enough that Yuji saw it from the wind-up to the strike, slow enough that he felt his brain had plenty of time to command a dodge. But his body couldn't keep up. His stomach felt as though it had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. The force surged into his gut, punching through muscle and organ to exit through his back, draining every scrap of air from his lungs. Cough. A spray of blood erupted from Yuji's mouth. The dark crimson mist splattered across Kashimo's clothes and trickled down the fabric. Yuji's body buckled. He fell to his knees, hands bracing against the dirt as a dry heave racked his throat. His vision was shaking, his ears were ringing, and the searing pain in his abdomen felt like someone had lit a fire in his organs. He was trembling uncontrollably. Kashimo withdrew his fist and lowered his arm, looking down at the kneeling Yuji. His expression didn't change. His pale blue pupils reflected Yuji's crumpled form, as calm as a frozen lake without a single ripple beneath the ice. Sukuna's vessel. A/N, next, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 99, The Goodwill Event, Part 7. Chapter 99, The Goodwill Event, Part 7. Sukuna's vessel. Kashimo stroked his chin, tilting his head as he looked down at Yuji, who was kneeling and coughing up blood. He appraised the boy like a piece of unopened cargo. His tone was flat, carrying a hint of idle curiosity. If you summoned Sukuna now, you might increase your odds of survival. But as you are, he paused, a small smirk playing on his lips. You're pathetically weak. Before the words had finished, a gunshot rang out. My Zenin had already leveled her weapon, her finger pulling the trigger. A bullet imbued with cursed energy shot from the barrel, aimed directly at Kashimo's temple. It moved with lethal speed, the whistle of the air sharp and brief. Kashimo didn't even turn his head. He raised his right hand and extended two fingers, catching the bullet with a casual pinch. The metal slug continued to spin slightly in his grip. The embers of cursed energy flickered on the surface of the bullet before dying out. Kashimo brought the bullet to his eyes for a brief look. Turning cursed energy into a bullet and firing it from a firearm. He tossed the bullet aside, the metal letting out a sharp ping as it hit the ground. Is your technique construction? Mai's pupils contracted violently. Her finger was still on the trigger, but there was no time to chamber a second round. Kashimo had vanished. He moved faster than her retinas could track. In the next heartbeat, a massive shock radiated through her temple. Kashimo appeared behind her, his fist already followed through. The punch wasn't heavy, at least, not by his standards, but it was enough to send Mai toppling like a felled log. She slammed into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her eyes remained open, but her pupils were unfocused, her consciousness had been blasted away by the impact. Mai. Tadu's voice exploded from the side. His hands had already slammed together. Space warped between him and Mai for a fraction of a second, and their positions swapped instantly. Tadu appeared before Kashimo, his right fist shrouded in cursed energy as he swung for the man's face. Kashimo raised an arm. Forearm and fist collided with a dull, meaty thud. Tadu's power was absorbed completely by that forearm. It was like striking a wall wrapped in thick quilts, the force was neutralized entirely, without even a vibration passing through. Tadu's pupils shrank. Before he could shift his stance, a voice rang out from behind Kashimo. New shadow style. Kasumi Miwa had somehow circled to Kashimo's rear. She held her sword with both hands, the blade already partially drawn. Her voice wasn't loud, but she spoke with a desperate, iron resolve, as if giving herself a final order. Bato sword drawing. A flash of steel followed. The blade cut through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at the back of Kashimo's neck. The angle was sharp and the timing precise, slipping in through the gap left by Tadu's punch, a perfect coordination. Kashimo's left hand rose from his side, fingers splayed. He caught the flash of steel without looking. The edge bit into his palm, cutting through the skin. It drew blood, but only went a layer deep before stopping. Miwa's blade felt as if it had been welded into his grip, it couldn't advance or retreat. She gripped the hilt with both hands, her muscles strained to the limit and veins bulging, but the blade remained motionless. For real. The thought was all that remained in her mind. He caught my sword. With his bare hand. Kashimo applied a fraction of pressure. His fingers closed, his knuckles tightened, and the blade let out a screeching metallic groan before it snapped. The fragments slipped through his fingers and hit the ground with a series of sharp clinks. He didn't look at Miwa again. His body shuddered slightly as the cursed energy he had been suppressing was released without reservation. Blue-white arcs of electricity exploded from his body like a swarm of unchained serpents. They hissed and roared across his shoulders, arms, and hair. The discharge radiated outward from him, the shockwave whipping up fallen leaves and incinerating them in midair. Tadu and Miwa were driven back several paces by the pressure. Tadu raised an arm to shield himself, the electricity licked across his skin with a sizzle. He retreated and looked down at his hand. It was charred, the meat raw and peeled back, the scent of burning flesh hitting his nostrils. His fingers curled slightly as blood seeped from beneath the blackened skin. The pain burned from his fingertips all the way to his shoulder. No way. Tadu looked up at the teal figure standing in the center of the electrical storm, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His voice was a mere rasp of disbelief. Just a release of cursed energy can do this. Kashimo stood still, the ARPs crackling around him and illuminating half his face. His expression was unchanged, that same mask of indifference. His gaze swept over those still standing before settling on the pink-haired boy kneeling in the distance. Bring Sukuna out. Otherwise. Kashimo raised a hand, pointing a single finger toward the sky. His voice was quiet, carrying a casual, effortless air. They're all going to die. Before the sentence finished, a colossal amount of cursed energy poured from his fingertip. Blue-white light condensed, spun, and expanded, a star compressed to its limit, deceptively calm on the surface while roiling with enough energy to annihilate everything. His arm underwent a violent transformation. The flesh and bone disintegrated and restructured within the lightning, turning into a structure of pure thunder. The translucent energy limb radiated a blinding glare. Maximum. His voice dropped. Heavenly fall. This was an inspiration he had taken from Suguru Ghetto's Uzumaki. A maximum technique was the pinnacle of a cursed technique's development. Since his technique, Phantom Beast Amber, was inherently a reconstruction of his body, he only needed to reconstruct a single arm to maximize the electrical charge amplification. This allowed him to create a massive magnetic vortex. The power and range of a fully charged release would likely be beyond the capabilities of any current sorcerer. And what he was using now was less than a third of that output. The sky grew dark. A magnetic vortex formed at his fingertip, expanding at a visible rate as if a giant, invisible hand were churning the atmosphere. Clouds were torn apart and the air was ionized. The blue-white ARPs jumped at the edges of the vortex with a piercing hum. On the ground, stones began to vibrate before slowly floating upward, lifted by an unseen force. Leaves, grass, and dust, everything lighter than air, began to rise, drawn toward the center of the growing vortex. The students felt a fear that seeped into their very bones. It wasn't the tension of facing a strong opponent, it was something more fundamental. It was the instinctual realization of an organism at the bottom of the food chain looking at the top. Their legs shook, not from cowardice, but because their bodies were automatically calculating the possibility of escape and reaching a hopeless conclusion. There was no chance. A/N, piercing lightning isn't a maximum technique, just a high-density release of cursed energy. I might have written it as a maximum before. Chapter 100, The Goodwill Event, Part 8. Chapter 100, The Goodwill Event, Part 8. Sukuna. Yuji's voice exploded through the deafening hum. His eyes were locked on the growing mass of energy in the sky, the blue-white light of death reflecting in his pupils. There was no response. The king of curses slumbering within him didn't even skip a breath. Sukuna. He screamed again, louder this time, so loud his vocal cords ached. What? A slit suddenly opened on Yuji's cheek, and a mouth grew from beneath his skin. The voice was lazy and indifferent, filled with the resentment of someone woken from a nap. Use my body. Kill him. Yuji practically roared the words, every syllable dripping with overflowing despair. I'll do anything. The energy mass in the sky had grown large enough to block out half the heavens. The center of the magnetic vortex began to emit a blinding white light. The air warped under the extreme heat, and the stones on the ground were no longer just vibrating, they were rising. They flew toward the center of the vortex, only to be sucked in, pulverized, and erased. Yuji felt his hair stand on end from the static, a fine, prickling sensation blanketed his skin, like the electrical charge in the air right before a thunderstorm. The Sukuna inside him fell silent for a heartbeat. It was a fraction of a second, almost negligible, but Yuji felt it. It was a look of scrutiny, like a grown man looking down at a rat struggling desperately under his boot. "Brat," Sukuna's voice emerged from the mouth, carrying an aloof, almost pitying coldness. "I already gave you my answer." He paused. "I refuse." Yuji's body froze. "Truly pathetic, brat," Sukuna said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "That's the exact same miserable expression you made when you wanted me to save that long-haired kid." Yuji felt as if he had been entirely encased in ice. Starting from the soles of his feet, a cold, numbing sensation crawled up his spine, freezing his knees, his waist, his chest, and his throat. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. He couldn't even pull his eyes away from the approaching light of death in the sky. His mind went entirely blank, there was no thought left, only a single, cold, despairing fact driven into the deepest part of his consciousness like a nail. There is no hope left. Panda and Nobara had just finished off a cursed spirit. Its remains were still slowly dissipating in the air, blackish settling on the ground. Strange. Where are the Kyoto students? Nobara pulled her hammer free from the last chunk of the spirit, flicked the dark fluid off, and frowned as she looked around. The surroundings were unnervingly quiet, even the cicadas had gone silent, leaving only the rustle of leaves in the wind. Just as the words left her mouth, an explosion rang out in the distance. Not just one, it was a rapid succession, like tens of thousands of lightning bolts striking the exact same spot at the exact same moment. The blasts chained together into a continuous, deafening roar. The earth trembled beneath their feet, as if something deep underground had just rolled over. Thick smoke followed. A dense plume of gray-white smoke, laced with arcs of electricity, rose from the distant horizon like a massive hand reaching for the sky. A mushroom cloud surged upward, hitting the inner ceiling of the veil before spreading outward in all directions, a blooming flower of death trapped beneath a glass dome. Then came the cursed energy. The wave of cursed energy surged from the direction of the explosion, washing over them like a tsunami and suffocating the air. Nobara nearly dropped her hammer, her knees buckled slightly, not from fear, but from the sheer, physical weight of the energy pressing down on her shoulders. "It's from Yuji's direction," Panda said, his voice low and urgent. His usual composure was gone from his furry face. "I've got a bad feeling about this." The moment he finished speaking, both of them were already sprinting toward the blast. At the epicenter, Kashimo stood in the middle of a massive crater spanning nearly 200 meters in radius. He looked down at his arm, which had just finished regenerating via reverse curse technique. The new skin was a pale pink in the sunlight, with a few tiny arcs of electricity still dancing across his fingertips with a faint crackle before dissipating. So this is the limit of injecting only a third of the full output. He flexed his fingers, the joints popping crisply. He pulled his gaze from his arm to scan the devastated, pockmarked terrain around him. Still, it's not bad. The edges of the crater were still smoking. The charred earth and melted rock had fused under the extreme heat, solidifying into an eerie, glass-like substance that gleamed dimly in the dark light of the veil. Several broken bodies were scattered throughout the crater. No, they could no longer be called bodies. Mekamaru's robotic frame had been obliterated in the blast, all that remained were a few twisted shards of metal embedded in the crater wall, still smoking slightly. The lower half of Kamo Noritoshi was completely gone, the cross-section at his waist was charred black and perfectly flat, as if cleanly sliced by a massive, heated blade. The two who had been directly at the center of the explosion, Yuji Itadori and Aoi Tado, lay in different positions at the bottom of the crater. Tado was practically a piece of charcoal. His skin had completely carbonized, as black as burnt wood, its surface covered in a web of cracks that revealed the dark, semi-coagulated meat beneath. His left arm was gone entirely, the stump a mess of carbonized tissue and muscle. His chest was still rising and falling, but the movement was so shallow it was almost imperceptible. Yuji, surprisingly, had suffered the least severe injuries. Both of his arms were completely gone from the shoulders down, the stump similarly charred black, but aside from that, his body bore almost no other marks. His face, chest, and abdomen showed no signs of the blast, even his uniform was still mostly intact. He simply lay at the bottom of the crater, eyes shut tight, his chest rising and falling steadily, as if he were taking an afternoon nap. Kashimo narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on Yuji for a heartbeat. Because of Sukuna. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He pulled his gaze away from Yuji, scanning the massive crater to ensure he hadn't missed anything. The air inside the veil was heavy, thick with the combined stench of char and blood. Plumes of smoke continued to rise slowly from the edges of the crater, gathering into a gray-white cloud at the apex of the dome. A/N, we've reached Chapter 100. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Goodwill Event, Part 9. Chapter 101, The Goodwill Event, Part 9. The rest of the Tokyo students reached the scene. Footsteps approached the edge of the crater, frantic and erratic. Panda, Maki Zenin, Nobara Kujisaki, Megumi Fushiguro, and Toji Inumaki arrived almost simultaneously from different directions. Then, they all froze. The landscape before them was a portrait of hell. A massive crater spanning 200 meters, scorched earth, molten rock, and an air so thick with the stench of char and iron it made them gag. Severed limbs were embedded in the crater walls, at the bottom lay figures that were barely recognizable as human. Kamo Noritoshi's lower half was gone. Mekamaru's remains were scattered like scrap. Aoi Tadu lay at the base of the pit, a blackened husk of charcoal, his left arm missing and his chest rising with a rhythm so faint it was nearly invisible. And Yuji's arms were gone from the shoulders down. He lay there with eyes shut tight, his breathing deceptively steady. Kashimo-sensei, why? The word squeezed out of Panda's throat, heavy with a fractured, suffocating confusion. My. Maki's voice exploded. She lunged to the edge of the pit, dropping to a crouch to shake the body of Mai Zenin, who lay at the very periphery of the blast. Mai's uniform was scorched black, her face masked in dust and blood, her lips white and her eyes shut. Maki's fingers dug into her sister's shoulders, her knuckles turning white. Her lips trembled and her eyes reddened, her voice grinding out from between her teeth in an uncontrollable shudder. You bastard. Nobara Kujisaki's scream erupted from the other side. She whipped out several nails. They traced silver arcs through the air, hurtling toward Kashimo as he stood in the center of the pit. She followed up immediately with her hammer, swinging with all her might. Bolstered by cursed energy, the nails tore through the air with a sharp, lethal whistle. Kashimo didn't even flinch. The nails whistled past him, the closest missing his sleeve by half a foot. They never stood a chance of hitting him. Divine dog. Megumi Fushiguro's voice rang out from the side. His fingers were already locked in a hand sign. A black and white hound surged from the shadows at his feet, moving like a bolt of lightning as it lunged for Kashimo's throat. The divine dog, totality left a blurred afterimage in the air, its fangs gleaming in the dim light of the veil. Kashimo watched the lunging beast, his gaze flickering to Megumi's face, the features, the eyes, that stubborn, unyielding stare. An ancient image flashed through his mind. 400 years ago, a man named Zenin Zine had stood before him with the same technique, the same posture. Ha! He let out a short, nearly silent laugh, not of mockery, but a complex, indefinable sigh. Do all 10 Shadows users look the same? He raised his fist and drove it into the dog's abdomen. The moment his knuckles touched the fur, the electrical charge detonated. Blue-white lightning radiated from the point of impact, the beast's body swelled violently within the glare before it simply burst. Flesh and fur sprayed across the scorched earth, sizzling against the heat. What? Megumi froze. His fingers remained in the hand sign, his eyes wide as his pupils reflected the scattered remains of his shikigami. His brain short-circuited in that instant. He blew the divine dog apart with a single punch. Kashimo didn't give him time to process. He leaned forward, shifting his center of gravity as the scorched earth beneath him cracked. He moved, a straight line of lethal intent aimed at Megumi. Don't move. Toji Inumaki's voice exploded. His collar was pulled all the way down, revealing the cursed marks around his mouth. The words tore from his throat, carrying a power that transcended his own limits. The ripples of cursed speech radiated through the air, slamming into Kashimo like an invisible net, attempting to lock his body in place. Kashimo's body jerked to a halt. It was brief, short enough to be negligible, but he stalled. Blood sprayed from the corner of Toad's mouth as the backlash of the command surged up his throat, his vocal cords feeling as if they were being clamped by red-hot pliers. He doubled over, retching blood and bracing his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Panda had already entered gorilla mode. His frame swelled, muscles bulging, and fur standing on end. His palm grew large enough to blot out a patch of the sky as he swung a heavy blow down toward Kashimo's head. The force was enough to flatten a car into a disk of scrap metal, but Kashimo didn't even look up. The moment the cursed speech took hold, he used his momentum to pivot, switching his weight from a charge to a counter. His right fist snapped out from his waist, meeting Panda's descending palm dead on. Fist met palm. A dull, heavy roar echoed through the crater, the shockwave whipping outward and kicking up dust and debris. Panda's arm disintegrated. The electrical charge was injected through Kashimo's knuckles, racing up Panda's arm and detonating at the shoulder. Flesh and fur sprayed into the air amidst the lightning as Panda was hurled backward by the impact, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. The stump of his arm smoked, the charred meat peeling back. His eyes remained open, fixed on Kashimo. Kashimo withdrew his fist and stood still, his arms at his sides. No arcs of electricity danced around him now. His teal ponytail swayed slightly in the settling wind, his expression as vacant as if nothing had happened. His gaze swept over the fallen Panda, the blood-heaving Toji, and the stunned Megumi, finally coming to rest on Maki, who was still desperately shaking her sister's body at the edge of the pit. Kashimo suddenly tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing as a dry heave racked his frame. His body leaned forward, mouth open, as a purple mass slid slowly from his throat. It hit the ground, writhed for a few seconds, and then coiled around his waist. It was a bizarre cursed spirit, entirely purple and covered in fine, overlapping folds like a magnified slug. It clung to his waist, its body rising and falling as if breathing. Ugly treasure, a cursed spirit capable of storing items. The one Suguru Ghetto had originally confiscated had been used during the night parade, but after taking over Ghetto's body, Kjaku had procured a new one for Kashimo to store his cursed tools. The spirit opened its maw. A verdant staff slid slowly from its gullet, long, with white caps on either end. It shimmered with a soft luster even in the dim light. The staff. Kashimo reached out and took the weapon. He gripped the shaft, gave his wrist a flick, and sent the staff spinning. The staff traced fluid, seamless arcs at his side, fast and steady, the wind of its rotation kicking up a small vortex of dust around him. His movements were effortless, as if he had been wielding the weapon for centuries. Which, in fact, he had. He brought the staff to a halt at his side, the tip pointed toward the ground. I'm in a good mood today, his voice drifted up from the pit. Come at me together. Chapter 102, The Goodwill Event, Part 10. Chapter 102, The Goodwill Event, Part 10. I'm in a good mood right now, all of you, come at me together. Kashimo tilted his chin up, his gaze sweeping across the group. He had deliberately increased the detonation height of maximum, heavenly fall, compressing the destructive power that should have swallowed the entire competition field into midair. Even so, someone had died. Mechamaru was a remote-controlled cursed corpse, the death of the puppet usually wouldn't affect the pilot's true body. As for the blood manipulation user who had been killed, Kashimo's gaze passed over the mangled corpse without lingering for a single second. He wasn't a good person, if someone died, they died. He felt no psychological burden. 400 years ago, he had killed far more than this, every one of them with a name, a family, and unfinished dreams. He had never lost sleep over it. After all, weakness is the original sin. He withdrew his gaze and mentally tallied the results. Aside from Noritoshi Kumo, most were merely heavily injured or unconscious. Mechamaru's losses were negligible. This was exactly as he had intended. He wanted to maximize the exhaustion of the school's combat potential to ensure the rapid initiation of the Culling game. A few broken arms and legs could be mended with reverse curse technique, but it would take time. And time was exactly what he and Kjaku needed most. At the edge of the crater, Maki Zenin slowly stood up. She gripped her long blade, the steel gleaming with a cold light in the dimness. There were no tears on her face, no fear, only a burning fury that seemed to seep from her very marrow. Her eyes were locked on Kashimo, reflecting the men she had once called teacher. Kashimo. Her fingers tightened around the hilt, her knuckles turning white as veins pulsed from her hand all the way up her forearm. She took half a step forward and then stopped, not out of hesitation, but because she was searching for the perfect angle, the perfect distance, the perfect moment to strike. The wind in the crater died down. The air inside the veil grew as heavy as lead, pressing down on everyone's shoulders until they nearly buckled. Kashimo stood in the center of the pit, the staff held at his side, its tip pointed toward the ground. His teal ponytail remained motionless. He looked at Maki's face, flushed red with rage, and her eyes burning with fire. His expression did not change. He had seen that look too many times. Over 400 years, countless people had worn that same expression before him: rage, despair, indignity, hatred, each one so intense it seemed ready to overflow from their eyes. But the ending for those people was always the same. There was no difference. Kashimo suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. The force was small, like a kitten scratching at his clothes. He looked down. A palm-sized figure covered in stitches was standing at his feet, looking up at him. A mini mojito. Kashimo, I've taken the fingers. Let's withdraw. Kashimo stared at the tiny thing for 2 seconds, feeling something ignite in his chest. It wasn't rage, but something hotter, drier, and more irritating. He was annoyed that Kjaku had taken it upon himself to have Mojito retrieve the fingers. The agreed-upon plan, the division of labor, the arrangement where he was responsible for taking the fingers and Kjaku was responsible for the veil, all of it had been unilaterally rewritten. He took a deep breath, pushing down the fire rising from his stomach. He didn't look back down at the tiny figure, but instead raised his head, his gaze returning to the edge of the crater. No matter. Let me play a while longer. At the edge of the pit, Maki Zenin was no longer where she had been. Kashimo's pupils contracted slightly. His physical instincts reacted faster than his brain. He felt the air behind him sliced open in an instant. The chill of the blade crawled up his spine, aiming directly for the back of his neck. He didn't turn around. He simply swung the staff horizontally behind him, the shaft catching the blade exactly between his back and the flash of steel. Clang. The collision of metal on metal exploded through the crater, sharp and lingering, the echo bouncing off the walls several times before fading. Maki had lunged from the air, her blade held high before being swung down with everything she had, the full weight of her body combined with the reinforcement of her cursed energy. Her hands gripped the hilt, veins bulging, her teeth grinding as her face distorted with the effort. It was a massive, heavy blow capable of splitting a car in two, but the staff did not budge. Kashimo hadn't even turned. He held the staff with one hand behind his back like a wall, firmly blocking all the force. Maki's blade pressed against the staff, the friction between the edges letting out a piercing screech as sparks flew, yet the staff didn't even sustain a scratch. Her body was suspended in midair, her hands still pushing, the blade still pressing down, but at that angle and distance, she could not advance another inch. Her eyes stared fixedly at the back of Kashimo's head, reflecting the teal hair and the few stray strands fluttering in the residual wind. Her lips parted, wanting to say something, but only a short, suppressed gasp escaped her throat. Not a bit of progress. Kashimo glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. His pale blue pupils reflected Maki's distorted face as if he were looking at an old relic not worth any more of his time. He suddenly pivoted, raising his right leg and driving a kick into her abdomen. Cough. Maki's body was launched like a kicked ball. Her back slammed into the crater wall, bounced, hit the ground, and skidded several meters before stopping. She clutched her stomach, curled on the ground with her mouth open as a spray of blood erupted from her throat. It trickled down her chin and dripped onto the scorched earth, soaking into a dark red patch. You should know, martial arts are merely the most basic requirement for any sorcerer. As he spoke, another gust of wind came from behind. It wasn't the wind, it was Panda. He charged down from the edge of the crater, his forelimbs churning the ground so fast he moved like a black and white blur. His right palm was fully charged, the pads of his hand hardened like iron under the infusion of cursed energy, aiming straight for Kashimo's back. Kashimo raised his elbow. The tip of his elbow precisely caught the center of Panda's palm, neutralizing most of the strike's power. Immediately after, he swung the staff. The shaft traced a short, lethal arc through the air, striking Panda squarely in the gut. Panda's body doubled over under the blow like a beetle stepped on in the dirt. His mouth opened in a muffled groan, his forepaws flailing in the air as he tried to grab onto something to stabilize himself. His consciousness shifted in that instant, Triceratops mode. He felt the violent upheaval within his body, bones restructuring, muscles swelling, skin hardening. He only needed a fraction of a second to enter his most defensive form. But Kashimo's fist was already there. The punch was faster than the staff, so fast he had no time to react. The moment the knuckles touched Panda's abdomen, the electrical charge detonated inside him. Blue-white lightning radiated from the point of contact, tearing through his fur, his muscle, and his bone, roaring through his internals with destructive frenzy. His consciousness blurred in the glare, his body lost control amidst the agony. The bones that had just begun to restructure shattered under the shock, the swelling muscles charred in the heat, the hardening skin cracked, peeled, and turned to ash. In just a few seconds, 2 of Panda's 3 cores shattered instantly. Only his own core remained, pulsing weakly like a lamp in the wind, flickering and ready to go out at any moment. His head was skewered onto the staff. Kashimo stood with one hand on his hip, head tilted, looking at the furry, blood-stained head. Panda's eyes were still open, his pupils reflecting Kashimo's figure, his lips moving slightly without making a sound. Kashimo looked at the head and fell silent for a moment. He didn't lower his hand from his hip, his posture as relaxed as if he were looking at a strange tree in a park. His gaze lingered on Panda's face for a heartbeat before moving away, sweeping over the figure still struggling to crawl up from the edge of the crater, then falling back to the staff in his hand. The head on the staff swayed slightly with his movement, like a dango skewered on a stick. A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 103, Don't Take Liberties. Chapter 103, Don't Take Liberties. In the distance, Megumi Fushiguro watched the scene unfold. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Kashimo stood in the center of the pit, Panda's head skewered on the staff and scorched earth beneath his feet. He was devoid of any electrical discharge, appearing as calm as a volcano that had just finished erupting. The surface had cooled, but the magma beneath still roiled. Megumi gritted his teeth. His mind was racing, he had to buy enough time for Gojo-sensei to arrive, or at least hold out until the veil was broken. He brought his fists up, one before the other, and dropped his center of gravity. His feet spread into a stance he had never dared to use in actual combat. With this treasure, I summon. No. A thought flashed through his mind. If he did that, everyone present would be forcibly included in the exorcism ritual. The heavily injured, the unconscious, and even the potentially dead would all be dragged into it. His lips parted, the incantation catching in his throat. He fell silent for a heartbeat, a pause so brief it was nearly negligible. Forget it. His voice was a mere whisper, as if spoken only to himself. He overlapped his hands, fingers bending into specific, intricate angles as his palms faced each other. He closed his eyes, then snapped them open. Utilize the ability. Add imagination and talent. It was something he had never done, he wasn't even sure he could pull it off. But there was no turning back now. I'll show you. His voice dropped, like a stone cast into deep water. Between his fingers, something began to take shape. Shadows erupted from Megumi, expanding outward in a visible, spherical void. Domain expansion. His voice echoed through the crater. It wasn't loud, yet every syllable felt like a nail driven into the ears of everyone present. Chimera Shadow Garden. Kashimo watched Megumi's domain unfold, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. It wasn't exactly a smile, but a complex, indefinable twitch, as if an ancient memory had been dragged from the depths, covering his face in dust while the silhouette remained clear. You really are like him, Zenin Sawara. Are you truly not his reincarnation? His gaze pierced through the forming shell of the domain, landing on the boy's strained face. Makes sense, I suppose. You are family, after all. He dropped into a slight crouch, his weight shifting low as his feet carved two shallow pits into the charred soil. A circle manifested around him, a simple domain. There were no sweeping shifts of light and shadow like Megumi's, no razor-sharp edges cutting through reality. It was a simple, austere, circular barrier clinging to his body like a layer of transparent armor. Against a kid like this, he didn't need a full domain. He moved. The scorched earth beneath him exploded into a shallow pit as he launched himself like an arrow directly at Megumi. The speed was staggering, the air itself seemed to tear, letting out a sharp, piercing crack. Inside Megumi's domain, Shikigami were already coalescing from the darkness, Rabbit Escape, New, Great Serpent, plunging from the shadows one after another. But their manifestation speed could not keep pace with Kashimo's stride. The Shikigami had barely formed before Kashimo blurred past them, moving like a teal bolt of lightning that split through every obstacle. He was on Megumi in an instant. Less than 3 paces away, he could see the beads of sweat on the boy's temple and the white line of his compressed lips. In that exact moment, Megumi voluntarily collapsed his domain. The expanding spherical void shattered instantly, like a punctured balloon. The shadows dissolved, and reality flooded back in. Megumi's figure emerged from the shards of the domain, his hands hung at his sides, fingers trembling, yet his expression was calm. It worked. His voice was faint. Satoru Gojo had shattered the veil. The black curtain tore and disintegrated under a surge of cerulean light, the fragments drifting down like snow to reveal the sunset-stained sky. The white-haired figure descended from above, an incandescent rage burning within his 6 eyes. Kashimo spared him only a glance before looking away. Satoru Gojo was not on his list of targets to exhaust today. That man had to be at his absolute peak when he was eventually sealed, only then would Kashimo get the full flavor of a true battle later on. But not now. Not here. Kashimo rolled his neck, his spine letting out a series of faint cracks, like a machine finally getting a moment of rest after running too long. It was time to go. Time to settle the score with Kjaku. I won't be staying. His voice was casual, as if stating something trivial. The moment he finished, a massive amount of positive charge accumulated beneath his feet. Blue-white arcs of electricity exploded from his soles, plowing several deep furrows into the charred earth. He had previously marked a cursed spirit near Kjaku with a negative charge coordinate. The opposing charges pulled at each other through the void like an invisible tether, one end tied to his ankle, the other to a distant location. Leaving was effortless. The Star Religious Group. After taking over Suguru Ghetto's body, Kjaku had not abandoned the religious organization once worshipped as a holy site by its followers. After all, the Star Religious Group held significant economic value. Offerings from believers, capital from investors, and various charitable donations functioned like capillaries, constantly pumping funds into the heart of the organization. It was a precious resource he had no intention of losing. Of course, the original board of directors had long since become hollow shells. The directors who once sat at the long table barking orders were now either possessed by cursed spirits or under mental manipulation, puppets on a string. As for the original investors, Kjaku had quietly planted cursed spirits within them, parasites clinging to the depths of their consciousness to wring out every drop of value. Once one was spent, Kjaku would simply dangle an olive branch, a seemingly lucrative contract, to easily secure a new financial chain. The group's accounts would never run dry. It was a finely tuned perpetual motion machine, as long as he remained, it would never stop. Mahito, has Kashimo not returned yet? Kjaku sat in his chair, fingers tapping the armrest, his gaze fixed on the cursed spirit in the corner marked with the negative charge coordinate. The creature was curled up, motionless, like a tethered dog. Mahito sat with his legs crossed, sinking into a plush sofa. He tilted his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He should be here soon. Before the words had fully landed, the air in the room was sliced open. A flash of blue-white light followed, arcs of electricity crackling in the void and illuminating the entire room. Kashimo emerged from the glare, his teal ponytail swaying slightly. The residual electricity leaped across his shoulders, arms, and clothes like tiny, frantic serpents before reluctantly dissipating. He was back. "Mahito, leave us," Kjaku said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of an absolute command. Mahito looked at Kashimo, who was still wreathed in stray sparks and radiating a terrifyingly low atmospheric pressure, then at Kjaku. His smirk widened. He stood up, cast a meaningful glance at Kjaku, and strolled out. The door clicked shut behind him. Silence fell over the room. Kjaku looked up at Kashimo, who stood over him. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of calculated confusion. "What's wrong?" His voice was light, like a leaf touching the water. Kashimo didn't answer immediately. He detached the ugly treasure from his waist and tossed it onto the table. The purple cursed spirit writhed once and then lay still. His gaze moved to Kjaku's face, his pale blue eyes roiling with something long suppressed. "Don't take liberties," his voice was cold and heavy. "Stop acting on your own authority with my plans." Kjaku smiled. On Ghetto's face, the smile looked warm and composed, almost soothing. "Aren't these our shared plans?" he asked, his voice still airy, as if correcting a minor slip of the tongue. Kashimo's brow furrowed slightly. "I never said that. I only need you to facilitate the culling game so I can fight Sukuna. That is all." Kjaku tilted his head, a faint, complex light flickering in his eyes. His smirk didn't change, but the temperature of the smile seemed to drop several degrees. "Oh," his voice trailed up playfully. "That's quite cold of you. A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones." Chapter 104, I hate him. Chapter 104, I hate him. Jujutsu High, the infirmary. The scent of disinfectant clung to every inch of the air. Harsh white lights flooded the room, leaving no shadow for a person to hide in. Shoko Yeri rolled her neck, her spine letting out a series of faint cracks. She peeled off her blood-stained gloves, revealing long, pale, slender hands, and let out a sigh of absolute relief. Finally, everyone stabilized. Her voice carried a flat, bone-deep exhaustion as her gaze swept over the figures beneath the white sheets. The minor injuries were easy enough, they're basically back. Aoi to-do lost both hands. As for Itadori, he doesn't seem to be missing any limbs. She paused, her eyes lingering on an empty bed. Kamo Noritoshi is gone. She turned to look at Satoru Gojo, who was leaning against the wall, her tone carrying a hint of a complaint. "Honestly, did Kashimo think my life was too easy lately? Is he just trying to increase my workload?" She lit a cigarette. The flame of the lighter flickered briefly under the white lights before dying out. She took a long drag and exhaled slowly. The white smoke drifted in front of her, blurring her expression. Beside her, the ashtray was piled high with butts, a miniature graveyard. "Shoko, are you still in contact with him?" Gojo's voice drifted over. It felt unprompted, like a casual question, yet one that had clearly been sitting in his mind for a long time. "I'm not." Shoko stared out the window, exhaling another puff. Her voice was as neutral as if she were discussing the weather. "He blocked me 2 years ago. Actually, he probably blocked everyone." Her gaze settled on the sunset-stained sky. Gray-white smoke escaped her lips, condensing into a thin mist against the glass. "At first, I thought he did it to save Suguru," Gojo said slowly. "But now he's come back to attack the school and caused this many casualties." He paused, his finger tapping rhythmically against his knee. "The old geezers at the Kamo house are definitely going to have something to say. What a pain. You don't hate him, do you?" Shoko's voice drifted from the window. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Gojo fell silent for a heartbeat. "I don't," he said quietly, his voice sounding like he was confirming something he wasn't entirely sure of himself. "If he injured me and Yuki just to save Suguru, I don't hate him for that. But I can't understand what he did this time." He pulled down his black blindfold, revealing his cerulean eyes, and looked down at his hands. Those hands had once been vaporized by Kashimo's electrical charge before regrowing under the churn of his reverse curse technique. The new skin was a shade lighter than the rest, a scar that hadn't quite finished healing. "I hate him." Shoko's voice cut through the silence like a blade. She crushed her cigarette into the ashtray, the embers dying with a faint hiss under the pressure. She stood perfectly straight by the window, her shoulders tensed as if she were suppressing something ready to boil over. Gojo looked up at her back. The white light caught her shoulders, tracing a cold, lonely silhouette. Looking at her, he seemed to see a figure from a long time ago, a teal-haired man who always trailed behind them, his pace unhurried and his posture as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. Whenever Shoko would light a cigarette, that figure would reach out, pluck it from her lips with 2 fingers, crush it in the nearest ashtray, and say, expressionless, smoke less. Shoko would glare at him, pull a second one from her pocket, light it, and intentionally blow smoke in his face. The teal-haired man would frown, but he wouldn't say anything else. He'd just push the ashtray a little closer to her. It felt like that man was always trying to get her to stop smoking. I suppose so. Gojo's voice drifted over, low and heavy. It can't be helped. He pulled his blindfold back into place. The black fabric hid his eyes and every trace of his expression. The infirmary fell silent, save for the faint hum of the air conditioner and the occasional chirp of an insect from outside. Shoko lit another cigarette. The flame flickered at her fingertips before stabilizing into a quiet, steady burn. The Star Religious Group. How many fingers do we have now, including the ones inside Yuji Itadori? Jogo sat in the corner of the room, his pipe tilted in his mouth. Trails of smoke leaked from his teeth as he watched Kjaku. Kjaku leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest as if performing a simple mental addition. Nearly there. In the upcoming Shibuya plan, the ideal scenario would be to reach around 15. His voice was low, laced with certainty. He turned toward Kashimo, his lips just beginning to part. I'll be the one to feed Sukuna the fingers, Kashimo interrupted. His voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp and decisive, cutting Kjaku off before he could speak. A tiny arc of electricity flickered near the violet markings at the corner of his eye, dancing briefly before vanishing. Kjaku watched him, silent for a heartbeat, before his mouth curled into a small smirk. Then it settled. He moved his gaze from Kashimo to Jogo and Hanami. Jogo, Hanami. When the time comes, I'll need the 2 of you to stall Satoru Gojo for 1 minute. I need that time to activate the prison realm. Jogo's pupils contracted violently. His grip tightened on his pipe, his knuckles turning white, the pipe nearly fell from his mouth. Me. Stall Satoru Gojo for a minute. What's wrong? Surely that isn't difficult, Kjaku said, tilting his head. His smile remained unchanged, his tone radiating a casual ease. The volcano atop Jogo's head erupted in a sudden blast of flame. A scorching heatwave surged through the room, the air warping in the temperature. His eyes were wide, a fire burning within his pupils that was far more intense than the one on his head. You think that's easy? He practically roared the words, the sound echoing through the room. The flames leaped from his head, casting a red glow over everyone's faces. Kjaku continued to look at him with a smile, not even blinking. Why don't you have Kashimo stall Gojo? He's clearly better suited for it. Jogo's voice exploded through the room, another wave of heat accompanying his fury. Kjaku's smile grew cold. He looked at Jogo and tilted his head. His tone remained airy and indifferent, but every word felt as though it had been dragged from a block of ice. If you think you can win against Sukuna, we can always swap. A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Veil, Falling. Chapter 105, The Veil, Falling. August 11, 2018. The late summer wind blew from the end of the street, catching a few leaves that hadn't quite turned yellow and sending them into a twirl around their feet. Kashimo and Kjaku walked side by side down the street, their pace unhurried, looking like 2 idlers out for an afternoon stroll. Kjaku wasn't wearing his monk's robes today. Instead, he wore light autumn clothes, an unbuttoned dark gray coat over a black turtleneck, making him look several years younger than usual. Before they left, he had specifically tied Kashimo's teal hair into odango buns. I think we've done enough preparing, Kashimo said, raising a hand to touch the tightly bound buns on his head, his tone laced with impatience. Honestly, is it necessary to be this cautious? I could just charge in and kill them all, that would be enough. Kjaku glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curling upward. I can no longer tell if calling you a warrior is a compliment or an insult, his voice was airy. If you only target Sukuna and Satoru Gojo, you certainly could handle them. But if the Jujutsu high sorcerers come at you in waves, it will become very troublesome. Kashimo rolled his eyes, a hard roll, leaving only the whites visible. Fine. The word squeezed through his teeth, carrying the compromise of someone who couldn't be bothered to argue. Kjaku pulled his gaze from Kashimo and settled it on a billboard by the road. He paused slightly, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered something fascinating. Ah, Earthwormman 4. He read the title aloud and turned to Kashimo. Want to watch it? Kashimo followed his gaze. The vibrant movie poster featured a twisted, half-human, half-earthworm monster and a terrified female lead. He frowned. But I haven't even seen 1, 2, or 3. It's just a story about a man who gets turned into an earthworm and eventually falls in love with a woman, Kjaku said breezily, summarizing the plot as if it were a bedtime story. Kashimo's frown deepened, his mouth twitching slightly. That sounds disgusting. But this is love. Kjaku drew out the final word with a profound, you wouldn't understand, tone. Kashimo stared at him blankly, falling silent for a moment. I don't have such grotesque tastes. He looked away and continued walking, his pace slightly faster than before, as if trying to escape something. Kjaku laughed and followed, his steps light, the hem of his coat fluttering slightly behind him. The pedestrians on the street passed them by without a second glance. They were just a young man with teal hair and a man in autumn clothes walking side by side on a late summer afternoon, like ordinary friends. Suddenly, Kjaku turned his head. He looked at Kashimo, a rare sincerity in the eyes that belonged to Sugiura Ghetto. So, returning to our topic, are you really going to face Sukuna alone? Kashimo didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the sky, cut into irregular shapes by the surrounding skyscrapers. The sky was blue, the clouds faint, and a few birds darted across the edge of his vision before vanishing. If it's at 15 fingers, he poses no threat. I can handle him easily. His voice was flat. But as I said, I will not kill him. I want to fight him when he returns to his absolute peak. Kjaku looked at his profile for a few seconds, then let out a soft laugh. You really are fixated. For hundreds of years, holding on to this single obsession. Kashimo pulled his gaze from the sky, glancing at Kjaku with a slight curl of his lips. Aren't you the same? Over 1,000 years, constantly obsessing over the evolution of all humanity. Kjaku blinked, then laughed out loud. The laugh wasn't booming, but it rang clearly down the empty street. Ha ha ha. Perhaps. He paused, looking towards some uncertain point in the distance, his voice growing softer. After all, I'm just trying to find things to occupy myself with over the long centuries. It's entirely possible that one day, I might decide I no longer want humanity to evolve. He smiled again as he spoke, a smile that was hard to define, hovering somewhere between free-spirited and apathetic. Kashimo patted his shoulder. It wasn't a heavy pat, his palm rested on Kjaku's shoulder for a heartbeat before pulling back. There was no excess emotion in the movement, just a simple, companionable gesture between friends. Things like that don't really matter, Kashimo's voice drifted over, even and calm. After all, we're both just taking what we need. Kjaku kept smiling. He looked at the road ahead, the curve of his mouth unchanged, though the light in his eyes softened. He didn't speak, but he slowly chewed over the words in his mind. True. We have always just been taking what we need from each other. Best friend. August 13, 2018. A massive number of cursed spirits suddenly appeared almost simultaneously across Tokyo's streets, stations, and shopping malls. When exorcised, their corpses did not dissolve into ash like ordinary cursed spirits. Instead, they took on human forms, twisted, mangled humans, eyes wide in a final, horrified glare. Upon investigation, these spirits were determined to be transfigured humans, created through a specific curse technique. Jujutsu High, Tokyo, dispatched the first years to investigate, but aside from uncovering more corpses and unearthing more questions, they found nothing. The higher UPS ultimately assigned the investigation to Grade 1 Sorcerer Mei. August 17, 2018. While returning from a completed mission, the first years, Yuji Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki, and Megumi Fushiguro, were attacked by the Cursed Womb, Death Paintings. Following the battle, the attackers were confirmed to be Death Paintings number 2 and number 3, which had previously been secured at Jujutsu High. Mysteries continued to flood in like the tide. And during the incident, the vessel, Yuji Itadori, consumed another finger. August 20, 2018. Shibuya, one of Japan's most bustling districts, suddenly devolved into a nest of cursed spirits. A massive swarm of spirits, averaging around Grade 2 to semi-Grade 1, materialized across the area. Their sheer volume and density were second only to the previous year's night parade of 100 demons. This drew the immediate attention of the higher UPS. Both the Tokyo and Kyoto schools dispatched a large number of sorcerers to suppress the outbreak. Streets were blockaded, and civilians were evacuated. It took an entire week to restore traffic and municipal services in Shibuya. Under the pressure of a national-scale concert scheduled for the 29th, and pushed by the higher UPS, Jujutsu High abandoned their final sweep of the area. August 29, 2018. Shibuya. Evening, 7 p.m. The veil fell. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Shibuya Incident, Part 1, bonus. Chapter 106, The Shibuya Incident, Part 1. August 29, 2018. 7 p.m. Shibuya. The neon signs were still flickering and the advertising screens continued to play their glamorous loops, but the usual bustle of the streets had vanished. In its place was a rising tide of panicked shrieks and desperate cries. Hey! What the hell is this? Let me out. Move, get out of the way. Panic saturated every corner, the streets, the malls, the restaurants. The crowd surged like headless flies, people stumbled, others screamed, and many desperately dialed phones that would never connect. A black veil loomed over Shibuya, severing the city that never sleeps from the world outside. 7:40 p.m. The sorcerers entered the veil. This is an emergency. We have no intel, we can only rely on ourselves. Kento Nanami glanced sideways at Yuji Itadori, who was staring blankly into space, his eyes carrying a trace of unvoiced concern. Itadori-kun. Yeah. Yuji snapped back to attention, his voice tight. If something goes wrong, get to the perimeter immediately and seek out Zenin-san's help. Nanami said no more. He simply began to wrap his signature spotted tie around his fist, loop after loop, the fabric tightening between his fingers. The battle's ahead. I expect the minimum level will be equivalent to my own. Leaving it at that, he stepped slowly into the subway entrance. The dim light stretched a long shadow behind him, his footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Yuji took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and followed close behind. The subway station, usually a hive of activity, was now eerily deserted. The ticket machines were still lit, a few forgotten umbrellas stood by the gates, and the security scanner's belt emitted a monotonous hum, running ignored. The air smelled of disinfectant and a lingering, unsettling scent of iron. Nanami. Yuji shouted suddenly. Nanami whirled around in the same heartbeat, his arm flashing out as a blade of light. A transfigured human lunging from the shadows was cleanly severed at the waist. Black blood splattered against the wall. The mangled upper torso thrashed on the ground for a few seconds before going still. You looks like I'm not too late. A playful, mocking voice drifted from the side. Beneath the flickering lights, a figure covered in stitches stepped slowly from the shadows. A trademark smile, innocent yet cruel, hung on his face, his eyes swirling with a chilling sense of delight. The moment Yuji saw him, the veins in his forehead bulged. His knuckles cracked as he gripped his fists, his entire arm trembling. I knew it, his voice was ground out from the depths of his throat, raspy and low, like a beast that had been chained too long finally catching the scent of its prey. I knew it would be you. Above ground. Rubble and dust hung in the air. Maki gripped her long blade tight, Megumi's fingers were poised to form a hand sign at a moment's notice. Standing at the very front was Nobito Zenin, his posture relaxed yet radiating a lethal edge. Before the three of them sat a small, curled-up octopus. Are you serious? We run into a curse the second we step inside, Maki muttered, her brow furrowing. The tip of her blade caught the dim light with a cold glint. It's fine, isn't it? It's just a cursed womb, Nobito said dismissively, as if discussing a triviality. Before the words had fully landed, his figure vanished. Projection sorcery. It allowed him to divide a single second into 24 frames and move within them, fast as a blurred afterimage. His fist emerged from the void, slamming precisely into Dagon's body. One hit, 2, 3, each strike carried a vibration of cursed energy, leaving the cursed womb's surface dented and springing back like hammered clay. In its womb state, Dagon was helpless to counter, its movements reduced to a sluggish crawl as it took the beating. True enough. Let's finish this quickly, Maki said as she charged forward. Her blade swept down from her shoulder, the steel hissing through the air with a piercing whistle as it cleaved into the womb's side. The edge bit deep, and a dark fluid seeped from the wound like pressed juice. In that instant, the cursed womb opened its mouth. From that pitch-black maw, a tide of human bones erupted. White, yellow, whole, and shattered, some stained with dried blood, others pitted and pockmarked by stomach acid. The bones flooded the space like a broken dam. The three were swept back by the surge of skeletal remains. Maki drove her blade into the ground to stabilize herself, Megumi's back slammed into a pillar with a muffled groan. Nobito plowed 2 long furrows into the ground with his feet before finally coming to a halt. In the center of the bone pile, Dagon was changing. The womb's surface tore open, and a massive, webbed foot stepped out onto the remains, the bones shattering with a series of sharp cracks. Its body squeezed out of the womb like a butterfly from a chrysalis, but what emerged was no butterfly. It was a massive, dark red cursed spirit with thick limbs and clouded, hollow eyes. Dagon, in its complete form. Megumi looked at the mountain of human remains, his fingers curling slightly. There were hundreds of bones, at the very least. His voice was a low rasp of suppressed horror. It ate so many people. Nobito stood at the front, his gaze moving from the bones to Dagon, then back again. His brow furrowed slightly, and for the first time, his usually composed eyes held a look of serious scrutiny. The presence is entirely different now, is it a special grade? Dagon stood still, its clouded eyes slowly sweeping over the three of them. Mere humans. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, The Shibuya Incident, Part 2. Chapter 107, The Shibuya Incident, Part 2. 8:10 p.m. Satoru Gojo entered the veil. The air inside was more stifling than outside, carrying an indefinable, oppressive weight. He stood on a Shibuya street, his gaze scanning the surroundings, empty roads, extinguished neon signs, and the occasional, muffled cry from the distance that was quickly swallowed by the silence. He tilted his head, hands tucked into his pockets, a casual complaint in his voice. What a pain. Are they inside the subway station? The moment he entered, he had sensed two distinct surges of cursed energy. One was burning and volatile, the other was steady and cold. The one-eyed freak and the tree-eyed freak. No doubt about it. He set off, walking leisurely into the station, the soles of his shoes letting out an unhurried clack-clack against the steps. The subway station was packed. Not with the usual commuters, but with panic-stricken civilians trapped inside the veil. They were huddled in the corridors, on the platforms, and in front of the ticket machines. Some crouched in corners, clutching their heads, others ran about like headless flies. Gojo wove through the crowd. His white hair stood out sharply under the dim lights, yet his expression remained relaxed, as if he were merely navigating an overcrowded supermarket. Suddenly, a surge of cursed energy appeared behind him. Jogo had made the first move. His fist was coated in the thin film of domain amplification, a technique used to neutralize the limitless, just as Kjaku had instructed him. The punch carried immense force, aimed straight for the back of Gojo's head, but it fell short. Gojo didn't even turn around. He simply lowered his head slightly. The fist remained blocked, unable to touch so much as a single white hair. Because Gojo had intentionally strengthened the output of his limitless, the film of domain amplification couldn't yet fully neutralize a barrier pushed to such an extreme. The fist was stopped millimeters from his skin. Hanami pressed in from the other side at almost the exact same moment. Her hands were likewise coated in domain amplification, her fingers hooked like claws as she lunged for Gojo's ribs. She was faster than Jogo and her angle was sharper, but Gojo moved like a slippery fish, twisting through the crowd to avoid the strike while simultaneously throwing a counterpunch that slammed hard into Hanami's shoulder. Her body staggered back as the bone gave a faint, sickening crack. How ridiculous. Gojo pulled down his blindfold. His cerulean pupils shone with a startling brilliance in the dim station, like two ignited stars. He stared fixedly at the two cursed spirits, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You really thought you could defeat me with this? Jogo and Hanami exchanged a look. They didn't need to defeat him. They only had to stall him for 1 minute until Kjaku arrived. They lunged simultaneously. The two figures blurred back and forth through the crowd, moving so fast that ordinary people couldn't track them, only feeling alternating waves of searing heat and freezing cold brush against their faces. The battle raged amidst the humans. Gojo's figure flickered constantly, left, right, forward, back, like a phantom of white light. His movements were effortless. In the gaps between dodging and blocking, he managed to land several blows, a punch to Jogo's abdomen, a kick to Hanami's knee. Every counterattack was precise and lethal. Wounds began to accumulate on Jogo and Hanami, while Gojo's clothes remained perfectly crisp. Hanami threw a punch that missed, and before she could pull back, Gojo's fist slammed into her head. The blow was so fast and heavy it snapped her head to the side, her neck bone letting out a sharp crack. For a microsecond, her domain amplification flickered. In that tiny opening, Gojo fired a point-blank curse technique reversal, red. The dark red energy exploded at zero range. A massive hole was blasted through the left side of Hanami's abdomen, flesh and bone were reduced to ash in the crimson glare, leaving charred edges that leaked wisps of blue smoke. Her body slumped backward, but she was still clinging to life. A cursed spirit's vitality was far more resilient than a human's, an injury like this wasn't enough to kill her yet. Jogo quickly closed in with a punch to Gojo's arm, using the recoil to put distance between Gojo and Hanami. He grabbed Hanami and dragged her back. Behind them, the doors of a newly arrived subway train began to slide open. The cars were packed. They were filled to the brim with transfigured humans. They poured out of the train, washing over the platform, the tracks, and every corner like a tide. They lunged at the defenseless civilians. A middle-aged man was pinned to the ground by 3 transfigured humans, his scream cut short before it was half finished. A young woman clutching a child ran desperately for the stairs, but a creature lunged from the side and bit into her arm. The child tumbled from her grasp, its cries sounding as weak as a stepped-on cricket amidst the chaos. An old man knelt on the ground with his palms together, his lips trembling as he prayed to some unknown deity. Cries, screams, and roars echoed, overlapped, and amplified beneath the station dome, like dull blades sawing rhythmically at Gojo's eardrums. Watching this, Kashimo's words echoed in Jogo's mind. Compared to other sorcerers, Satoru Gojo is more cold-blooded. He'll permit a certain amount of casualties. But as for casualties on a grander scale, who knows? At the thought, Jogo's mouth split into a gruesome grin. Doubt yourself. Think, Jogo's voice rasped from his throat, carrying a malicious delight. What will you do? However, both he and Hanami let out sounds of pure shock at Gojo's next move. What? NGH. Gojo had formed a single-handed seal before his forehead. His expression was frighteningly calm. There was no rage in his cerulean eyes, no hesitation, only a cold, absolute certainty that transcended all emotion. His lips parted, his voice not loud, yet every word felt like a nail driven into the eardrums of everyone present. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Gojo's choice came faster and more decisively than Jogo had ever anticipated. He didn't maintain the domain for long. Doing so would have flooded everyone with a sea of information. While it would destroy the transfigured humans, it would also fry the brains of the civilians, leaving them as vegetables or killing them outright. In that split second, Gojo made a judgment. He needed to eliminate the transfigured humans while doing everything possible to preserve the lives of the civilians. He injected only half a year's worth of information. To achieve this, he manifested his domain for a mere 0.2 seconds. 0.2 seconds. A window so short the humans didn't even realize anything had happened. A window short enough that the transfigured humans' brains collapsed instantly under the shock of 6 months of data. A window so short that Jogo and Hanami's bodies remained in their previous combat stances even as their brains locked up. The moment the domain dissolved, Gojo's figure blurred through the crowd. He had to clear every single transfigured human with maximum speed and in the minimum amount of time. White light leaped across the platform. Every flash was punctuated by a flying head or a severed torso. Severed limbs of transfigured humans flew through the air, black blood sprayed like rain, splattering against the walls, the floor, and the faces of the innocent. No one could track his movements. There was only a series of dull thuds and the sharp cracks of shattering bone, as dense as a drumbeat without rhythm. Only a few seconds later, Gojo stopped. He was holding the heads of 2 transfigured humans, his fingers embedded deep into their rotting flesh. Black blood trailed down his wrists, dripping onto the floor to form small puddles. His chest heaved violently, his breathing ragged and heavy. His white hair was matted with black blood, and his face was so covered in gore his skin was barely visible. Through the blood, his cerulean eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance, like gems submerged in ink. The darker the surroundings, the brighter they burned. He looked up toward Jogo and Hanami. The 2 cursed spirits were still standing there, their bodies frozen in their last combat poses. Their eyes had lost focus, their brains still processing the massive deluge of data from that 0.2-second window. Their consciousnesses were caught in a massive information vortex, spinning endlessly. Saliva trailed from the corners of their mouths, dripping silently onto the ground. Gojo narrowed his eyes. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Shibuya Incident, Part 3. Chapter 108, The Shibuya Incident, Part 3. Satoru Gojo narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept over the 2 cursed spirits, still drooling and brain-dead from the information overload. Eliminating these 2 now would significantly lighten the burden. He set off, walking slowly forward, the soles of his shoes making a wet, sticky sound as he stepped through the pools of blood on the platform. But that was assuming no other curse users interfered. Prison realm, open. A low, calm voice drifted from behind him. Gojo's footsteps halted instantly, his cerulean pupils contracting sharply amidst the blood-spattered gore on his face. The prison realm. He knew exactly what it was. His body began to react the moment he heard the words, muscles tensing, feet ready to launch, preparing to spring out of the prison realm's effective range at maximum speed. But... Yo, Satoru. The voice rang out again. Familiar, gentle, and carrying that same hint of casual indifference. Gojo looked back. A figure in black monk's robes stood a short distance away, raising a hand slightly as if greeting an old friend after a long separation. That face, that smile, that posture, it was Suguru Ghetto. No, it wasn't Suguru Ghetto. His 6 eyes told him that the cursed energy, the technique, and every physiological trait within that body pointed to Suguru, but something deeper was screaming a frantic alarm. It's not him. This isn't him. His muscles tensed to their absolute limit as he prepared to kick off, ready to launch himself like an arrow toward the edge of the prison realm's reach. The speed would have been enough to tear the air and create a piercing sonic boom. He could feel the invisible boundary just ahead, he only needed one more step. A magnetic field blanketed the entire Shibuya battlefield. A blue-white glare erupted from the void, like a massive, invisible hand pressing down from the heavens to seize the very space in its palm. Gojo felt himself gripped by those colossal hands. He couldn't move an inch, his muscles felt paralyzed, every cell in his body resisting his will. His toes were less than half a meter from the boundary of the prison realm, but in that moment, that half meter felt as wide as an entire world. A tenth of a second later, the magnetic field vanished. But the prison realm had already successfully activated. Countless eyes opened across the surface of the cube, staring fixedly at the kneeling Gojo like 1,000 judges delivering a simultaneous verdict. Gojo's body was pinned by an invisible force, his knee slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. He looked down at his own shadow reflected in the blood on the floor, watching the cube slowly begin to envelop him, his cerulean eyes roiling with rage and indignation. Kjaku stood a short distance away. Kashimo's cursed energy charge, channeled through the lightning ring, coated his entire body, letting out a fine crackle in the afterglow of the magnetic field. I didn't expect that, Kjaku said, looking at the kneeling Gojo, his voice carrying a note of genuine surprise. You didn't even pause for me. Gojo looked up, glaring at him with pure malice. His cerulean pupils burned with a rage so intense it threatened to overflow, like two compressed stars on the verge of going supernova. It's strange, Gojo ground out, his voice raspy and low. Suguru, my six eyes tell me it's you. The cursed energy, the technique, it's all yours. He paused, his teeth gnashing. But my soul denies it. His voice suddenly rose, sounding like a snapped blade, the edge still in his hand, the tip already flown. Who the hell are you? Kjaku watched him, silent for a heartbeat. Then he raised a hand, his fingertips finding the thin line of stitches across his forehead, and gave a gentle pull. The thread slid from beneath the skin like an earthworm being dragged from the soil. He lifted his skull cap, revealing the brain beneath, complete with teeth and still writhing slightly. He wore an expression of sorrow. On Suguru Ghetto's face, it looked grotesque and absurd, like a child mimicking an adult's grief. This is my cursed technique, his voice was as flat as if he were reading a manual. By swapping brains, I can jump from body to body. And of course, I can use the techniques of the host. He slowly slid the skull cap back into place, pressing his finger against the end of the stitches until the thread vanished beneath the skin. Don't worry, he said, looking down at Gojo, his tone as soft as if he were soothing a child who refused to sleep. The seal will be undone before long. Perhaps next year. After all, someone on my side really wants a fight with you. Gojo's mouth twitched into a mocking smile. Hey, don't forget who beat this body half to death before it died. Kjaku stroked his chin and tilted his head. Yuta Okatsu. His tone carried a hint of casual contempt. I don't see any charm in him. Not that it matters, he'll be nothing more than an interlude. He paused, a small smirk touching his lips. I have a very powerful helper here, after all. He looked up, his gaze passing through the Shibuya night sky cloaked by the veil, toward some unseen distance. Then he looked back at Gojo, his voice dropping. Ah, it's getting late. Good night, Satoru Gojo. Let's meet again in the new world. Gate, close. The cube snapped shut. Gojo's figure vanished behind the mass of staring eyes, like a stone sinking into the deep sea, silent, weightless, and without echo. 8:19 p.m. Satoru Gojo, sealed. Elsewhere, Mahito tore himself free from the residual effects of the domain. The moment his awareness returned, his body reacted before his brain could, he turned and began to sprint away without looking back. The stitches on his skin pulled tight like harp strings stretched to their limit. He needed to reach the rendezvous point with Kjaku, Jogo, and Hanami at maximum speed. He had to evacuate before the aftershocks of the coming battle between Kashimo and Sukuna began to spread. Choso was different. Before the plan had even begun, he had rejected that course of action with a calm, non-negotiable finality. He was going to personally avenge his brothers. This was his own business, unrelated to any plan or any future. Kashimo hadn't cared. He hadn't even looked at Choso, simply saying, whatever. Just leave Sukuna to me, before ignoring him completely. And now, Choso also tore himself free from the domain's effects. His awareness returned even faster than Mahito's, and his body was in motion immediately. He didn't head toward Kjaku. Instead, he turned and began to walk in the opposite direction. Toward Yuji Itadori. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Shibuya Incident, Part 4. Chapter 109, The Shibuya Incident, Part 4. Atop a skyscraper, Kashimo released his hand seal. The stray arcs of electricity at his fingertips flickered a few times before vanishing into the air. He looked down at the city below. Under the veil, Shibuya looked like a trapped beast beneath a glass dome. The city lights were still brilliant, but that glow no longer belonged to humanity. Fires jumped in the distance. The aftershocks of cursed energy drifted in from every direction, sounding like the intermittent groans of the city itself. Behind him lay two curse users, no longer resembling anything human. Their bodies were twisted into impossible angles, and their charred remains still leaked thin trails of smoke. They had long since stopped breathing. All he had to do now was wait. Wait for Kjaku's signal. Once the 4 special-grade cursed spirits reached Kjaku would release Kashimo's cursed energy stored within the lightning ring. At that exact moment, Kashimo would sense the coordinates of the electrical charge and reach the battlefield instantly. He had used the same method to trap Satoru Gojo. The charges acted as anchors, tethers, and rails for his deployment. As soon as Kjaku sent the signal, Kashimo would launch himself like a released spring. There was no need for the 4 disaster curses to survive. They were merely pawns in the plan. Now that the game was reaching its end, the pawns no longer held any value. Eliminating them all at once was the cleanest approach. It saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one later. Kashimo withdrew his gaze and looked back toward the distant sky, reddened by the flames. The night wind swept between the high rises, ruffling his teal bangs and cutting a faint arc through the darkness. Meanwhile, the struggle in the streets continued, showing no sign of stopping despite the changes elsewhere. Nobito's figure flickered through the dim light, moving too fast for Dagon's vision to track. He had pushed projection sorcery to its absolute limit, not just a simple 1/24th of a second movement, but stacking, folding, and compressing those intervals over and over. Like a blade being repeatedly folded and forged, each layer made his movements thinner, faster, and more lethal. He blurred from Dagon's left to its right, then back to its front, his fists wreathed in the vibration of cursed energy. He threw a heavy punch, slamming it into Dagon's chin. Dagon's head snapped back and it staggered, its feet crushing the pavement with a series of dull, heavy cracks. Fast. Faster than Jogo, the thought flashed through Dagon's mind as it retreated. In this narrow street, its techniques, the ones requiring water, space, and a wide range to manifest their true power, could not be fully utilized. It was cornered, not physically, but in a tactical dead end. At this rate, it would be ground to death by this old monkey. It had no choice but to open its domain. Dagon swung both fists, blasting 2 thick pillars of water from its knuckles. The force drove the approaching Nobito back several paces. Another jet of water swept in from the side. Maki held her long blade horizontally to shield herself, but the massive impact lifted her off her feet, sending her flying. She flipped twice in the air before managing a shaky landing. Dagon did not pursue. It folded its hands before its chest. Domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skundas. The shell of the barrier formed instantly. A translucent, blue-tinted spherical space expanded outward from Dagon, swallowing Nobito, Maki, and Megumi all at once. The sky changed. The ground changed. Everything around them was replaced. The streets, buildings, streetlights, and rubble vanished. In their place was a golden beach, a sapphire sea, warm sunlight, and a blurred horizon where the sea met the sky. A salty sea breeze brushed against their faces as waves rhythmically beat against the shore with a steady hiss whoosh. Megumi did not hesitate. He quickly formed a hand seal, fingers interlocking and thumbs pressed together with force. His lips parted, a shout tearing from his throat, deeper, steadier, and more urgent than usual. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. A world of shadows bled out from beneath Megumi's feet like a spilled jar of ink, spreading in all directions. The black, somber, colorless domain clashed with Dagon's bright and warm beach. The 2 domains gnashed and neutralized each other at the boundary, letting out a piercing screech like grinding metal. The sure-hit effective horizon of the captivating Skundas was neutralized. But only that. Megumi's domain was an incomplete work, while Horizon of the Captivating Skundas was a true, complete domain of a special-grade cursed spirit. The boundary between the 2 fluctuated constantly like 2 rubber bands stretched to their limit. One was on the verge of snapping, while the other had only just begun to pull. All Megumi could do was continue the seal, maintaining the flow of his cursed energy to prevent his domain from being crushed entirely by Dagon's. His fingers trembled, and beads of sweat trailed down his cheeks, dripping silently into the shadows at his feet. He couldn't move. Maintaining the domain had drained his focus and energy. He had no strength left to join the fight, nor could he even take a single step. The task of attrition fell to Nobito and Maki. "Can you still fight, Maki?" Nobito's voice drifted back. He didn't look at her, his eyes locked onto Dagon. "I'm doing just fine, old man." Maki adjusted her grip on her blade, the steel glinting under the false sunlight of the domain. She curled her lip. "Good." The 2 figures lunged forward simultaneously. Nobito was so fast he was reduced to an afterimage, his stacked projection sorcery making him appear to be in multiple places at once in Dagon's vision, like an uncatchable insect. Maki was slower, but her stride was heavier and steadier. Every step dug into the ground as she dragged her blade at her side, the tip carving through the sand and kicking up a golden dust. Dagon did not retreat. It waved its hands, fingers splayed. Death swarm. The surface of the sea exploded. Countless swarms of fish erupted from the water, not ordinary fish, but masses of cursed energy. Each one possessed razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, their bodies twisting and roaring in midair like a living storm. They surged toward Nobito and Maki in numbers that blotted out half the sky, even obscuring the domain's artificial sun. The two didn't meet the swarm head-on. They pivoted, utilizing their speed and agility to weave through the gaps in the fish. Nobito's figure flickered through the swarm, each jump placing him exactly in the empty space between the fish, like a droplet moving through a downpour without ever getting wet. Maki was more brutal. She swung her blade, cleaving the lunging fish in two. Black blood splattered across her uniform and face, but she didn't so much as blink. However, there was danger beneath the sea as well. The sand beneath Nobito's feet suddenly erupted in a spray of water. A massive fish lunged from the ground, its maw wide enough to swallow a man whole, and bit into his arm. Crunch. The sound of shattering bone was startlingly sharp in the domain, like a branch being snapped. Nobito gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. He flipped, driving a kick into the fish's head. The cursed energy in his foot detonated on contact, caving in the creature's skull. The fish released its hold, and Nobito's arm slid from its mouth. His sleeve was shredded, revealing a mangled, bloody arm with deformed bone beneath. He hit the ground and staggered once, but quickly stabilized his center of gravity. Maki took advantage of Dagon's focus on Nobito to flank from the rear. Her steps were light and fast as she raised her blade above her head, aiming the point down at the back of Dagon's neck. The distance closed, 5 paces, 3, 1. Just as she was about to bring the blade down, a massive force exploded from her side. A mass of fish slammed into her, piled so densely they formed a living wall. Maki was sent flying sideways by the impact, her blade slipping from her grasp. The weapon flipped through the air, the tip burying itself in the distant sand. Her back slammed into a coconut tree that had manifested within the domain. The trunk shuddered violently, and coconuts fell from above, striking her shoulder, but she didn't feel them. She slid down the trunk and fell to one knee, a trail of blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. Dagon stood in place, its clouded eyes moving from Nobito to Maki and back. Its posture remained unchanged, it hadn't even moved its feet, but the seawater within the domain had begun to churn once more. More swarms were coalescing beneath the surface. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 110, The Shibuya Incident, Part 5. Chapter 110, The Shibuya Incident, Part 5. The sea surface erupted instantly as a massive swarm of fish surged upward, coalescing behind Dagon into a wall of water that seemed to touch the clouds. Countless fish pressed together, their scales glinting with the cold light under the artificial sun. Every maw was filled with jagged fangs, letting out a faint, grating hiss. Foolish humans, Dagon's voice drifted from beneath the wall of water, calm and indifferent, like a judge pronouncing a predestined end. Did you think I would just stand here and trade blows with you? No way. Nobito's pupils contracted violently. Its target is, Maki's voice died in her throat. Both whirled around simultaneously. Megumi Fushiguro stood a short distance behind them. The domain at his feet had been compressed by Dagon's horizon of the captivating Skundas until it covered only the area immediately surrounding him. The shadows of Chimera Shadow Garden clung to him like a crumpled, threadbare garment. His hands were still locked in a seal, his fingers white from the strain, but he had reached the limit of maintaining the domain. His body shook slightly, beads of sweat rolled from his brow and dripped silently into the shadows at his feet. Above him, a dark cloud of fish was already diving. The lead fish opened its massive, fanged maw, its gullet appearing as a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. The image of the fish was reflected in Megumi's pupils, the approaching teeth, the impending, unavoidable death. I'm going to die. The thought flickered through his mind, light as a leaf falling onto water, drifting for a few moments before sinking. Suddenly, the domain at his feet, which had been compressed to a single-person radius, began to ripple. It wasn't a crack or a collapse, but a ripple, like a drop of liquid hitting a still pond. Centered beneath Megumi's soles, wave after wave of ripples spread in every direction. In that instant, the color of the shadows deepened, turning into a black hole that seemed to devour all light. A teal-haired figure emerged from the pitch-black water. His speed was not fast, in fact, it could even be called slow. But that slowness was not sluggishness, it was a sense of composure, like an adult stepping into a playground full of children. He didn't need to run or hurry, he only needed to walk forward, and everything would end. Maki and Megumi froze on the spot. That silhouette, the long teal hair, the violet markings, the pale blue eyes, was something they could never forget. From the training grounds of Jujutsu High to the competition field of the Goodwill event, from that massive crater with a 200-meter radius to this beach cloaked by Dagon's domain, this man's shadow was like a thorn driven into their bones. It could not be pulled out, and it could not be forgotten. The men evaluated as the most threatening curse user. One of the 5 special grades. Kashimo. Inside the subway station. Yuji Itadori stepped out of the subway car, wandering aimlessly. His steps were unsteady and his head felt heavy. He had been knocked unconscious by an unknown force earlier, and upon waking, he realized Kento Nanami was no longer by his side. The platform was deserted, save for a few fluorescent lights humming overhead. Their stark, pale glow made everything look bloodless. Nanamine. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the empty corridor. The echo bounced between the walls several times, growing more distant and faint before being swallowed by the silence. He scratched his head, his brow furrowing. Seriously, where did he go? Suddenly, he felt a warmth on his cheek. It wasn't wind, and it wasn't water. It was something stickier than body temperature, with the scent of iron. A bolt of blood had streaked past his face, grazing his cheek and leaving a shallow, searing wound. A bead of blood seeped from the cut and trailed down his jawline. Strange. Why did I miss? Hearing the voice, Yuji turned. A man stood a few paces away, his palms pressed together but slightly parted. His posture was upright and his expression was calm, but the light in his eyes was as cold as winter frost. His gaze pinned Yuji like a sharpened nail, driving straight into his pupils. It's you, Choso's voice rasped from his throat, low and hoarse, like a blade that had been pressed under a stone for too long and was finally being drawn. You're the one who killed my younger brothers. His hands slowly pressed together again, and something began to coalesce within his palms. Yuji's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers instinctively tightened into fists as his body shifted into a combat stance. He didn't know when he had killed this man's brothers, but the murderous intent radiating from him was unmistakable. It was real, intense, scalding, and surging from his very bones. A bloodlust that could no longer be suppressed. Suddenly, the blood accumulated in Choso's hands blasted outward. It was no ordinary liquid, but piercing blood, compressed to the extreme and vibrating with cursed energy. It shot directly toward Yuji's face, moving so fast it tore the air with a sharp hiss. Yuji didn't hesitate, his body responded on instinct. He broke into a sprint, not in a straight line, but in an erratic zigzag. Left, right, right. With every step, he changed direction just an instant before the trajectory of the blood could reach him. The piercing blood missed, the line of blood slamming into the wall behind him and blasting a fist-sized crater into the concrete, sending stone shards flying. Yuji didn't retreat, he charged. The distance to Choso shrank, 10 paces, 8, 5. Yuji's pace quickened. Choso deactivated the piercing blood. Blood surged into his palms once more, but this time it wasn't for a projectile. Instead, it coagulated, shaped, and hardened. The blood extended from his fingertips, lengthening and sharpening into 5 lethal claws. He swung his hand, the claws slicing through the air with a whistling screech as they lunged for Yuji's chest. Yuji ducked, evading the strike. The 5 claws grazed his back, tearing his school uniform but missing the skin. His body had already accumulated power during the crouch. Using the momentum of the spring, he threw a heavy punch into Choso's abdomen. NGH. A short, muffled sound escaped Choso's throat. The force of the blow exploded in his gut, causing his body to buckle slightly, but he bounced back immediately. His reaction was faster than Yuji had anticipated. He created distance, tapping his feet against the ground to retreat 5 or 6 paces before standing firm. Blood accumulated in his palms once more. Piercing blood. The second shot. The line of blood shot from Choso's palms, the angle sharper than before and the trajectory lower, aimed straight for Yuji's shins. Yuji jumped, and the blood streaked beneath his soles, striking the faucet of a sink behind him. The sound of metal bursting was startlingly sharp in the empty station. The faucet snapped at the base and flew off, bouncing twice on the floor. Water erupted from the severed pipe like a cut artery. The white jet of water shot toward the ceiling before scattering into a small-scale, localized downpour. Yuji didn't waste the opening. He grabbed a bottle of hand soap that had been knocked off the counter. The plastic bottle squeaked as he squeezed it. He swung his arm back, leaned his body away, and then snapped forward. The bottle flew from his hand, tumbling through the air as it hurtled toward Choso's face. Chapter 111, The Shibuya Incident, Part 6, Bonus. Chapter 111, The Shibuya Incident, Part 6. Choso immediately raised his hand, shattering the bottle of hand soap with a single shot of piercing blood. The plastic bottle exploded in midair, shards flying. Tiny droplets of blood lingered in the air, mingling with the mist like a faint crimson veil. Taking advantage of the cover, Yuji ducked low and slid toward Choso's legs. He moved with incredible speed, the puddles on the ground acting as a lubricant as he unleashed a sweep aimed straight for Choso's ankle. Unfortunately, he hit nothing but air. Choso leaped high, evading the sweep and landing behind Yuji. However, the moment he touched down, his feet skidded on the slick floor, and his body swayed slightly. A pity, Choso said, steadying himself. His voice was flat, as if pronouncing a sentence. That was your final opportunity. He prepared to trigger convergence. Yet, the blood droplets in the air did not follow his intended path. They hung there, stagnating for an instant before suddenly bursting like tiny red fireworks. What? Choso's pupils contracted. Convergence was cancelled. Users of blood manipulation typically deactivate their blood's clotting ability to enhance the technique's effectiveness. Because of this, Choso's blood dissolved in water far more easily than a normal person's. Right now, the mist in the air and the puddles on the ground were flooding into those blood droplets. Under the shift in osmotic pressure, the red blood cells swelled rapidly and ruptured one after another. Over 45% of the blood cells had escaped his control. Convergence had naturally collapsed. In this environment, he could no longer use his curse technique at will. But Choso did not panic. Though he lacked extensive combat experience, his composure was innate. He simply retracted the remaining external blood back into his body, leaving not a single drop behind. Yuji stepped forward slowly. The two faced each other from a few paces away, settling into their stances again. Water surged into the floor drain with a gurgling sound, like something swallowing. But the rate of the flood clearly outpaced the drainage. The water level rose inch by inch, creeping over their soles and the cracks between the tiles. Yuji kicked up a spray of water, a curtain of mist exploding between them as he closed the distance instantly. He threw a punch aimed straight for Choso's face. Choso raised a hand, blocking with ease. The fist slammed into his forearm with a dull thud, but he didn't budge. He countered with a palm strike, followed by a punch to Yuji's abdomen, then a second, third, and fourth. The punches fell like rain, fast and heavy, battering Yuji's arms, shoulders, and ribs. Yuji gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his guard up, but Choso's fists seemed to come from every direction at once. His defense couldn't keep up. Finally, Yuji found an opening to lunge backward and create space. He gasped for air, his chest heaving, his arms covered in red and purple welts. Choso gave him no respite. He closed in again with a clean, sharp straight punch that caught Yuji square in the gut. Yuji's body buckled, stomach acid rising in his throat. He forced it back down. But Yuji's hands had already seized Choso's collar. His grip tightened, knuckles turning white as he threw his entire weight into a savage headbutt. Forehead slammed into forehead with a sickening crack of bone. Choso's body swayed, his vision momentarily darkening. Using the edge of the sink for leverage, Yuji forced his half-kneeling body upward. As he took to the air, he unleashed a sweep. The top of his foot connected solidly with Choso's face, leaving a bloody gash across his cheekbone. Choso's head snapped to the side, beads of blood seeping from the wound and trailing down his cheek. But in that very moment, a single streak of blood, one that had escaped the water's erosion, neither dissolved nor diluted, shot from Choso's fingertip. Blood manipulation, blood meteorite. The line of blood was thin and hard, like an extremely compressed steel needle. It moved silently through the air, piercing Yuji's guard and skewering his liver. Yuji clutched his abdomen, his body going rigid. His fingers pressed hard against the wound, warm blood surging between his fingers and soaking into his uniform. He coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, where it vanished into the rising water. Dizziness followed immediately, his vision blurring as a ringing filled his ears. This isn't right. His voice was raspy and slurred, as if talking to himself. I think, something that isn't supposed to break just broke. He looked down at his hands, covered in blood. Then he looked at Choso. The expressionless face seemed blurred under the harsh fluorescent lights, splitting into two before merging into one. If I lose, I'm going to die. The thought rose from the depths of his consciousness like a hand seizing his slipping nerves. He stomped down hard, splashing the water, and stabilized his swaying frame, forcing himself back into a stance. Choso furrowed his brow. Blood meteorite lacked the power and speed of piercing blood, but its density was immense. That was how it had pierced Yuji's body. Ordinary defense was useless against it, it relied on penetration, not impact. He slowly raised his hand, commanding blood to seep from his palm and coat his fist before coagulating and hardening. The dark red blood formed a rigid shell over his knuckles, like a custom-made gauntlet. Typically, blood manipulation users do not let their blood fully solidify like blood meteorite. Even the blood blades and claws were merely shaped outlines with high-speed internal flow to increase lethality. Even a master of the technique wouldn't harden large amounts of blood, as the risk of thrombosis would skyrocket. But right now, Choso decided the danger of a blood clot was negligible compared to the men who had killed his brothers. The two resettled their stances, staring each other down, their breath hitching in the damp air. Neither was willing to blink first. Choso suddenly lunged, throwing a straight punch, fast and heavy, the pressure of his fist pushing a damp gust of air. Yuji leaned to the side, the fist grazing his ear with a ringing sound. He countered with an uppercut aimed for Choso's chin, but it too hit air. Choso merely tilted his head back, evading with ease. Their fists flew back and forth, shadows of their strikes blurring amidst the splashing water. Punch after punch, neither seemed able to break the other's guard. Choso threw another strike, the hardened blood on his knuckles glinting with a dark red chill. Then, he activated his cursed technique, blood sprayed from his fist, and along with it, a tooth. Ha! Yuji's pupils shrank, his attention momentarily diverted by the flying tooth. In that split second, Choso's fist slammed squarely into his stomach. Yuji let out a muffled groan and staggered back, falling to one knee and splashing into the water. Gritting his teeth, he reached out and grabbed the floor drain cover, hurling it at Choso. The metal plate spun across the water between them. Choso tilted his head slightly, the cover grazing his shoulder before clattering to the floor behind him. Yuji used the moment to launch himself upward, foot raised high for a crushing stomp aimed at Choso's head. He missed. Choso's body moved as if he had anticipated the move, shrinking back. The kick caught only air. Immediately after, Choso seized Yuji's suspended leg and yanked it downward. Yuji lost his balance and pitched forward. Before he could hit the ground, Choso's fist was already waiting, a clean, sharp uppercut that caught him right in the jaw. Yuji's head snapped back, his teeth clashing with a sharp click. He tumbled backward into the puddles, water spraying everywhere. Choso immediately manifested a blood blade, its lethal rim glinting a dark red through the mist, and lunged to drive it into Yuji's head. Yuji grabbed the wrist holding the blade with both hands, his knuckles turning white and veins bulging. The tip of the blade stopped less than an inch from his face. One more fraction and it would have pierced his eye. They remained locked for a moment. The mist continued to erode the surface of the blade, the blood began to loosen and soften until it finally burst. A dark red mist exploded between them, coating their faces. Choso instinctively closed his eyes. That was the moment. Yuji kicked out, catching Choso in the abdomen and sending him flying. Choso skidded across the water, his soles carving two lines through the flood, before regaining his footing. Without pause, he manifested another blade and slashed at Yuji, who was just getting up. One strike caught Yuji's shoulder, another grazed his cheek. Both wounds split open, but before the blood could even flow, the blade burst again. Splash. A massive amount of blood splattered across Yuji, soaking into his uniform. He didn't retreat. He didn't even blink. He seized Choso's wrist and yanked him forward, pulling Choso's body toward him. Simultaneously, he drove his elbow hard into Choso's cheek. Choso's head snapped to the side, water exploding beneath his feet. Yuji followed up, swinging a fist into Choso's lower abdomen. The moment his knuckles connected, he froze. It wasn't the dull thud of flesh, but a metallic ringing. It felt like hitting a thick iron plate, the vibration numbing his entire arm. He looked up. Across Choso's lower abdomen, a layer of crimson blood was slowly hardening, like a suit of iron plate fused to his skin, hard, scorching, and immovable. Yuji's fist had left a shallow imprint, like a handprint pressed into stone. A pity, Choso said softly, devoid of emotion. The blood in his hand solidified once more, forming a blade wider and thicker than before, the dark red edge glinting through the water vapor. He delivered the stroke. Without flashy angles or wasted motion, he delivered a simple, direct swing. Yuji's arm was severed below the elbow, the bone, muscle, and vessels exposed to the air in a single, clean line. Yuji didn't even have time to feel the pain. Choso's other fist already arrived, slamming into his chest. Yuji was launched like a skipped stone, hurtling backward until his spine slammed into the marble wall. A heavy roar filled the room as the wall cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading from the point of impact. Rubble fell from above, striking his head and shoulders, but he felt nothing. He remained pinned in the wall, blood pouring from his stump and trailing down the cracked marble, pooling into a dark red puddle under the harsh, white lights. A/N, next, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 112, The Shibuya Incident, Part 7. Chapter 112, The Shibuya Incident, Part 7. Choso looked down at Yuji, who was completely unconscious, his chest still rising and falling rhythmically. Still breathing, I see. He stepped forward. The blood on his right fist solidified once more, the dark red crust glinting coldly under the lights. He clenched his fist, raised it high, and brought it down. Kjaku, why hasn't Dagon come to rendezvous yet? Jogo looked at Kjaku, who was preoccupied with the prison realm, his tone sharp with impatience. The object couldn't be lifted or moved, it was as if it had taken root in the ground. Kjaku crouched beside it, poking and prodding as if teasing an unruly cat. Something must have gone wrong, Hanami added, her voice low and carrying a faint, underlying unease. It's fine. Kjaku didn't even look up. He poked the prison realm again, a smile playing on his lips. Dagon and Kashimo are in close proximity. They can look out for each other. They'll be here soon. Beside them, Mahito let out a yawn. He watched the transfigured human standing idly nearby with boredom, then glanced at Kjaku's back, remaining silent. Suddenly, a sound drifted from the nearby corridor. Footsteps. Steady and deliberate, splashing rhythmically against the wet floor. Then, half of a cursed spirit's body was hurled out of the passage. It tumbled across the floor, leaving a long, shocking trail of purple blood in its wake. It was Dagon. Only one arm remained. Everything below its abdomen had vanished, the exposed meat of the cross-section still twitching slightly. Purple blood gushed from the stump like an open faucet. It used its sole remaining arm to drag itself forward, inch by inch, toward Jogo. With every movement, another streak of blood marked the floor. Jogo. Hanami. Its voice was intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind. Run. Jogo stared at the mangled Dagon, his eyes wide enough to nearly pop from his sockets. His fingers trembled and wisps of smoke drifted from the volcano atop his head, but he didn't move, as if nailed to the spot. What is the meaning of this, Ghetto? His voice was squeezed from his throat, low and suppressed, carrying the suffocating calm that precedes a storm. Kjaku didn't respond. He stopped poking the prison realm and slowly stood up, his gaze settling on the teal-haired figure emerging from the corridor. The cursed energy within the lightning ring instantly blanketed his body. Blue-white arcs of electricity leaped across the surface of his monk's robes before settling into a quiet, dormant state. Kashimo stepped out from the shadows of the passage. His pace was unhurried, the soles of his shoes making a crisp clack in the puddles. The teal dango buns on his head bobbed slightly. He wasn't carrying the staff, nor was the ugly treasure at his waist, he was empty-handed, looking as if he had just stepped out of a convenience store after buying a bottle of water. He walked toward the three cursed spirits. His gaze swept over Jogo, then Hanami, then Mahito, never lingering, never wavering, as if he were looking at three stones blocking his path. "I'm in a hurry to find Sukuna," he said, his voice quiet but tinged with impatience. He paused. So. Jogo, Hanami, and Mahito simultaneously felt a sharp sting in their abdomens and chests. The sensation arrived so fast that their brains didn't have time to process it before their bodies reacted. Their eyes widened, their mouths fell open, and a short, muffled groan escaped their throats. "Excuse me." The next heartbeat, Kashimo was already standing behind the three cursed spirits. He didn't look back, he simply tilted his body slightly, his gaze fixed on a point at the end of the corridor. Behind him, the chests and abdomens of Jogo, Hanami, and Mahito completely exploded. Purple blood erupted from the gaping wounds, mingling with shards of meat and bone as it sprayed in every direction, laying out a dark, steaming carpet across the floor. The three mangled bodies fell like felled logs, slamming into the ground and kicking up a spray of gore. Kjaku waved his hand. The four cursed spirits, Dagon, Jogo, Hanami, and Mahito, all brought to the brink of death in an instant, were lifted from the ground by an invisible force. Their bodies warped, compressed, and spun within the cursed energy like four clumps of crumpled scrap paper. They shrank and condensed until they became four round, dully glinting cursed spirit orbs. Kjaku reached out and caught them, weighing them in his palm. The corner of his mouth quirked up, as if he were tallying a newly arrived shipment of goods. Not bad. Kjaku tossed the orbs lightly, his thumb rubbing the texture of one as his smile deepened. "I really should thank you. You've added 4 more entries to my collection." He raised his eyes to look at Kashimo's back. "I can drop the veil and head to the perimeter now to initiate the culling game. What do you say? Do you want to play a bit longer?" Kashimo kept his back to him, his teal hair swaying slightly in the dim corridor. He didn't turn around, his voice drifting back even and calm. "I still have to feed Itadori the fingers. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Oh, right. That, too." Kjaku patted his forehead as if just remembering, his tone carrying a hint of exaggerated realization. "Then I wish you a pleasant time. I'll see you again inside the barrier." He waved his hand as if bidding farewell to a friend. Kashimo rolled his eyes. The roll was so forceful only the whites were visible. "You're truly beyond help." He withdrew his gaze and began to walk again. His footsteps echoed through the corridor, steady and unhurried, growing more distant until they were swallowed by the darkness of the corner. A/N, next, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 113, The Shibuya Incident, Part 8. Chapter 113, The Shibuya Incident, Part 8. Outside the subway restroom, Itadori lay silent and still. His chest rose and fell in a faint rhythm, but his face was devoid of expression, a machine with its power cord pulled. On the adjacent wall was a massive, jagged hole left by Choso, who had already departed. "Nanako, hurry up," Mimiko whispered, her voice low and laced with urgency. "The fingers will draw cursed spirits." "I know." Nanako crouched by Itadori, one hand gripping his jaw while the other carefully guided a shriveled, dark red finger toward his parted lips. Her fingers trembled, not with fear, but from the sheer tension. She slowly slid the finger into Itadori's mouth. "Awaken, Sukuna-sama." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corridor to their left. Steady and deliberate, splashing rhythmically against the wet floor. The sound bounced off the empty tunnel walls, growing closer and clearer. "I was wondering who was unsealing fingers in Shibuya." Kashimo stopped, his gaze sweeping from Mimiko to Nanako. "So, it's you two." Mimiko and Nanako froze. Their hands stalled in midair, their breath hitching. This man was the culprit, the one responsible for Ghetto-sama being manipulated. Kashimo didn't spare them another look. He tossed a small pouch onto the floor, the leather slid across the tiles and came to a stop at Mimiko's feet. "There are 10 fingers inside. Feed them all to him, and then you can leave." Mimiko looked down at the pouch and didn't move. Nanako remained frozen, her hand still clutching Itadori's jaw, her eyes wide like a frog stared down by a snake. Kashimo furrowed his brow. It was a subtle movement, but the bone-deep impatience radiating from him felt like an invisible blade pressed against their throats. "If you don't want to die, hurry up." Mimiko swallowed hard. Her Adam's apple bobbed as she knelt, her trembling fingers unzipping the pouch. 10 dark red fingers were neatly packed inside, each radiating a thick, nauseating cursed energy. She took them out one by one, handing them to Nanako, who shoved them into Itadori's mouth. Itadori's throat convulsed slightly as the fingers slid down, like he was swallowing something foul. Kashimo tilted his chin. Including these 10, Itadori now had 15 fingers inside him. His gaze lingered for a heartbeat on Itadori's expressionless face. As it happened, Itadori was completely unconscious. Unable to adapt to the sudden surge in cursed energy, his body was temporarily seized by Sukuna. It was all part of the plan. Mimiko and Nanako finished feeding him the last finger, but they didn't leave. They stood up and moved to Kashimo's side, standing as still as wooden stakes driven into the ground. Kashimo raised an eyebrow. "What is the meaning of this?" On the ground, Itadori stood up. No, he was Sukuna now. He rolled his neck, his spine letting out a series of faint cracks, then raised a hand to brush back the hair from his forehead. His eyes were no longer Itadori's brown, but Sukuna's signature crimson. "You holding your heads quite high." A slash appeared instantly. Silent, fast as a blurred afterimage, it sliced through the air like a hairline fracture, aimed straight for Kashimo's face. Mimiko and Nanako dropped to their knees by instinct, their bodies bowing low until their foreheads nearly touched the floor. The slash whistled over their heads, shearing off a few strands of hair. Kashimo stood his ground, motionless. He didn't dodge, didn't block, didn't even blink. Half a foot before the slash reached him, it struck an invisible barrier and was deflected. Falling blossom emotion. He diverted the trajectory, letting the slash whistle past his shoulder to leave a deep, smooth gouge in the wall behind him. "Oh!" Sukuna's mouth twitched. An unexpected spark flickered within those four-pupiled crimson eyes, quickly sharpening into a deep, intense interest. "Not bad. It seems I underestimated you." He looked down, his gaze shifting from Kashimo to the two girls kneeling on the ground. "Let's start with you two, brats. You have something to say to me, don't you? I'll give you the chance of a single finger. Speak." Mimiko and Nanako felt the crushing weight of the pressure. The cursed energy rolling off Sukuna pressed onto their shoulders like an invisible mountain, making it almost impossible to lift their heads. Their lips trembled, and their nails dug into the tile grout until they cracked and bled, yet they remained oblivious to the pain. In the level below, there is a man with stitches on his forehead. Nanako's voice was intermittent, like a candle flickering in the wind. "Please, kill him. Please, set Ghetto-sama free." Mimiko's voice was even softer, a whisper squeezed out like a final breath. "We know the location of another finger." Tears pooled in Nanako's eyes. "If you kill him, I'll tell you where it is, so, please. Look up." Sukuna cut Nanako off. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of a high-handed, absolute command. The two girls faltered, about to raise their heads. "Stop being so sentimental. Too many words." Kashimo spoke suddenly. His voice wasn't loud, but it acted like a blade, cleanly severing the heavy atmosphere. He tilted his head towards Sukuna, his pale blue eyes devoid of emotion, holding only a bone-chilling scrutiny. "Are you really Sukuna?" Sukuna's brow furrowed. It was a subtle movement, but enough for everyone present to feel the surge of cold, visceral offense. His mouth twitched, and his voice ground out of his throat, low and dangerous. "Noisy insect." He raised his hand, palm splayed toward Kashimo. A slash manifested. But it struck nothing. Kashimo vanished from Sukuna's line of sight. A heavy punch hammered into Sukuna's abdomen. The force was staggering. Sukuna was launched like a cannonball, his body hurtling backward through the subway wall. Shards of brick and concrete exploded behind him, leaving a massive, jagged crater in the structure. Dust billowed and rubble tumbled as Sukuna's figure disappeared into the darkness behind the breach. Kashimo withdrew his fist and let his arm hang at his side. He spared a glance for Mimiko and Nanako, his voice even and calm. "If you don't want to die, get lost. You're in the way." Having said his piece, he didn't look at them again and continued walking forward. A/N, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 114, The Shibuya Incident, Part 9. Chapter 114, The Shibuya Incident, Part 9. On the streets, the remaining lights that had been holding on suddenly flickered out, plunging the entire block into pitch blackness. Immediately after, a building collapsed with a roar. Shards of brick and concrete poured down, and the rising dust blotted out the sky. Sukuna hovered in midair, his gaze landing on Kashimo atop a neighboring roof. His mouth slowly split into a grin. Within those four crimson eyes, a nearly manic excitement roiled. This era, it truly is interesting. An invisible slash shredded the falling stones before him, sending debris flying in every direction. Yet, from within the cloud of pulverized rock and dust, a fist had already punched through, slamming directly into his face. Sukuna's body was instantly driven into the ground. He hit the street like a meteorite, the asphalt exploding into a shallow crater as fractures webbed out in every direction. Sukuna lay at the bottom of the pit, his crimson eyes staring up at the dust-shrouded sky. He licked the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. No, it isn't just the volume of cursed energy output and reinforcement as well. They're on par with me at my peak. He stood up, pulling himself out of the shattered pavement as rubble tumbled from his shoulders. And that's without even using a cursed technique. He looked up, settling into a stance as he faced the relaxed Kashimo standing nearby. "What is your name?" "Kashimo." Sukuna smiled. It wasn't a wide grin, but it carried the spine-chilling satisfaction of a blade being drawn from its sheath. The two lunged at each other simultaneously. Their speed was staggering, the air itself seemed to tear, letting out sharp, piercing cracks. Fists collided, and a shockwave erupted from the point of impact, flipping cars along the roadside and shattering the windows of every building on the street. "Let's go." Kashimo suddenly seized Sukuna's fist, using the momentum to yank him forward while launching a kick at his head. Sukuna's other hand rose just in time to block the strike, fist met palm with a dull, heavy thud. Immediately after, Sukuna drove an elbow into Kashimo to shove him back, creating a single pace of distance. He pointed two fingers directly at Kashimo's chest. "Dismantle." An invisible slash shot from his fingertips, leaving a trail of blood that stretched from Kashimo's torso down to his abdomen. The flesh was peeled back and blood seeped out, yet Kashimo didn't so much as flinch. He reacted as if he'd been bitten by a mosquito. Using the brief opening following Sukuna's move, Kashimo closed the gap and slammed a fist into the side of Sukuna's head. Sukuna's head snapped to the side, his body staggering half a step. Kashimo followed up with a front kick, his soul planting firmly against Sukuna's chest. Sukuna's body was launched backward, his shoes skidding across the asphalt with a piercing screech as debris sprayed in his wake. The two began to form hand seals almost simultaneously. Cursed energy poured from them like two volcanoes erupting at once, scalding, violent, and unstoppable. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Malevolent shrine. The bone-adorned shrine manifested behind Sukuna, the structure of piled skulls shimmering within a dark red glow. Thunderous lament of the heavens. In that instant, the sky was cleaved in two, one half a dark crimson, the other a deep violet. On the crimson side were Sukuna's slashes, sharp, dense, and omnipresent. On the violet side was Kashimo's thunder, frantic, searing, and all-consuming. The two forces collided at the domain boundary, gnashing and devouring each other with a deafening roar that made the very earth tremble. An open barrier domain as well. Sukuna's mouth curled slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his four eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even deeper interest. He slowly resettled his stance, Kashimo's figure reflected in his pupils, the teal silhouette flickering amidst the dark violet lightning. "Let me see exactly what you're capable of." The two charged again. Fists and legs collided in a continuous blur, moving too fast for the naked eye to track. Every strike was accompanied by a vibration of cursed energy and a surge of displaced air. Stones on the ground were shaken into the air, only to be ground into powder by the next shock wave. Gradually, however, Sukuna began to lose ground in the physical exchange. With a heavy blow from Kashimo to Sukuna's abdomen, black blood erupted from Sukuna's mouth, splattering onto the ground between them. The shrine was torn apart amidst the frantic lightning. Bone collapsed, blades snapped, and skulls were reduced to ash within the electrical glare. Sukuna's domain had shattered first. The full weight of Kashimo's domain effect now bore down on Sukuna. Magnetic fields pierced through his muscle, bone, and nerves, disrupting every electrical signal in his body. Sukuna felt himself lose all control over his physical form, his fingers wouldn't curl, his knees wouldn't straighten, he couldn't even blink. His body was like a machine with its power cord pulled. All the parts were there, but not a single one would move. Then, his chest detonated. It wasn't a strike from the outside, but an explosion from within. The residual charges from the domain had found a weak point in his thoracic cavity and detonated without hesitation. Flesh and bone fragments sprayed from the opening, splattering across his own face and body. He fell to one knee, head low, as black blood poured from both his mouth and the hole in his chest, pooling into a dark puddle beneath him. Kashimo deactivated his domain. The dark violet sky slowly receded, returning to the natural color of the Shibuya night, a hazy gray, cloaked by the veil, devoid of stars or moon. He stood in place, looking down at the kneeling Sukuna. He reached up to roll his neck, his spine letting out a faint crack. It seems that, as you are now, you lack the ability to truly face me. His voice wasn't loud, carrying a flat, is that all, quality, perhaps even a hint of disappointment. A pity. I have no intention of killing you here. He paused, his gaze settling on Sukuna's gore-stained face. In those pale blue eyes, there was no victor's pride, only a hollow sense of boredom. But I have to say, I'm quite disappointed. It was only natural, really. A 15-finger Sukuna was only good for bullying average special grades. If he were to fight Satoru Gojo now, Kashimo suspected Gojo would slaughter him like a common cur. Since his reincarnation, Kashimo had experienced nothing but these one-sided massacres. One punch and the opponent fell, one kick and they were sent flying. There was never any meaningful resistance. It was becoming increasingly tedious. Still, it appeared Sukuna's reverse curse technique efficiency hadn't dropped too much. The hole in his chest was already slowly closing, and the snapped bones were reknitting themselves. He could still fix himself. But to Kashimo, that no longer mattered. He was lucky just to be alive. A/N, 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 115, The Shibuya Incident, Part 10. Chapter 115, The Shibuya Incident, Part 10. Ice Formation, Frost Calm. The frost arrived before the voice had even faded. Kashimo kicked off the ground, launching himself upward. At the spot where he had just stood, a massive spike of ice erupted from the earth, its jagged tip glinting coldly under the streetlights as frost crept slowly across its surface. Sukuna, his body now repaired, rose from the ground. The hole in his chest was mostly healed, the new skin a shade lighter than the rest. He flexed his wrist, his crimson four-pupiled eyes shifting to the newcomer. Is that you, Yuram? Sukuna-sama, I have arrived late. Yuram knelt on one knee beside Sukuna, silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. At ease, Sukuna said with a wave of his hand. His gaze returned to Kashimo, and his mouth slowly split into a grin. Not bad, brat. You're strong. He paused, a burning, almost gluttonous light roiling in his crimson pupils. I've decided to put Satoru Gojo on hold for now. Once I've regained my full power, you're the first one I'm going to kill. Is that so? Kashimo stood atop a jagged piece of rubble, looking down at Sukuna. Then you'd better be able to actually do it. Insolent. Fine ice crystals instantly sprouted from Yuram's fingertips, and frost condensed into a white mist in the air, only to be suddenly withdrawn. His gaze moved past Kashimo's shoulder, landing on the figure in the black monk's robes who had appeared without warning. Behind Kashimo, a man in a surplice had manifested. His steps were silent, his posture composed, as if he had been standing there all along, never having left. Yo, looks like everyone's here. Kjaku scanned the area with a smile. His gaze lingered for a moment on Sukuna and Yuram before he suddenly looked off into the distance. There, several blurred figures were moving rapidly through the ruins, the aftershocks of their cursed energy drifting in on the night wind. It seems, the Jujutsu High Bunch has arrived, too. Tokyo and Kyoto schools, everyone who could make it had come. Across the shattered streets, figures converged from all directions. Tattered uniforms, blood-stained bandages, and white-knuckled grips on cursed tools, every face was a mask of exhaustion and vigilance. Kashimo's gaze swept across the crowd, stopping abruptly. Megumi Fushiguro stood a short distance away. His face bore several unhealed scars, but his eyes were bright and his stance was steady, he was very much alive. Kashimo raised an eyebrow. He remembered clearly punching Megumi in the head. Though he hadn't injected an electrical charge, the force behind the blow was absolute. He had delivered that strike specifically to prevent the boy from losing his nerve and summoning Maharaga to interfere. By all accounts, the kid should have been a vegetable. He narrowed his eyes, his nostrils flaring slightly. A faint, nearly imperceptible scent of reverse curse technique lingered in the air, crisp like grass after rain, yet sharp like disinfectant mixed with a strange clarity. He knew that scent all too well. In all of Jujutsu High, only one person could produce reverse curse technique with that specific texture. It's Shoko. Kashimo withdrew his gaze, his mouth twitching slightly, but he said nothing. Beside them, Sukuna's body suddenly went rigid. Those crimson four-pupiled eyes went wide, the pupils trembling violently as if something were surging up from the depths of his consciousness, pinning him down. The corner of his mouth twitched and his lips moved as if trying to speak, but only a low, indignant groan escaped him. Then, the crimson in his eyes slowly receded, replaced by the brown pupils of Yuji Itadori, filled with a dawning sense of confusion and terror. Yuji had regained control. He snapped his head up, his gaze landing on Kashimo and Kjaku. The two stood amidst the ruins, one with teal hair draped over his shoulders, the other in monk's robes. Their postures differed, but both were watching him. Then, the memories flooded in like a broken dam. The collapsing buildings, the people crushed into gore beneath the rubble, the bodies sliced into fragments by invisible slashes, the remains reduced to a bloody mist within the domain, the images flashed through his mind frame by frame, each one sickeningly clear. Yuji seized his own throat with one hand, his fingers digging deep into his skin until his knuckles turned white. He clamped his other hand over his mouth, a muffled, retching sound escaping his throat. He staggered back, his steps hollow and unstable, his shoes crunching erratically against the debris. His stomach turned, acid rising in his throat, only to be forced back down. He retreated until he reached the front of the Jujutsu High group, back to the only place he felt even a shred of safety. Nobara Kujisaki reached out from the side, firmly steadying his arm. Yuji's body swayed before he managed to stay upright. His face was deathly pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and his lips trembled, but he didn't collapse. Suddenly, a figure lunged out. It moved so fast the air seemed to tear, letting out a sharp crack of displaced wind. Choso. He stood a short distance away, his gaze moving from Yuji to Kashimo and Kjaku. His face was a mask of feral rage, his eyes bloodshot and burning. Kamo Noritoshi. Choso's roar exploded through the ruins, his eyes crimson with fury. You actually tricked me, you made me try to kill my own brother. Before the words had even landed, he unleashed a shot of piercing blood. The dark red line tore through the air, aimed straight for Kjaku's face. Kjaku didn't even move his feet. The cursed energy stored in the lightning ring snapped into a thin barrier before him. The blood struck it like a water droplet hitting a red-hot iron plate, dissipating with a hiss. How immature, he said, tilting his head with that same indifferent smile. A man who doesn't know his own limits. The sorcerers beside Choso were about to move. Ice formation, frost calm. Yuram raised a hand and gave a gentle puff. The frost spread like a living thing, ice crystals proliferating through the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone was encased in thick layers of ice. Their frozen bodies maintained the postures of the previous second, looking like wax figures caught before the end of a play. Choso gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping him. Just a bit of ice. He activated flowing red scale, stack. His body temperature spiked, and the ice began to crack from the inside out, water dripping down the fractures. Yuram walked up to him at a leisurely pace and extended a finger. At the tip, ice crystals were slowly coalescing, refracting the dim light into cold, jagged glints. Tell me, Yuram said, looking down at Choso as he struggled to melt the ice, his voice as soft as if asking a trivial question. What do you mean by, just a bit of ice? A/N, don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 116, The Shibuya Incident, Final. Chapter 116, The Shibuya Incident, Final. What do you mean by, just a bit of ice? Yuram looked down at Choso, leaning the ice-tipped finger forward slightly. Yuram, don't kill them all, Kjaku suddenly spoke up, his tone airy, as if mentioning a trivial detail. We need to leave someone alive to deliver the message. Yuram snapped their head back, silver-white hair cutting a cold arc through the air, the ice crystal at their fingertip trembling slightly. Leaving Yuji Itadori alive is more than enough to deliver a message. Before the words had finished, an attack came from the side. A shockwave of cursed energy slammed precisely into the space between Yuram and the frozen sorcerers. Yuram was forced to retreat, their toes skimming the ground as they slid back several paces. The ice crystal at their fingertip instantly blossomed into a small shield, blocking the aftershock. Long time no see. A tall, blonde woman landed in front of the frozen group. Her posture was relaxed, hands tucked into her pockets, her face wearing that signature, indifferent smile. Ghetto-kun, and her gaze moved from Kjaku to Kashimo. Kashimo-kun. She tilted her head. Can you answer my question now? What kind of woman is your type? Kjaku's mouth twitched. Yuki Tsukumo. You still remember, don't you? The method to erase cursed spirits from the world. Yuki stared at Kjaku, her tone heavier than usual, her gaze locked onto his face as if trying to confirm something. Normally, I would be more than happy to chat with you, Kjaku said, tilting his head slightly. The smile remained, but the temperature in his eyes had dropped. But Yuki, I don't really have the time right now. He paused, his voice dropping lower, like crossing an item off a list. The extraction is already complete. Yuki froze. When? Her mind rapidly rewound. From the beginning of the Shibuya incident until now, Kjaku had essentially remained within the vicinity of the prison realm. He hadn't moved, hadn't fought, hadn't come into contact with any cursed spirits. Had he absorbed Mahito ages ago? When no one was looking. Kjaku didn't look at her again. He dropped into a half-crouch, pressing his palm flat against the ground with fingers slightly splayed. The cursed energy in his palm began to flow slowly, like an unchained serpent, slithering out in all directions through the cracks in the pavement. Idle transfiguration. Tengen's barriers? No, a remote activation of the technique, Yuki muttered, her pupils contracting slightly. Kjaku neither confirmed nor denied it. He remained in his half-crouch, his palm pressed against the earth as the cursed energy spread like a network of fine blood vessels. I really must thank you all, Yuji Itadori and Kento Nanami. Normally, when cursed spirit manipulation absorbs a spirit, the precision of that spirit's technique stops growing. But you two forced Mahito to evolve. While he didn't quite reach the point of developing another form, it's enough. What did you do? Yuki's voice dropped low. Ha ha. Kjaku let out a soft laugh, like a leaf caught in the wind that fluttered briefly before falling. If you want to know, I suppose I can tell you. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Yuki and then over everyone present. I remotely cast idle transfiguration on 2 types of non-sorcerers I had previously marked. He held up one finger. The first type are those like Yuji Itadori, individuals who have ingested a cursed object. He held up a second finger. The second type are those like Junpei Yoshino, individuals who possess a cursed technique but have the brain structure of a non-sorcerer. He lowered his hand, his tone as flat as if reading from a script prepared long ago. I adjusted the brain structures of both types to match that of a sorcerer. For the former, it granted them the strength to act as vessels. For the latter, it gave them the physical constitution required to utilize their techniques. And then, he paused. I unsealed the cursed objects within them. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A small number fell into a coma due to my cursed energy when I marked them, but they will wake up soon. Megumi Fushigiro's pupils contracted violently, a name flashing through his mind. Does that mean Tsumaki is also? Kjaku paid him no mind, not even glancing his way, and continued speaking as if he hadn't heard a thing. To deepen their understanding of cursed energy, I will have them kill each other. His tone was casual, discussing mass murder as if it were an everyday occurrence. Likewise, the cursed objects I distributed are ones I formed over the last millennium, forging contracts with sorcerers one by one, waiting for them to wither away. However, he paused. Sorcerers weren't the only ones I made contracts with. But, once I obtained this body, those contracts were rendered void. Could it be? Yuki's eyes suddenly widened. Kjaku didn't wait for her to finish. A massive number of cursed spirits suddenly manifested at his feet. A dark barrier spread from beneath him like spilled ink, swallowing the cracks, the rubble, and the bloodstains on the ground. In his hand appeared the prison realm, the eye-covered cube resting quietly in his palm. Farewell, everyone. His gaze swept over their faces one by one, finally settling on Yuji Itadori. Oh, and especially you, Itadori, I have high hopes for you. His mouth curved upward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Are you listening? Sukuna. He looked up at the hazy, veil-covered night sky. The greatest battle this world has ever seen is about to begin. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Kashimo. I look forward to it, the landscape of the future. The following day. As time passed, the situation only spiraled further out of control. The severity of the Shibuya incident had escalated to the level of national emergency broadcasts. The yen plummeted, and refugees could not be evacuated, and those were the minor issues. Faced with mounting pressure, the Japanese government even began considering making the existence of cursed spirits public. A massive number of sorcerers were mobilized and deployed to Tokyo for support, leaving no time to assist with refugee evacuation. Multiple districts suffered prolonged power outages with no clear timeline for restoration, leaving government officials across the country tearing their hair out. Tokyo, Ginza. Inside a convenience store, a little girl tore open a prepackaged bento box and began shoveling food into her mouth. Suddenly, she looked up toward the entrance. An arm was waving. Come here, a voice coaxed, dripping with deceptive sweetness. Come with me, it's dangerous here. I have a warm bath waiting, and we can sing songs. The little girl blinked. Where is my mommy? Your mommy, daddy, sister, brother, and teacher, they're all here. The little girl picked up a bottled drink and stepped forward. I don't have a brother, and I hate my teacher. She paused. Do you want to drink this? It's really good. The moment she stepped out of the convenience store, a massive maw suddenly gaped open. A cursed spirit. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out. Squelch. Purple blood geysered into the air as the cursed spirit was impaled alive against the ground. Standing atop the dying curse was a boy in a white Jujutsu high uniform. Yuta Okatsu. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Yuta pulled his blade free, stepped forward, and crouched down to look at the little girl. Are you with anyone? Your mom or dad? The little girl, clutching her drink, stared at him blankly. I don't know. Yuta glanced down at her shoes. This was a commercial district, she likely didn't live nearby. Did you come here by yourself? You must have walked a long way. The little girl nodded. You did great, Yuta smiled. Behind him, the cursed spirit twitched again, only to be inexplicably sent flying. The little girl instinctively looked toward the movement, but Yuta raised his hand to block her line of sight. Ah, so you can see them. Jujutsu headquarters. The air behind the paper screens was as heavy as lead. Good work, Okatsu, an old voice drifted from behind the screen, flat and perfunctory, like someone going through the motions. You had no intention of consoling me anyway, Yuta said calmly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Let's get straight to the point. At the very least, you know that I follow your orders. No matter how many cursed spirits you kill, that cannot be verified, another voice chimed in, cold, stating a fact that left no room for debate. Yuta let out a soft laugh. The smile was faint, devoid of warmth. Then you might as well forge a binding vow with me. He paused, his gaze passing through the gaps in the paper screen to land on the shadowy figures behind it. I don't care if he's Gojo-sensei's student. He killed a massive number of non-sorcerers in Shibuya. Therefore. His voice dropped. I will be the one to kill Yuji Itadori. Notice issued by Jujutsu headquarters. The high-priority arrest warrants for Hajime Kashimo and Sukuna Ghetto are reaffirmed. Upon capture, capital punishment is to be executed immediately. Satoru Gojo is deemed a co-conspirator in the Shibuya incident. Any attempt to unseal him will be treated as a criminal offense. Masamichi Yaga, having incited Satoru Gojo, Hajime Kashimo, and Suguru Ghetto to initiate the Shibuya incident, is sentenced to death. The suspension of Yuji Itadori's death sentence is revoked. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. Special grade sorcerer Yuta Okatsu is appointed to execute Yuji Itadori. End of the Shibuya incident arc. A/N, don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, thank God. Chapter 117, thank God. The next day. At 11:32 a.m., Jujutsu headquarters received intelligence relayed by Naoya Zenin. Yuji Itadori, confirmed dead. The silence behind the paper screens was suffocating. No one spoke for a very long time. Tokyo. 9 p.m. Firelight danced among the ruins, casting a red glow over half the night sky. Yuta Okatsu sat on a broken slab of concrete, his hands resting on his knees as he stared into the campfire before him. The flames licked at the splintered wood, letting out a series of soft crackles. On the other side of the fire, Yuji Itadori lay completely still, his chest motionless. Suddenly, Yuji's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, like a man breaking the surface of the water after nearly drowning. He instinctively patted his chest. There was a hole in his uniform, the edges stiff with dried blood, but the skin beneath was flawless. There wasn't even a scar. What? His voice was raspy and laced with confusion. Didn't I die? He turned his head and saw Yuta sitting across the fire. Yuta had his head bowed, his shoulders shaking slightly. Then, he looked up and smiled. It wasn't a wide smile, and it looked exhausted, but the light in his eyes was warm. Thank God. Yuta rubbed his eyes, wiping a tear from the corner with his fingertip, then let his arm drop as he exhaled a long breath. I'm truly sorry. It was probably back in July. Gojo-sensei came and asked me to look after you. Yuji stared at him blankly. And I had established a binding vow with the higher-ups to kill you, Yuta's voice remained low. That's why I had to put on that act. Yuji looked down at the bloodstains on his chest, pressing his fingers against the hole in the fabric. Then I. Reverse curse technique, Yuta answered, his tone calm. My reverse curse technique is the type that can be output to heal others. So, the moment I killed you, I healed you with reverse curse technique. And now, your execution should be officially recognized as successful. From here, Yuta was cut off by the sound of rapid, hurried footsteps. Megumi Fushiguro emerged quickly from the darkness. His chest was heaving and a sheen of sweat covered his forehead, he had clearly been running. Itadori. He stopped and grabbed Yuji's wrist, his grip tight enough to bruise bone. Come on. We're heading back to Jujutsu High right now. He caught his breath. The school's barriers are loose at the moment. As long as no one sees your face, going back shouldn't be a problem. He yanked Yuji's arm, trying to pull him up from the ground. Yuji tore himself free. He shook off Megumi's hand and stood up on his own, dusting off his clothes. But his eyes stayed fixed on the ground, he didn't look at Megumi. Don't just accept me like it's nothing. His voice wasn't loud, but every word felt heavy. Don't just act like none of that happened. I'm the one responsible, aren't I? I'm the one who killed all those people. Me. Megumi looked at him, falling silent for a moment. In those usually placid eyes, something long suppressed was roiling. The ones responsible, he said, enunciating every syllable, are us. Yuji blinked. Right. Of course you'd say that. You're Fushiguro, after all. His mouth twitched into an indescribable, bitter curve that couldn't be called a smile. Don't just take it upon yourself to give up. Megumi rubbed his temples, his voice dropping low, but every word drove into the air like a nail. We aren't heroes, we're Jujutsu sorcerers. No one is coming to judge us. That's exactly why we have to constantly prove the worth of our own existence. He suddenly turned around, putting his back to Yuji. The firelight flickered across his face before dimming. Kashimo and Noritoshi Kamo granted cursed techniques to a group of people, and reincarnated many others. Sorcerers, both modern and ancient, will participate in a game called the Culling game. His voice hitched. The sorcerers trapped inside will be forced to kill each other. He lowered his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. Tsumaki got caught up in the Culling game, too. He turned back and looked at Yuji. There were no tears in his eyes, no pleading, only a bone-deep exhaustion and a stubborn resolve. Please, Itadori. Help me. Yuji stared at Megumi in silence for several seconds, as if dragging himself up from a very dark place. He turned to face Yuta, his tone heavy. Okatsu-senpai, my sudden loss of control in Shibuya was most likely because I was fed 10 fingers all at once. That means I currently have 15 fingers inside me. He paused, as if making sure of his own words, before continuing. Moving forward, even if I eat the remaining 5 all at once, I don't think my body will be taken over again. But even so, if Sukuna ever takes control of my body again. He looked up, staring straight into Yuta's eyes. Please, don't hesitate. Kill me. If it's you, senpai, I know you can do it. His expression was too serious for a teenager. Yuta looked at him, not answering immediately. The firelight flickered across his face. His eyes reflected Yuji's silhouette, along with the weight of an adult's promise. I understand. He nodded, his voice quiet but steady. I'll do everything in my power. Yuji turned back to Megumi. Fushiguro. What's the plan? Megumi had already packed away his brief lapse in composure, returning to his usual, stoic expression. He spoke at a measured pace, laying out the threads of the situation one by one. We head back to Jujutsu High and meet with Master Tengen. We find a way to unseal the prison realm. Also, we need to uncover Noritoshi Kamo's true goal and our next course of action. Yuta suddenly interjected. I believe Master Tengen's barriers and the Culling Game's barriers cannot coexist. The Culling Game's barriers will likely overwrite Master Tengen's, meaning Tengen won't be able to perceive what's happening inside them. He paused, glancing between Yuji and Megumi. Which means, we've simultaneously lost track of both Kamo and Kashimo. We'll have to find them ourselves. But the problem is, getting an audience with Master Tengen requires passing through the thousands of doors they've set up. You can only meet Tengen if you find the true door. If it's about finding the door, I have a way. Suddenly, a pair of skyward pigtails popped up beside them. Choso. You're here too. Yuji's face lit up with surprise. Mahito and I infiltrated Jujutsu High to steal Sukuna's fingers before, Choso said, his tone perfectly flat. We'll just use the exact same method he used then. A/N, don't forget to send power stones.